Let's see, are we live? Let's see. Then I gotta do my normal stuff if we are live. Let me just make sure and confirm that we are live. Um, okay, we are live on YouTube. It looks like we're live on YouTube. Let's check out Twitch. See if we're live on Twitch, and then I'll do my normal stuff. Yeah, we're live on Twitch, and are we live on? Like we're live on Rumble as well. So let me do my normal things that I gotta do in order to get started with the stream. So we'll share it out and we'll go and get the links in the chat and everything. So we can talk about are Gen Z on the right track and just kind of chill. That's what I want to do with the stream tonight. I just want to say, just want to do a stream on the Gen Z is on the right track, and also just want to chill. So that's the two things I want to do today, tonight. I should say not today, tonight. Ugh, I'm tired. Um, See, promote. Um, let's see. So, hmm, let's see. That's all I'm gonna promote it to. Okay, that works. And then copy. And then let's see. Welcome in, viewers. Welcome in, welcome in. Gonna go and let's see. Did I? Hold on. Let's see. Paste. Um, I'm gonna get ready to get started as soon as I pin the links to the top. Let me do that real quick. Let's see. Pin message. And then, oh, well, I'm just gonna close out YouTube. My bad. Um, I will pin this one manually unpin, and then copy and paste it over here. But yeah, like I said, I'll get started here in just a second. Uh, and now we can get started, everybody. But yeah, welcome in everybody. Tonight's topic is going to be are Gen Z on the right track and also just chilling as well. So we're going to do both. Are Gen Z on the right track and just chilling. And I also want to kind of talk about the direction of my channel as well, doing this chill thing. Once everybody gets in here and everything, and we're kind of just chilling. We're at that point where we're just chilling. But right now, I just want to go ahead and start off with the topic at hand. In my opinion, I think Gen Z are kind of on the right track. It just kind of depends on how you define the right track because we want to get back to that idea of like not having to work so much. It seems to be the overall theme of my generation, not to work so much, but be able to survive too. as well. We don't really need much to survive, and just getting back to the basics, what one needs to survive. It seems to be the overarching theme, focusing on the basics. I think I'm gonna take down that banner now. The welcome everyone. It seems to be the overarching theme of where my generation wants to go with things. We just want to get back to easy life, not too difficult of a life and everything. Um, but yet be able to survive. Be able to have the basics and be able to survive and everything. So it seems like we're on the right track. Depending on how you define the idea of the right track, because some people would call us lazy and things like that because we're not doing like really trying to work a lot of hours. We're trying to work, decent hours to where we can survive, but we don't want to have to work extreme hours so we don't have time to, spend with our family, We want to be able to spend time with our family and interact with people outside of work. So that's the thing about us and working. We don't want to work our lives to death or away. I think it's the word is away. Work our lives away. But at the same time, we don't want to obviously underwork because we want to be able to support our families and stuff and everything too. And we also want to wage what we can do both where we don't have to work so much so we can spend time with our families plus be able to support and manage to have a family, which can be really difficult for a lot of us, as it is getting later and later that we're thinking about, getting a house and settling down because things are getting more and more expensive. House prices are going up, the economy's going all the whack. But now that Trump's back in town, back in Pennsylvania Avenue, I'm sure prices are gonna soar down, down, down. I think they're already probably soaring down, down, down. Now it jumps back at Pennsylvania Avenue because gas prices sure did. Gas prices soared down quite a bit. With Trump back at Pennsylvania Avenue. So yeah. I am a Trump fan, even though I don't believe in everything the man does. I don't support the man on everything, but I do support his economical policies. He wants to bring economics back to a better way of being. So, I do support that. I don't support what the man does outside of politics, like his personal choices, and everything. But as far as economical policies and politics, I do support that. Uh, is concerned. Um, but yeah, the point is, though, not going too deep into politics tonight. The point is, I think Gen Z is on the right track, though, and I think we're trying to get things just worked out and everything. We're just trying to get there, It's like every generation. You start off kind of rough, but then once you get going and you get some maneuvering, it tends to level out, and it'll level out in time with us Gen Zers. As soon as we can figure out how to navigate this economy and stuff, because this economy is ever changing and it's ever getting worse when you don't have the right people in power, and that kind of comes rare these days when you have the right people in power for the economics. But either way, though, we'll get it all worked out, and I think we're on the right track in my opinion. So now I want to know what y'all's opinions are. If anyone wants to jump up, I'm gonna chill though until someone jumps up and everything, and just kind of chill, chill, chill. Let me see if I find something to chill to. Um, Welcome in, people. Welcome in those who are coming in and joining us, just joining us. Welcome in, welcome in. Um, It's just a chill night for the most part. The question is one of the questions is that I'm posing tonight. I'll probably have more questions to pose as well, but it's mostly just a chill stream along with this one question as well, which is the first thing. Are Gen Z on the right track? And we're just chilling otherwise. That's kind of the question I posed, and I said to say it briefly again. I think Gen Z are on the right track. It's just trying to for us trying to figure out how to navigate the current situation in which we're currently faced with. As far as economic situations, and that's the main thing I think us Gen Zers are struggling with is the economics. Whereas, if you go back, I don't know, what was it, 30 years ago, that generation that was coming out into the world 30 years ago, they were able to buy a house at a reasonable price, probably a little further back than that, to start a family a little bit earlier on. I think it was probably further back than 30. It was probably more like 50 years ago for the wages that they were making at the time. They could buy a decent-ish house to start off with, which, I mean, if you had at least 2 bedrooms, that's better than nothing when it comes to starting a family. I mean, if you at least got 2 bedrooms, that's a great start. But the thing is, the houses nowadays, even a 2 bedroom, it costs a lot of money these days. Even a 2 bedroom. I mean, at least from what I've seen, maybe I'm eyeballed. Maybe maybe it is a reasonable price, and not. I'm crazy or something. I mean, I mean, I don't know. That I've lost it. Um, I could be wrong though. Yeah, I could be wrong. I could definitely be wrong on that. Maybe it's just maybe just it's not as high as I think it is. Maybe. I don't know. Could be wrong. But yeah, for now, I'm gonna go ahead and just chill. And if someone wants to come up and give their opinion on the subject at hand, or just talk with me as we chill and everything, you know, yeah. For now, I'm just gonna chill. I'm gonna game up and I'm gonna chill. So that's basically what tonight is. Just mainly just a chill stream, because I ain't streamed in a while, so I figured I'd get on here and do a chill stream. For the most part, but I also wanted to talk about Origin Z on the right track along with that, because Wesley was trying to have like a similar discussion with the whole Gen Z. They're on the right track. I don't think that's exactly how he worded it, but he's trying to have a similar discussion. What was it? I think Saturday night, and I joined in, and we didn't get to have that discussion because it kind of got interrupted and everything. But well, once it kind of did get interrupted, but so and I wanted to go ahead and bring it up on my channel to see if we could have a discussion on that. And see what would happen. I think it was Saturday night. It might have been Friday night actually. Hold on, let me look to confirm. Maybe Friday because I don't think it was no Saturday. That was. Um, there's no way it could have been Saturday. Um, actually, oh, he labeled it the same thing. Oh, I didn't think he labeled it Origin Z on. Well, okay, I labeled it Gen Z. Did I label it exactly the same? Wow, I labeled it exactly the same as he labeled it. Wow, wow. I remembered what he labeled it somehow. Labeled it literally the same thing. Wow, crazy. But it was not. Wow, that's amazing. Um, let's see. But anyway, it wasn't. Was it? Well, okay, yeah, it was Saturday night. Yeah, it was Saturday night. It could have been Saturday night. Must have set up a little later than I should have Saturday night. Cut. Must have set up a little later than I should have. But yeah, welcome in everybody. Welcome in. Just chilling and talking. And I want to talk about kind of talk about this subject a little bit, and then just chill for the most part though. The subject of this stream though is are Gen Z on the right track? And also I'm just chilling, like I say, just trying to chill. I'm gonna pull something up to chill till someone may want to jump up and give their opinions on the matter about are Gen Z on the right track. But yeah, I want to try to chill, and chitter chatter. Uh, let's see. Chill, and chitter chatter. As far as I know. And happy Lent to anyone out there that is keeping Lent. Happy Lent. It has been a great Lent so far. Um, I'm doing the best that I can. Keeping Lent. As well. Being as I'm new to Lent. And I don't know much about Lent. I'm not doing it perfectly for sure. Obviously. I got a lot to learn about Lent. As I grow in this walk of dealing with Lent. I don't want to go too much into that because I'm kind of just kind of wondering how I'm gonna go about talking about religious stuff on here. I gotta talk to my father about that. My father in the church about that and everything. So that's one thing. Like I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna navigate that, so I know how to navigate my channel. Because as people who watch me a lot know, I do talk a lot about religion on this channel and everything and all that. So the thing is, talking about religion, how am I going about talking about it though? Now that I'm a catechumen, that is the big question, and and everything that I'm going to ask my spiritual father in the Orthodox Church. Now that I'm catechumen, that I forgot to ask him on Sunday when I became catechumen, but yeah, that I kind of forgot because I was kind of in a rush Sunday and everything, and made a oopsie. Um, on that. Um, but yeah, and another thing is trying to figure out what I can, how to navigate like playing video games too. That and I want to ask him about how that works as well. Let's see. Percent. Um, oh wait a minute. Here we go. Oh, we're just gonna chill and play some games. Hopefully, wait a minute, is the audio good? Or do I even got audio? Hold on, let me fix that. Percent, share screen. So if I share a window, share audio, share a tab, or screen. Okay, I gotta share a tab. Excuse me, or screen. Let me do the screen. Maybe I share the audio. Um, screen one. Hopefully y'all can hear the audio on this thing. Let's see. I got some sort of a notification. What notification did I get? Must have been nothing. Must have been nothing. Okay. Either way. Either way. Let's just chill till someone pops up to give their opinion on the subject or just chit chat and stuff. Hopefully the signal's doing fine on the stream. I got that little Wi-Fi thing. There we go. It went bye-bye now. I don't know what's going on here. Hold on. Something going on in my Discord. What the heck? How dare you, John? Happened in my general chat. Wait a minute, what? Hey, Chase, are you in the chat there, Chase? Or are you just lurking there in the chat? Cause I'm wondering what that. Why you responded to that in my Discord? I'm sure you're lurking there in the chat. If I had to guess, you're lurking in the chat. Possibly. But either way, though, for now, though, we're just gonna play games and chill until someone either pops up or talks in the chat or something, because we're just chilling for the most part tonight. But I also wanted to ask the question: are Gen Z on the right track? I also wanted to ask that question alongside of the chilling. Wait a minute. Besides that portion. I gotta cut the audio up here. The audio. What the? What's not the audio set right? I'm cool with that match. Oh man. Not gonna guarantee how good I still am. I ain't played games this week at all. Let's see what is. Yeah, I ain't played games this week at all. Last time I played was like last week. Yeah. Yeah, that was.
Team deathmatch. We have our orders. See it through.
Oh crap.
You thought this was over? Right.
Oh. No, what's with this team? They asleep. They asleep. Hey, asleep, asleep. Oh, oops.
Triggering scout pulse. Target appears hostile. Switch clear.
Oh. Oh, he got me. You mean with like the... Is that the weapon that...
Eyes on
I don't
hostile
know, looks
Semtex.
like it would be that weapon.
Hostile assault pack destroyed. Hostile stunned. Requesting recon.
Oh! 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 We can shoot that bar, I guess. Huh. Cool. Cool beans.
Resupply disrupted.
TACOM, requesting recon overhead.
Hostile gone.
Huh?
Flashbang sighted. Enemies have disarmed your spray line.
Oh!
Daily authorizing UAV mission.
Mm. Uh, uh, uh. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh,
Bad guy, 12 o'clock.
oh, oh, oh.
Using scout bolts.
Oh, shoot.
Hostile assault pack destroyed. Hostile moving.
They're right where we want them. Finish the job.
Assault available. Scout pulse activate. Kill. Moving up.
Stand down, Crimson. We have what you came for.
Hostile shooter.
Wait a minute, was that part... Wait a minute, JS. Was that part, the last part, like, were you being serious? Like, because they're weak, unhealthy, and dumb? I mean, I'm weak. I'm a little unhealthy right now. But I'm definitely not dumb. I'm definitely not dumb. The last thing I am is dumb. Cause I'm only as dumb as I want to be. My opinion. Hey, if you want to come up here, JS, feel welcome to come up. I'm letting people up on panel and everything, so don't be shy. Come up on panel if you want. Uh, of course, you might be at work though. I don't know. Could be at work. Knowing you while at work. You didn't give me a like. Wow, JS. Wait, where's your comment on the YouTube? That's crazy. Where's your the YouTube? Yeah, I'm gonna have to completely refresh YouTube. Weird. Maybe you did give me a like. Either way, it wouldn't matter that much. Give me a like. I was just joking. Okay, that's odd. You're not showing up on the YouTube part of your comment, but yet your comment showing up. Maybe YouTube blocked it. I have no idea. That's weird. Weird. Either way, either or. Let me get back to the game. Oh, I forgot. I gotta use the short range on this one. Duh. Ah! Huh.
See you never, asshole.
Oh, wow. Playing team death. Yeah, we're playing team death.
Y'all gonna stop bullshitting with me, bro.
I just want a shotgun.
Eyes on.
Or no, we don't have a shotgun. That's right. Because I had to start over because I forgot our prestige.
Enemy resupply disrupted.
Oh.
Good effect on
All
target.
right.
Oh. Oop. Find the bathroom. Oh. Really? Oh. Ah, really? Did they see me slide by? Yes. Aw. Oh.
Body drop.
I got him. Dang. I keep almost dropping them. Ah. Uh. Oh man. Camp.
Enemy foot patrol. KIA. Hostile grenade.
Not much time left. Put this to bed.
Neutralized.
Whoa.
Report to the nearest extraction point. I have to make a call.
Dang.
Pull out. Fugitives remain at large.
Domination. Go time. Capture the objective.
Captain the objective. Stay sharp.
Taking Bravo underway. Zone A secure. B secured. Lead time. Securing C.
Damn, these guns.
Eyes on Semtex.
Hey, where's he at? Or she? He or she, depending.
Bravo.
Cause it could be a woman. I mean, Maddie's a girl's name.
Bravo lock.
Mm.
No, you sound bad. Like I mean, what the last song you said? Bro, the fuck all hacks are crazy.
Enemy UAV inbound.
Chase, if you're watching, that's not what that was about. That was about something else.
I am about to say the fucking N-word.
What? Wait a minute,
Losing
what?
A. All locations locked down. Take it and hold. We lost C.
Okay, chat's off. Whoop.
We lost Alpha.
He said that he's about to say the N-word. Chat's off. Whoop.
Zone Charlie locked down.
But either way, though,
Locked down.
yeah, if you're watching Chase, that wasn't what that was about. That was just John asked me some questions and
We're losing
I
Charlie.
answered them. But very funny though. Very
Taking
funny.
Alpha. They're taking C.
But yeah. Hello, Smoking Spaceman. Welcome in, man. Welcome in, bro. I'm just chilling and asking the question,
We lost Charlie.
whether or not Gen Z are on the track or not. That's the question for tonight. And also just chilling, like I say.
Securing Alpha.
Keep an eye out.
Crap. I had as much fun as I can here, Smoking Spaceman. I had I'm having as much fun as I can here.
Enemy with Semtex.
Oh, crap.
Taking Alpha.
TACOM, launch your UAV.
This shit ain't working. We've lost the advantage. Bravo zone secure. We
All
control
zones
C.
secured.
Losing Bravo.
No. Nope, not all zones. Oh.
Captured. We're losing Alpha. Control of Bravo. We lost A.
Oh.
Securing Alpha. We're losing Charlie. B locked down.
Deploy Watchdog Kilo to my grid.
Oh, me.
Locked down A.
Whoa, what the heck?
Watch it 6. They're taking all zones. Losing B.
Oh, that's a helicopter.
Bravo lost.
That cavalry. Taking the objective.
Losing A.
Really?
Taking B.
Yeah, this game ain't have much fun. I'll be honest, this game ain't have much fun on this one. Nah.
Beginning capture.
Last game I had more fun.
We're losing
This
Alpha.
game, not having so much fun. This game. Oh yeah, the final stand
Taking
thing.
Bravo underway.
Don't do him no good.
Losing A. They're taking C.
Thought someone was on the window.
We lost Alpha.
Maybe not.
Bravo is ours.
Going up that way. I forget. Usually they're that way. A lot of times.
Losing Bravo.
Scout pulse is up.
Losing B. Got the lead.
Oh,
Hold it.
bye. Whoa, on the window.
I'm on the
Control
objective.
Bravo.
Place you would have thought. It would have been. There they are now.
All locations secure.
Up in the window.
We lost
Then
C.
we lose C.
Scout
We're
pulse
taking
is online.
control. We're losing Alpha.
Taking this
Taking C.
objective.
Losing Bravo.
Uh,
All objectives locked down. Hold those SOBs back.
oh crap.
We're taking C.
Had see it a little late. Slid right into it.
Enemy's got a shock charge.
We're losing Charlie. Securing B. B locked down. Losing B.
Dad
Securing
always
C.
taught us to make good on our debts.
Lost B.
Oh crap.
Taking B. We lost Charlie.
Just like old times.
Sit rep. LDPR
Cover me.
incoming.
Taking the objective.
Control Bravo. Bravo zone secure. We lost A.
This one.
Marking down Charlie. Securing zone A.
Scanning the scout pulse.
Taking A.
Oh, right there.
Hostile UAV established overhead. Securing Charlie. Locking down all zones.
Zev marking care package LZ.
Zone A secure.
Taking this objective.
We lost Alpha. We control zone C. Losing Bravo. Bravo lost.
AGR on the ground.
They're taking C. Taking Alpha.
Eyes on enemy.
We're losing Charlie.
Drill available.
B secured. We lost C. Zone Alpha captured. Losing B.
Hostile sector charge. Sector down.
Bravo.
Capturing. Keep an
Securing
eye out.
C. Securing Alpha. Damn it, we've lost the lead. Crimson
Scout
sent a
pulse is
sleeper. Trust no one.
Ah, shoot. Really? I about had my chopper.
Losing A.
Enemy 12-1.
Taking B.
Oh,
Hostile LDPR drop detected.
crap.
We're losing Alpha.
Was that your best shot?
Taking Bravo underway.
I'm
Losing
on the
A.
objective.
Securing B. Bravo is ours. Next call, napalm strike inbound. Multiple enemy UAV contact.
Oh, got one.
We're losing Alpha.
Scout pulse is up.
Losing A.
Capping the
Losing
objective.
B.
Stay sharp.
Archangel making noise.
We lost B.
It's down.
Zone
Let's
C
move.
secure. They're taking C.
Beginning capture.
Secure.
Oh,
Maintain
whoops.
current posture.
I was
Bravo.
hogging.
Nice. We're
Scanning with
pulling
scout
ahead.
pulse.
We're losing Alpha. Taking C.
Oh,
Come on, you're losing this fight.
apparently. It's a close fight.
C locked down.
I'll say this once. Do not fuck with me.
We
Enemy scout
take
coming in.
control.
Eyes on Sentex.
Bravo locked.
Oh,
Cover me. Taking the objective.
You've fallen behind.
yeah.
Bravo's on. We got the lead. Now hold it. Damn it, we've lost the lead.
Dang.
We lost B.
This is a close one.
Eyes on shock charge.
I don't believe
Dang, that was close.
just bad aim.
Pucha.
Dang, 1 point off.
From the start.
Dang.
Enemy shock charge.
See, that's all problem with sharing screen. See what presented is. Oh, we could go with the window. And still get audio. But we can't go with the window and get audio. Darn. We have to go with sharing the entire screen. I tell you what, we're gonna have to move Discord over here. To this other screen. At least that's not no private Discord stuff, at least. That's just so it's the non-private Discord stuff, so that ain't so bad. That's the server stuff. Let's see. Hey Chase, welcome in. Welcome in. Let's see, which one do we use here? Oh, that was the mid range. My bad. I've been using the short range. Crap. I need to use the mid range. Not the short range. Short range is made for short range. Oh! Mid range is made for this. Um, should have popped my stem there. Probably would have survived. Ah. Oh, yeah, he's over there, really? Ah. Use my spring mine against me. That was cold. That was cold. Cold and calculated. Whoa. See what he's up. What is up with that gun? I don't know why it's a two-shot. Ah, oops. Oh. Oh, really? Move back on me. Darn. Okay, I got him. Just to get gotten. Uh, ah. Okay, I got two. Let's see, where's this gun? It's got a new tube on it. It's got a nice um, blue tracer rounds. Nice blue tracer. Nice blue ones. Uh, Tracers didn't save him that time. Uh, Tracers didn't save me either. Ah. Uh, dang. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, we lost by like 5 points. Like it was a 5 point difference. Eh, let's see. Darn. Oh, I don't have. Ah, really? Oh, oops. Oops. We took each other out. Ah, it's funny. We took each other out. Wait a minute. What? Oh, wrong team. Oh, team. Correct team. Ah, shoot. Wait a minute. What happened to my? Hmm. Oops. Oop. What the heck? Oop. Whoa. Don't forget to get my tags. I just forgot my tags like completely. And I about came back and gave the enemy 2 more. If I was a second later, woo, or to me 2 instead of 1. Woo. Oh shoot! Grab my tag. Grab my tag. Oh shoot! Ah, ah! I banged the dude. Woo! The flashbang. Let's go. Wait a minute. What the heck? Why can't I select my? That thing's glitched out. I think that's. I don't even know how I have that on that one because I don't even have my cards unlocked. Yeah, I'm going to go look at that. Take a look. See. Because that shouldn't be like that, I don't think. Uh, oh, shoot. I should spring my spot and I didn't spot it. Shoot. Ah! And I knew he was there. I had the advantage. Oh. Oh. We got it this game. Kill confirmed. Let's go. For the win. Finn. On Finn. Me. Oh. Should have switched to that. Uh, oh. I'm gonna switch loadouts. Oh. Well. Wait a minute, how's he seeing me through the smoke? What kind of sight he got? That's no way that could be happening. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, that sight. That don't make any sense. There's some cheating going on. Oh. Hmm? Oh. Oh. Really? Jeez Louise. Team's holding me up. If not, if not for my team, would not be winning. If not for my team. Cause darn, I ain't doing so good. No. Ah, darn. Boom, ba boom, ba boom, ba boom, ba. A boom, ba boom, ba bum, boom. A boom, ba. A boomba. Hey, are you crazy? Um, yeah, I think I had a misunderstanding of probably things. Which is why I kind of freaked out today. I didn't know what was going on because I think I misunderstood you. I think you meant you was working in your garage when you um said that. Um, I don't think you meant you was working in a garage right now because working in another person's garage. But if anybody wants to come up, feel free to come up and everything. I'm just chilling and want to have that conversation about Origin Z on the right track. So for the most part, just chilling tonight. That's the big thing tonight, just chilling. Let's see. What in the world's going on? I keep hearing a notification noise. Um, let's see, mid range. Let's go. What should we use? Actually, I tell you what, let's use this. I'll use this one now. Stem. You get a stem on all of them. Oh, really? Oh crap. Oh, should have shut down. Okay. That one wouldn't matter. Oh. um, oh, I didn't think it was that close to where if I shot it, it would go on and blew it up. I didn't think I was that close, but okay. Oh crap! No, no, no. Really a spring mine? Dang. Oh crap! Really? Oh, perfect. Someone got the mole. Whoop! No. Oh crap! Alright, where'd you go? I know I seen you somewhere. Whoops. What this is? Oh. Ain't bad, ain't bad, ain't bad. Ain't bad at all. Ain't bad at all. Ain't bad at all. Well, okay. Not a rat again. Oh, dang. Hell lie. Gen Alpha is probably a generation that will be kind of based. Gen Beta will have to be based because they will witness the demographic collapse. Gen Beta will also probably be majority Christian and Muslim. Christian and Muslim? Not just Christian. Okay, Christian and Muslim. Huh. Hmm. If you want to come up, Elder Line, feel free to come up. Everybody, come up, y'all want to. Well, I guess I'm probably gonna say feel free. Well, come up, y'all want to. You know what I mean. Come up, y'all want to. Don't shy away. If y'all want to come up, because it is open panel as well. So, but I'm just chilling and everything, trying to get people's opinions on the topic and everything. But for the most part, just chilling because I wanted to have a discussion about the topic about whether or not Gen Z is on the right track or not. Because Bezel was trying to have this topic discussion on Saturday night, but it got derailed. So I wanted to have the topic discussion myself and everything. So, but yet I also wanted to just chill tonight too. So. Let's see. Distraction domination. I'm gonna go play some zombies after this game. See what's up on zombies. I ain't played zombies in a while. I tell you, that background reminds me of World War. When you talk about World War, for some reason. All right, no problem. I understand. Let's see, take an alpha. Let's see, you gotta take. We gotta take beta. Bravo. It would be weird though if Jim Beta winds up being pretty based though. That would be weird. Um, they wind up being pretty based. Because they're called beta, like beta. That would be weird. Oh, really? Oh, that was a turtle. It was on the other team. Oops. Slap. Fell for me. Oh. Oh, hey, Organized Insanity. Welcome in. Welcome in. That's insanity. I don't know how you're organized, but you're also insane. I don't understand the name though. I'm gonna be honest, I never have understood the name. Like organized insanity. It sounds contradictory in terminology. But the one is insane, and they're not very organized. You know what I mean? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, but it'd be weird if they are based, though. The fact that they're called beta, I'm just saying because of the name that they'd be called beta, and it's like it'd be weird to it'd be based if they're called beta. It'd be kind of like opposite of what their actual name would entail, you know, for their generation. So that's kind of like what I was getting at with it. Which I guess they'll have, like you say, they have to be though, because of what, well, my parents' generation, quite frankly, created. Like you were saying, Gen X. That's my parents' generation. Quite frankly, they, not all of them, because my parents, I don't think, were definitely not like that with me because my dad was very strict. Now, my mom, growing up, was not so strict. My dad was a strict one, not my mom, when it came to being strict. But my dad definitely overruled her on all of the decisions, though. At the end of the day, um, when he could, I want to say like every time, but like when he could, like when he was there, he would make sure that he would overrule her on all the decisions. But when he wasn't there, I did get away with a lot of stuff. I couldn't have got away with. Um, I wouldn't have got away with it. My dad was there. I'd have been like a no go. Wow, organized insanity. That sounds awesome. An e-bike. Eh, make sure it's high mileage. Um, let's see. Millennials don't have kids. Gen Z looking like they are going to be even worse than all the other generations combined. Most of the world would be majority Catholic, Orthodox, and Muslim soon. Do Oh well, okay, like 50 to 60 years. Wow, wow, the line. That's quite a prediction. Um, let's see. Organizing Sandy says did some port and head work on it today. Oh crap, we just lost everything. Shit. Oh man. Let's see what we can do now. Oh, oops. Oh, didn't get nothing on that one either. Oh, gotcha. Oh, ah, yep. And because of how they do that in South America, that's kind of what makes me want to go to South America to try to find a wife. I mean, a nice wife in South America, because they have a lot of kids, and plus I like Latinas anyways. So there's that too. I like Latinas anyways. Uh, ooh, ooh. Oh man. Whoop. Yeah, Orthodox people. Yeah, if you meet Orthodox people and even like Catholics, it would seem too, but definitely part of the Orthodox, they have like 3 to 5 kids. I mean, they popping babies, like, but like Protestants, like you say, they're not. Yeah, they're not. You might find a Protestant with like 1 kid, 2 at the most, but having kids, yeah, more than 2 for a Protestant, nah, not really. If that, which most Protestants don't even have kids, they're like you say, they're having trouble finding women. Um, yeah, atheists don't even want kids, like for sure. Also, I was gonna go check out zombies. That last game. Here I am. I'm still in multiplayer. Oh, we'll go one more game, then we'll go zombies. Oh, I'm HBT. Okay. Dang. Hey. Huh. Um, oh, shoot. Ah, there's no way I was gonna make it out. Uh, okay, I at least got him some. Dude. Ah, really? Ah. Well, I didn't. Hey, it kind of worked. Hey, it kind of worked. It would have worked. If I played a little bit smarter, it would have worked. That would have worked. I am the HPT. Uh, Come on, somebody get me up. Somebody get me up. I'm down. I'm down. Lady wanna let me up that time. Oh, I got him. He had to dip inside the building. Or did he dip in the water? No, I dip in the water. Wait, save your HPT, bud. Oh. Oh. Finish up. Let's finish up. Oh. I knew I seen somebody go that way. Corner of my eye. Oh. I'm like, I heard some swords. Uh, see, most Protestants are Gnostic women that just use God as a way to feel better about their degeneracy. Yeah, I would probably say there's a lot of them. I don't know about most, but I would definitely say there's a lot of them. Um, let's see, which actually makes sense when you, huh? Gnostics were French. Let's see, which actually makes sense when you look into the origins of Gnosticism, because it was basically a bunch of loose, losers or losers. I think it means losers who used gnosis as a way to get women. Huh. Okay. Hmm, I didn't know that. I'd look into that. Let's see. Oh, I gotta get rid of that one on Twitch. Can I? No, I can't see it on Twitch. Darn. Ah, someone's doing that cheap reviews on whatever website again. Oh, yeah. They do that a lot. Let's go check out zombies. See what's going on in zombies. Cause I ain't played zombies in quite a while. See, they still got Cowabunga cracked up here in zombies. That's right. That's season 3. Oh, no. That happens. Can't wait to see what season 3 brings as far as zombies. There's supposed to be some cool stuff in season 3. Uh, oh, it talks about that in the book we're listening to, or I'm listening to. I guess you're reading. Um, I didn't. I guess I may have missed that part. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that. I may have missed that part because whenever I listen to it, it's always that I'm always like either driving or like uh, I'm doing something. I'm either driving or something. Like I'm cleaning the house, whatever. Then I listen to it. A lot of the time. Yeah, and sometimes I talk to myself about trying to understand what it is saying, and maybe I missed that part. I don't know what I was doing on this one. I think I was just running around, doing whatever. I can't even remember. There was a goal. There was a reason I was playing this game. I had to go and just back out of this one. I don't remember what I was doing. I'm just sitting there playing something. I don't even remember what I was doing. I don't know what the goal was. I think it was just to up my gun. I think that's what it was. It boiled down to, and to work on my skins. Yeah, I think I'm gonna quit this one because I don't know what I was doing. 200 zombies eliminations with SMG. Consume 5 gumballs. Oh, well, I can do that one. Eliminate 25 venom and parasites. I don't know if I can do that one. Um, Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, they were never nice to heretics. I mean, even Paul wasn't nice to heretics. I mean, I don't know if nice was even in Paul's vocabulary, especially when dealing with heretics. I mean, I'll find out loot key. Oh, wait a minute. I thought I already had. I thought I had one. And so this is a swapping out my loot key. Oh, man. Did I ever open the safe up this game? No, I did not. I don't know what I was doing this game, so maybe leveling up guns. Oh, I hear somebody. Um. Hey, are you crazy? Oh.
Hey,
Hang on.
how's it going?
It's going good. You?
I working a little bit.
Oh, you got a little bit of an echo.
Duh. Hold on.
Yeah, you got a little bit of an echo. Yeah.
That fix it.
Nah.
Crap.
Or is it me? Could be
Oh, it
me.
probably ain't you. It's me. Is that better?
Mm-mm.
I'm gonna check this box.
Let's see.
There we go. Is that better?
Yeah, there you go.
That fix it.
Yeah, that fixed it. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I had unchecked the echo thing and the stream yard or whatever.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, it's like Joy Daggers. Oh, J Daggers. Oh, except instead of not having, I'm not trying to look so stupid. See. Hello, Joker. Welcome in, Joker. I'll see you down there in chat. Uh-oh. We got Joker coming in. Uh-oh. Hey, Joker.
Good morning, motherfuckers. You good? What you
Good
playing?
morning.
What you playing?
Call of
Okay.
Duty. Yeah,
Call of
Call of
Duty.
Duty Black Ops, yeah.
Black Ops. Back in
Yep.
the day, good shit, people. Good shit, people.
Oh, this is
Remember
Black
that
Ops
shit on the
6.
Xbox? Remember? Black Ops on the Xbox, bruv. Boosh.
Oh, like the original Black Ops?
I,
Yeah.
OG Xbox, man. Yeah, I still got one of their bad boys. Totally.
You mean OG 360, not
No. Before 360, Black Ops was on the OG Xbox, was it not?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't on the original Xbox, no.
Was it not?
No, it was not. It appeared on
Oh, wait, no. Was that
360.
Medal of Honor? Was it Medal of Honor that was on
Medal
the
of
OG?
Honor was, yeah. Medal of
Yeah,
Honor's been around for
yeah.
a long time.
They
It's been
don't make
around
that
since
anymore, do they? That's
PS1,
the
I think.
franchise that stopped. They stopped the Medal of Honor franchise, I think.
Well, on PS1 as well. The what?
I said I think they stopped the Medal of Honor franchise. I don't think it's made anymore.
I think the last one that I remember was the Medal of Honor. What was it on the? I can't remember if it was
8 years ago, 10 years ago, maybe.
It's been a while because I know Medal
Yeah.
of Honor. They had one on what was it? PS4 or was it PS3? I think it was PS3.
I don't know. I remember one on PS3 and Xbox as well, 360. At the same
It's been
time.
a while. Yeah, because I know it was either that last one that they made was a World War II one, or it was the one that was based in Afghanistan. I can't remember.
I'm not too sure. The last one I played was World War II, to be fair. But there was a few World War II ones, wasn't it? They all kind of
Yeah.
progressed for World War II, really, wasn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think the last World War II one they did was Medal of Honor Airborne.
Yeah, you might be
I
right.
think that was the last World War II one.
So, are you crazy?
Yeah.
How you doing?
Not too bad of it. So.
Yeah, I'm not bad, man. Where you from? Where you
Sorry.
from, Crazy? Where you from?
I'm from the States,
Yeah, I
Tennessee.
gathered that. Like what county?
Tennessee.
Ah, nice. You know, so you're like a hick then, technically.
A what?
A hick.
Oh, a hick. Yeah,
Come on, I'm Scottish. Everybody in America's a hick.
yeah, we're called that. 'Cause we
There's
were
no
little.
malice, man. I'm just a piss taker. That's why James went, oh, here he comes.
Yeah, he's a pesky Scotsman.
I'm just a cunt, technically.
Yeah, I've been on panels
Uh,
or been in chats or whatever, listening to panels you're on.
Yeah, James is all right, man. James, I only ken James because of VK, Verbal Combat. And I normally just go on there just to break TOCs and get kicked, to be fair.
you always break it.
Yeah, but like the thing is though, man, it's because I'm Scottish, right? I shoot my mouth before I even think about it, man. To be fair.
Don't you hang out over at Ricky's?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, I know Bricky. Bricky's a good boy.
Yeah,
Bricky
Ricky's
came
awesome.
on to he came on Speakeasies today, right? Wildheart was on there, and Bricky came on. He went, "What you doing with that fucking lunatic on that wrong?" And on, he went, "Joe, I came by you're here."
Yeah, Ricky's wild. I like him.
Yeah, Bricky's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's all right. Like he's no shy anyway. You know what I mean?
No, he's definitely not shy.
100%.
He disappears for a while sometimes, but not shy.
Yeah, but that's life, isn't it, James? We've all got a life, bro. We didn't, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I'd
Does that
say,
make sense? He's got shit to do, and that is what it is,
Yeah,
isn't it? He's a good boy.
yeah, I
You know what I mean?
know.
That's what it is.
I'd say he's
It is what
literally
it is.
laying bricks. When he
Well, you know.
disappears, I bet he's laying bricks, really.
No, I bet he's shagging.
Yeah, he's a bricklayer. I think that's probably would be his occupation, with having brick on a rant, or
If
bricky
you
on a
getting
rant,
his
rather. You know.
douche. MP5, yeah.
I don't think it's technically called the MP5 on here. I think it's the C9 on here. Because they
C9, is
quit.
it?
Yeah, because they quit using the actual names
Yeah.
because of copyright stuff.
Yeah,
think it's
remember
supposed to
they
be.
used to get a frag mass. They call it that anymore, do they? They call it a frag gun or some shit like that as well.
Yeah, I think so. Because they don't like I say, they don't use their actual names anymore because of copyright stuff. Because they quit wanting to pay for the copyright stuff to get the rights to use it.
Phil, hip to that clip.
They want cheap.
Every 5 seconds, fill up the mag. Go on, son.
And
What you got left to do?
daily challenges for the day are to get 200 zombie kills with the SMG, which is why I got the C9, and then
Yeah.
5 gumballs, which I've done consumed one of those and got 95 parts of the 200 kills. And
You
then
only got 9
eliminate.
minutes. You only got 9 minutes left to follow that up, yeah?
No, 11 hours, 44 minutes.
All right. It says pause timer 9 minutes. It says there.
Oh, that's because of the pause. That's the pause timer before it saves it and then takes you back to the main
Right.
menu.
Got you.
Because they have a save feature
Yeah.
on Black Ops 6, which they've never had before. That was part of the bringing the pause button back. I don't know why, but I guess because of maybe that's their way of trying to fix the problem where the time out if you go so many rounds up.
Yeah.
Maybe that's their way of fixing that problem. I don't know.
As long as it works, lad, innit? You know what I mean? You'll
Yeah.
never fix the problems. There'll always be a fucking issue, innit? You know what I mean?
Because I know back in the day when World of War was around, people did the high round thing, and they would like get so many rounds, and then all of a sudden the game would time out or crash, pretty
Yeah,
much. Because they didn't expect people to get high rounds back then.
yeah.
They didn't have that expectation. They really didn't have that expectation in the case of how they did things back then, where the zombies would stop spawning after so many rounds. Like and it would be like the same amount of zombies each round.
Uh-huh.
Like it would be like set at 20 or per round, I think, after so many rounds or something like that.
Yeah. Well, listen, James, I'm going to bounce, man. It's getting close to 4:30 a.m. and here in the UK, Scotland. So I'm going to bed, lad. Nice meeting you. Are you crazy?
Yes,
You know?
sir. You too.
And to be honest with you, are you crazy? When I read it, I was about to say, hell yeah.
I'm a little bit crazy.
Because it's a
Enjoy your night.
question.
And there's a new one in. There's a elder. What? How do you
Elder
use it, man?
Lion. Elder
What?
Lion. That's what they say his name.
Elder Line. Elder Line.
Yeah. Yeah,
How you doing,
like
Elder Line? Right, anyway, guys, enjoy your night. James, I'll catch you more at some point, bro. All right, enjoy your night.
Later,
all right.
I'll,
You as well.
I'm coming. I'm going to my bed, but I'll be watching your gaming for a wee bit before I crash out, lad. So make sure you do these zombies, and I want to see grenades, flamethrowers, if you can. You know.
Huh.
Just saying.
Okay.
Right, anyway, I'll catch you
I
in a
don't.
bit. All right, I'll get you in the chat, lad. All right, enjoy
All
your night,
right.
boys. Enjoy your night. Bye bye.
Yeah, I can't really do the grenades and rocket launcher because I don't have a rocket launcher, and also I don't have grenades. I have axes. No thanks.
Hello, Elder.
And I came up here to talk about something, but I just completely forgot.
Oh, what was that, Elder?
But I tried to. I was coming up here to talk about something, and I completely forgot.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of I guess it kind of happens with Joker. Sometimes around he talks. He's trying to leave them. He's gone.
And I tell you, remember, but there've been a few times when brick stream, and yelled at each other.
Yeah, they yell a lot over there. And bricks.
I haven't even seen brick stream in a while.
Yeah, he
really
ain't been
checked.
on in a while. I ain't really seen Brick around in a while.
I've seen him someplace or talked to him someplace.
I think the last time I talked to him was maybe a couple weeks ago on that other English channel. I think that's the last time I talked to him was a couple weeks ago.
I think I seen him or talked to him over there at Chris's.
Hmm.
About a week, a few days ago.
Hell, past couple of weeks, I've been like lurking in a bunch of like Hebrew Israelite channels. um, if you, I don't know what they're called, but they're like Christian Egyptians. They think like the Egyptian gods have some sort of part of Christianity.
Huh?
Yeah, I've been hearing that too, Elder.
Really weird.
The what?
Yep.
I never
I
heard of
know.
that.
Well, one of those people that speakeasy, he goes on his panel. He's been on his panel a couple times. He's one of them. I don't actually know what his beliefs are called. I've also heard other people call it the similar way. Freddie kind of talks in the same way too. I don't even know what Freddie is, to be honest. He's just like a
Yeah,
weird mix of somewhat random shit. Like, I don't.
yeah, he believes in some sort of Egyptian stuff or something, I guess.
Talk about Freddie from over at JS's.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, I don't know what he is, but he believes in some sort of Egyptian stuff, I guess. You got me on what he is.
I don't know. I've talked to him quite a bit, but I still don't know what exactly he is or what exactly what he believes.
Yeah.
It was like a subsect of Hebrew Israelite. But I don't get any of it. It just seems like it's a kind of a black supremacy thing.
Yep.
I call it the legaless pangs ideology.
Who was Pangs ideology?
Legaless pangs. Well, they were the kangs of all the kings of
Oh, Tang, not Pang, Tang.
yeah. Like I try to do a deep dive into like the historical claims that they make, and all of it's just made up. Like it actually does not exist. There's no evidence of that at all.
Hmm.
And in fact, there's even like evidence to the contrary. And so far, the only kingdom that I've seen that can be proven is the Ethiopian kingdom.
Hmm.
There were some, what was his name? Manmuza. He was he was king over like a bunch of Muslim nations at some point. Yeah, I've been lurking in those channels, trying to fact check everything they say. And one day I'm just going to appear on some of these panels and just absolutely rip them to shreds.
Huh. So you just been watching, you've been lurking.
You know, I'm prowling in the background like a Jaws, and ready to come up and strike them whenever I'm
No,
ready for it.
no, 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 no.
Yep.
Are they putting
Hey,
that FBA or whatever associated with that, Elder?
Do what?
When they talk about the fundamental Black American or something like that.
Oh, I haven't even dived into that.
oh, that's
They make so many
that,
random claims that it takes forever to fact check everything they say.
Yeah, I don't.
yeah,
I,
I wouldn't. Yeah, I can't dive into that one.
I
That
lurk a
one's
lot
just
too. I did last. I've been lurking a lot, but just listening. I don't understand what they mean by that. I kind of do, but kind of don't.
yeah, I don't get it either. I mean, I've talked to like a lot of them on CT's channel, and I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
get
that's
it
right here.
either.
Yeah, that's where I hear that the most. over at CT's channel.
I just don't get it. I've talked to so many of them, and I just still don't get it. I can't wrap my head around the idea of what an FBA is. I mean, because you got one group that believes this, one group that believes that.
I don't even know what it actually means. I don't.
Well, apparently, the basic idea of it is that you're to be a foundational Black American. It means that the blacks were actually from America instead of like this is
Oh,
like
so
their
they're like
native
black
land.
Mormons.
Was the black what, Elder?
So they're like black Mormons.
Oh,
Yeah, I guess. Do I don't know. Do the Mormons believe that they're from America and that they're?
Yeah, they think that all the stuff that happens in the Bible happened in America.
Oh, okay.
I just tell when it comes to America myself, they was pilgrims and they was Indians. I don't know anything else. It started there.
Well, they kind of claim that Native Americans are somehow black, even though they're more closely related to Asians.
Yeah,
I
because
see.
technically Asians came across the ocean to make the Native Americans because they replaced apparently, from my understanding of history, the the modern Native Americans that are still living and everything. Their ancestors replaced a population that was here before them because they overtook them and conquered them.
If they were truly from the U.S. or from America, the United States or whatever, they wouldn't be black. The weather wouldn't have made them black. You know what I mean?
Well, these people
Oh,
also think like their melanin is superpowered. That's some sort of genetic superpower, like a god gene or something.
Oh, that's crazy.
yeah, they're kind of like the Hebrew Israelites on that part because the Hebrew Israelites kind of think that somehow their melatonin level makes them above other people,
No, they had to
closer
have
to
it because of
God.
where they lived or where they come from. Like I'm white, I came from America. So I was born here. I didn't need that gene or that color.
Also, you think a lot of their claims that they made, uh, that there would just be almost no white people left in America because we Americans all have a little bit of black in them somewhere. And the way that they talk about the dominant gene is that the black dominant gene, you would think that it would just take over the white gene.
It would, wouldn't it? If it was dominant, it would. That's what that means.
Yeah.
Everybody would have it. Still another crazy claim.
Yeah, there's so many crazy claims out there.
Yeah, it's confusing.
Yeah, it's
Theirs is
very confusing.
particularly weird, though, because like you keep digging and digging and digging to find the root of all their arguments, and you just can't ever find it. It's just so much shit piled on top of each other that it just has to be some random dude that just made all these claims. They just all just believe it. They keep trying to find that one root person.
That sounds legit. But like you say, it's random stuff just popping up. Stuff that makes me scratch my head.
And something else that I've noticed too is that a lot of these people use the ideology that well, I don't know how to say this in a way that's not against TOS. The people in the South that dress like ghosts.
Yep. Understand.
Yeah, oh yeah, we got you.
But they seem to copy a lot of their ideology, except replacing white with black.
Yeah, it seems like it because they're very supremacy in that they think they're somehow superior.
And it got to the point where I just think that a bunch of people just copied it and then just applied it to black people. And I think that's why I'm just going to start calling Freddy Grand Dragon Freddy.
I don't know if Freddy's trolling or he means it. I really don't.
He's trolling half, but
He
he
trolls a lot.
believes a lot of the shit he says.
I do think he believes it. I just don't know how much of it.
Yeah,
That's
I don't either.
the superiority thing, that gene. I think he believes that. He trolls it a lot, but I
Yeah,
think he believes it.
he has a lot of knowledge that he pulls out of his ass for that to just be a troll. Seems like he's legitimately looked into that stuff and just believes it on his face.
Yeah, he's had to look into it. So agree. I bought one of the cheapest mics ever made, I think, on Amazon. I don't know if it's okay or not, but I don't even know if the mute button works. I got tired of wearing that headphone thing on my head.
There are a lot of cheap mics that are really good. I don't know what it is about uh, StreamYard, but I have to be like right up on my mic for everybody to be able to hear me.
Yeah, this
Even with
one,
this,
this is I see that duck and I always think it's the same, but it's not. This is StreamYard, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll have trouble with it. I think it wants to adjust your microphone a lot.
yeah. And if I leave the damn yeah, make it a little better. So if I remove the reduced mic background noise, you can hear everything. Like, everything in my entire house. You can hear it.
Wow. I When I came on a minute ago, James, well, he let me know I had to check some boxes. I had them unchecked, and I checked them.
Yeah, it had a bit of an echo.
Yeah, my first one I think is echo cancellation. That's the one that fixed it actually. Like I say, it's the cheapest. It's cheap, but it gets that thing off my head. I don't know how you play a video game and talk, James.
Yeah, it's not easy.
No, might be my age or
Practice.
whatever, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't concentrate and do both. I couldn't do it. I could, but I'd be killed every 10 seconds.
Surprised we're all just sniping at each other. Look, that's all they're doing in this game. Want to snipe.
Why do you want to play in a team right now or playing with a team?
I'm playing with a team against another team.
Okay.
Seems like all the other team wants to do is snipe. Because most of the teams up here on the rooftop, they keep coming up to the rooftop. The other team.
I remember what I was gonna talk about now. Oh, I had the strangest interaction with my grandma today. It
Hmm.
was she was talking to me about telling me that I needed to go to a church, and then I was explaining to her that I'm going to go to one. Which I'm just going to go to the Orthodox church. She didn't even know what Orthodoxy was, and so I spent like 2 hours explaining it to her, and she said, "I wish you wouldn't have to go to a place like that," but her church that she goes to is like almost completely died out. And I tried to explain to her probably why that is. And she's the only person that's actually listened to everything that I said and took it seriously.
Hmm.
Because everyone else that I've talked to Orthodoxy about, I have to spend like weeks explaining every aspect of it for them to come to grips with what I'm talking about. And even then, I usually have to give them a book or something for them to understand it. Everybody at my job thinks I'm a part of a cult.
Dang.
Because you go to church.
Because they've never heard of Orthodoxy and they just think it's a cult.
Oh, I admit, I didn't hear. I really didn't know. At my age, I didn't know until I found this. I guess you would call it this community here. I broke my leg or my ankle, and I was out. I couldn't do anything for 8 months, so that's how I found my way here. But I really hadn't heard of it, to be honest. I thought I was pretty up on stuff, but I was not.
Yeah, it's yeah, you don't hear about it. It's
Nope, not in this area. You just, I don't know if it's because it's mostly like in my area here, maybe Baptist or uh, Presbyterian, something like that.
well, I mean, we live in like kind of rural areas, you know,
Yeah, yeah, really.
like me and you. So it's like we don't hear about it. It's like the only places you see it is in the cities, you know, or it's around us. And then like there's a monastery maybe, because I know there's a monastery near me. I don't know about as far as your area exactly, but
I don't even know if there's one in this area, like a Orthodox church.
yeah, there might be one somewhere near you, depending on
I mean, I'll
exactly
Google,
where you live at.
I'll Google it and
I had
find
to
out.
guess there's probably one near you based on what I seen where your numbers from. But
There's Greek. There is one. There's Russian, Greek.
That's what surprising I found out. It's like surprisingly around in my state, there's probably an Orthodox church within like 45 minutes of wherever you are in the state. Actually, kind of prevalent here. I've just never heard of it.
Oh, this one's uh 35 or 45 minutes away.
for a parish, that ain't bad at all. I would say because the closest parish to me is like an hour away. The parish that I'm going to be going to is like 57 minutes away. The one that I'm going to be going to regularly, the Russian Orthodox parish.
So there's a Russian here in Bluntville,
Hmm.
Bluntville, Tennessee. That's a pretty good ways off for me.
Yeah, because yeah, I think that would be a pretty good ways off.
There's one on or there's
If
one in
you're where exactly where your number is based at, yeah, or somewhere near it, yeah.
What is a Orthodox Presbyterian?
I never heard of Orthodox Presbyterian.
That's what they're advertising it as.
Probably just
Probably
classical
Protestant.
Presbyterian. Yeah, probably Protestant. They just call themselves Orthodox Presbyterian.
Because Orthodox is something like Russian or like
Greek,
Greek or
yeah,
Ethiopian.
Ethiopian.
Ethiopian. Yeah, then you got the Rome. I mean, the Roman, the Romanian Orthodox. It's something from the east, typically.
Romanian Orthodox is just like it's still the same mixture. I don't think that they're like their own church.
I thought they were
I
like their
don't.
own church from what I looked at, what I've seen.
Well, and it's really prevalent in Romania, and it's separated in a lot of ways. Not separated from like the church, but it's not one of the big three. Like I don't know how to explain it in a clearer way. Because I've looked into it lately because I've been looking into the Masoretic text and the history of that, and I found a guy who really just despises Orthodoxy because of the Romanian church. Because I guess the Romanians are real harsh on being full vegan, or at least
Really?
from his point of view, they are. Which, if what he is saying is true, which I don't think it is, because his story is kind of like a lot of people's stories, with the majority of like atheist people or non-denominational people. They just have really bad experiences as a child in a church. They don't want to be a part of one after.
Mm.
And it seemed like when he was young, because his family were all Romanian Orthodox, that when he was a kid, he probably went to Romania as a kid for Lent and doesn't have a concept of what it was when he was a kid.
Oh.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna, yeah, but I don't think he had an understanding of what Lent was, so it scared him.
Oh.
People can get messed up from childhood stuff.
Yeah, it's like why I want to be careful with dealing with a family member of mine that I deal with.
This guy had like a whole story of him going to Romania when he was a kid. All the Orthodox priests saying you can never eat meat, otherwise you'll never get to heaven, which does not sound like Orthodoxy at all. And
Yeah, that don't sound like the Orthodox I know.
You got to what,
do
Elder?
what?
They told him he had to what?
He had to be like a pure vegan and could never eat any meat ever, otherwise he was going to go to hell.
Oh wow.
Which I
That
don't
sounds
think
like
so. I
Seventh
don't.
Day Adventist.
Yeah, I think that he was just a kid and he misunderstood, and then he had like an experience where this, like he almost got ran over by a train or something, and his whole family almost got ran over by a train in the car, and all he could think about was the egg and milk in the trunk.
Oh.
So I think, and if his family was that hard for it, or like Romanian Orthodox and Romanian Orthodox people said this, then why would they have milk and egg? It just doesn't. His story doesn't make any sense. It just sounds like very childish understanding of what was actually going on.
Hmm.
But you
Yeah,
know,
he,
he was
Yeah,
a
might
kid.
be.
So.
yeah, he probably misunderstood something, some part he misunderstood, or just come up with it. Maybe,
But
maybe.
beyond that, his work and looking through that Masoretic text and the origins of those is actually really good because I've gone back behind him and retraced everything that he says, and everything he says is right on the money pretty much. I didn't even know about Kabbalism until I started watching this guy. Now I got a book of that come on his way.
Hmm.
The Kabbalism is something that that gematria shit is based on too.
Oh, Zach.
Do what?
Who's Zach?
I don't know what you mean. I might have cut out.
Zach's the one about gematria.
Oh yeah, yeah. A lot of the gematria people use Kabbalism. I didn't really look into it because the two gematria books I read was just they just pepper spray you with so much random ideology that it's kind of like the Hebrew Israelites. So I didn't really take Kabbalism as a real thing until I started watching this guy's video.
Yeah. Bless Clint, Sweater. Welcome in, Sweater. I'm okay. Um, as I can be. But yeah, a lot of those people you can't really take too serious though, because they just, I don't know, they got claims, but they can't back them up.
Yeah, and when you ask them to back it up, it just becomes this massive 20-minute long word salad that sits in the.
Yeah, pretty much, just a bunch of word salad. Yep.
I don't even know if you can call it word salad, honestly. The salad could at least provide you some nutrition. What they're saying is just pure, absolute nonsense. I don't remember which book I was reading because after I read those democracy books, I threw them away because I didn't even want to put it on my bookshelf. They were so horrible, so I just threw them away. And I don't want my kid to randomly go through my bookcase and pick up a gematria book and think that I actually believe in that stuff too. So, uh, but this guy basically said that all of the numbers that he uses comes out of the book of Numbers from the Old Testament. And I was just like, that sounds like the most retarded thing I've ever heard. Yeah, it just, it still blows my mind that he actually said that and put it in a book and published it.
Oh, I mean, people say crazy stuff, you know.
I've also been hearing like this whole numerology that's in the Masoretic text is just something that the rabbinics put in and that it actually isn't really there. So when people use all these numbers and crap to explain things from the Old Testament, it's actually just coming from the rabbinics. I don't know
Oh,
about
you
that for
mean
sure. I haven't traced that anywhere, but it's something I've heard.
like numerology? Or you mean like the thing, like for example, like a day is like 1,000 years to the Lord, or
Or
you
it's
mean like that?
kind of like each verse or each word has a number that's associated with it.
Oh, that's that does come from the rabbis. The idea where each thing has a number meaning to it. That's tradition. That's not necessarily scriptural. It's Kabbalah. There we go, Kabbalah.
Ah,
Um,
so there's uh, the thing I was talking about before. Yeah, okay. Now, yeah, now that makes more sense, and I know those two things are connected.
um. Oh, okay. Hey, John. Welcome in. Yeah, I do need to give you permission to redirect. I didn't even. Yeah, I didn't know you wanted to redirect. Let me fix that because I don't let it's just anyone redirect. Yeah. Let me go ahead and fix that. View your channel. Oh, manage videos. Send it back to there. That. Hey, hey, King Blackout, unofficial raid from Moseman. Welcome in for the unofficial raid from Moseman. Thank you for the unofficial raid, there, Moseman. We'll try to get you official now once I get my settings fixed. Oh. Let's see. Redirect. So what's the at? Let's see. What is that for John Moseman then? What's his at thing? I gotta figure out what your at is. Oh, that's right. John Moseman Productions. Okay. That would be. Well, I can't just find the. Ah, there we go. Perfect. Save. Gotcha. Set up there. Now you can raid me there, John. Now you can raid me. Do the official raid next time. um, yeah, I got it, John. I just I forgot the productions part. That was and it was all crunched together. Yeah, but yeah, thank you, John. Thank you. Stephen DeYoung's church. Wait a minute, ain't that? Wait a minute, Stephen DeYoung. Yeah, Stephen DeYoung wrote that book that me and Other Line are talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay, that's why the name sounded familiar. I'm like Stephen DeYoung. Okay.
They actually wrote another book you should read just on your personal time called God's a Man of War. I've been enjoying that. I've been reading it on and off.
You said God, what?
God is a Man of War.
Oh, God is a man of war. Okay, I think you talked about that one on here before.
Yeah, probably.
Cause you said you've been enjoying it, so I think you've talked about it before on here.
Yeah, I like a lot of Stephen DeYoung's stuff. I haven't seen anything that he's done that I haven't liked.
Oh, his church is in LaFar, Louisiana. Ain't LaFar like in the northern part of Louisiana? I think it is. I don't know where LaFar is. I think it's in the northern part of Louisiana. Because LaFar, Tennessee is in the northern part of Tennessee, because that's a LaFar in Tennessee as well. Because I only know about the one in Tennessee because of the Hebrew Israelites. They got a camp out there in LaFar, Tennessee. That's where I started my journey at. Was dealing with the Hebrew Israelites. Taking the Bible serious. That's where I started my journey at. Lafayette.
Holy
Okay,
shit.
Lafayette.
Lafayette.
Lafayette. Oh, Lafayette. Oh, Lafayette.
I think that's the way. That's the way I've always
Lafayette.
said it.
Well, Lafayette.
Yeah.
It's in the south, about an hour or so above. Oh, okay, so that's near. Okay, Baton Rouge. Okay, I know where you're at then, based on that.
Talking about Stephen DeYoung, I just remembered I forgot to send you that video he did
Oh,
about the
King.
5-inch falls with the angel.
Yep, I get it, King. You can go mod for easy. I get it. You gotta be there. I get it. Have a great one, King. Take care. Because I seen he was gonna be going live tonight after I went live. I
He's
noticed he
doing
was
those
gonna go
panel
live.
keys. I
Oh, he's
think.
doing the. Yeah, I think he is doing the panel thing where he does the panel takeover.
Yeah, that's it. Panel. Yeah.
Yeah, he seems to do that a lot here lately.
Yep.
Um. Let's see. I'll drop the Discord link. Well, wait a minute. Ain't you in the Discord, CopraCast? CopraCast was in the Discord.
I think he's looking for the link, but it's not in this.
Oh, well, the link's at the top for the stream, for StreamYard. It's a StreamYard, the link. It'd be pinned to the top. People can join the panel. That's what you're looking for, yeah. That's it's pinned at the top, like Sweater said.
I was gonna say I've seen him in your Discord.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought it was in Discord. I thought I've seen him in Discord. There he is. Got the Steam logo. I mean, not Steam logo, but the. Well, actually, or is that the Steam logo?
Okay, I think I'm good.
Technically.
Nah, that's the OBS logo.
Yes, OBS.
Oh, yes, my bad. They kind of look alike, don't they? In a
It's
way?
pronounced
No,
Lafayette.
they don't actually.
RU got it right, Lafayette.
No, they don't. Now I look at it. No, they don't.
Yeah, I have to get
Lafayette.
back there.
Yeah, so it's about an hour and a half above Baton Rouge, Lafayette.
Baton Rouge.
Yeah. So I'm from the Zachary area, which is like a straight shot to Stephen DeYoung.
Huh.
Yeah.
So you're not really that far from him.
No, not at all. It's I just got in. I go to St. Matthew's Apostle Orthodox Church. I just started going there, but I'm gonna go check his church out too. It's St. Gabriel Orthodox Church, something like that.
Yeah, I may look it up if I ever find myself down in Louisiana, but I don't think I ever will though.
If you end up in Lafayette, it's St. Gabriel Apostle. I don't know if it says. It might say Archangel Orthodox Church. I think that's what it is. It's something like that. But my brother and I, we're going this weekend because I've gotten him interested in the Orthodox Church. So
Awesome.
yeah, which I'm pretty new. I just started going like 2 weeks ago. So
Yeah, it's a lot to learn.
yeah,
I'll tell you that as a catechumen now, there's a lot to learn.
yeah. I mean,
I became catechumen this past Sunday.
I come from. That's pretty awesome, dude. I come from Pentecostal, so that's pretty awesome though. I'm looking forward to that. That's my goal. So
Which I gotta talk to my 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 head father there at the church. I gotta talk to him about what I need to do with my YouTube channel because I don't know how to proceed with that.
I haven't streamed in like 4 weeks because I've been kind of. I don't really know what to do because I don't want to say the wrong things anymore. I've said a lot of wrong things, so I've been working on getting closer to God and not doing much streaming. But
Oh yeah, I can understand John. Yeah, I can totally understand his Copacast's confusion. I can totally understand.
I don't even have him. What is he? Is John talking in the stream?
He's talking in the chat. He's just saying that you could understand. He's talking to me, saying that you could understand like your confusion and everything when you was trying to
Oh
figure
yeah,
out where to go.
The Discord, yeah.
Or I think he's talking to me. He may have been talking to Sweater.
Yeah, I see what he's
Probably
saying.
talking to me too. Or
a lot of people use
or
Discord, so I
me.
was expecting a Discord channel.
Nah.
I didn't see your StreamYard link.
Yeah, I don't use Discord like the other ones. I mean, I've thought about it. There's a possibility of going there after getting done with this because you can have a lot more people on Discord and a panel.
I agree
But
with
the thing
John
is,
though. Congrats on being a catechumen, bro. That's pretty awesome.
yeah, thank y'all. But the one thing about Discord though is the fact you have to have people in your server in order for them to join
Yeah.
Discord. That's the one downfall of it that I can see.
So y'all just did your first episode on Religion of the Apostles, right?
Yeah, we did this past Sunday. Yeah.
Okay.
I need to catch it. I saw it and I haven't watched it yet. But
Yeah, the first half was kind of rough because I'm not used to talking. But
I'm only on chapter 3. I started with its podcast, so that's how I knew him. The Councils of the Gods or Council of God or whatever. I think it's Council of God. I think that's what it's called.
I watched his I forgot the other father that he was with. But he does the Lord of Spirit podcast. Sweater showed me that.
Okay.
I've been slowly getting through.
I think he has a couple podcasts that he appears on. I know he has his own, like Council of God, and I think that's the other one. That makes sense.
Oh, thank you, John, for the Venmo. I just got the notification on my watch.
Which Elderline, you're kind of hard to hear, bro.
Yeah, I'm trying not to wake up my kid and
Oh, okay. I got you. You're good.
Let's see if I got anywhere else.
How's life, James? You good?
Good as can be. Just, taking it one day at a time.
Hey, I get that, bro. I just flew back from Monroe, and then my student took me out for a couple of drinks. So I was like, I wasn't gonna say no.
Yeah, Venmo don't take nearly as much. Only 1.9%. I like Venmo a lot better.
Now Venmo is pretty cool. They banned me.
They banned you.
Yeah, I have no idea why. To this day, I have no idea why.
And you still say they're cool. That definitely means you didn't take it personal on that one.
Well, they owe me like $10. I never got my $10 and they banned me. But I still don't know why. They told me I was like suspicious activity or something. But
all right, maybe that'll help. Can you hear me a little bit better now?
yeah, you're good, dude.
Very good. But yeah, thank you, John. Yeah, I know we can disagree on things, yeah, and debate. I mean, I don't agree with everything necessarily, even with the church to be fair, because I believe in the death penalty, where the Orthodox don't.
Which, by the way, John, I was trying to give you $20 earlier.
So,
PayPal, Cash App wouldn't let me. So if you have another way, I owe you $20.
Sounds like his Venmo works.
My
or
Venmo.
at least
I
that's
don't understand why Steam irritates me so much. My fucking mic's
at least from my
awful on
best
Steam
understanding, I
anyway.
should say the Orthodox Church don't agree with the
I
death
got you,
penalty.
John.
From my best
I see
understanding,
you.
I'll talk to a father on that.
Are Gen Z on the right track? And I think they might be. I just saw your title.
Yeah, that's what I was wanting to kind of raise the question about tonight.
I think they
Is
might
Gen
be.
Z on the right track?
I keep seeing article after article like they're more traditional.
Well, maybe the men, like the older line was talking about.
Well, yeah, the women. I mean, they've had so many years of telling them, empowerment. I just saw a friend of mine who's my age, we're 30, and she's like posted this huge post about her empowerment and like not letting no men get her down, and it's like
I see you back there, John. Let's get John up here.
hey, what's up, John?
How's it going, guys?
Hello, John Mosman.
What's
How's it
going
going,
on?
Crazy? How's it going, friend?
Not too bad.
Good.
Hanging out.
Is Epic giving you any Epic problems today?
Yeah, well, actually, I'm on duty. Yeah, I've
Yeah.
talked to a couple of doctors so far.
Yeah. Yeah, Epic is always an epic headache for a lot of people. but,
Yeah.
but it's
Wow.
I mean, but it's
Alien
still the
knows how to
biggest
say
one out there,
Lafayette,
I think, isn't it?
so.
Isn't it the biggest one?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It started in 1979.
Yeah.
That's a long time ago. I don't know what they were doing back then, but
They're like faxing.
yeah, bro.
They're like telegraphing. It's like
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know that people would telegraphed all the way up until like the late or mid, like 70s, 80s?
Oh, I believe that. Yeah.
A lot of people, so a lot of people don't realize that telegraphing was still a huge thing back in,
Oh, people don't.
because
They don't
one
like
of
to
the
give
things that
stuff up.
that was important for, especially if they were trying to travel, if they were trying to communicate across seas, the telegraph was still one of the best ways to connect with people in the early 80s.
Morse code lasted forever.
In Morse code, yeah.
Yep.
But it's one of those things where you don't think that when you think of telegraph, you think of the Old West. You think of 19th century America.
People don't like to give up technology.
No,
so it's a lot different now. Like we just give up a phone after phone every year.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
it's funny. It's funny because I think about people who don't want to give up their landlines.
Yeah.
It's like that
Why?
just failed. It's like
My whole family doesn't have a landline. That's what's
Yeah.
hilarious. Yeah.
I mean, why have a landline?
I don't know.
Yeah, there's no reason. Nobody calls it.
Yeah, nobody calls it. Yeah, that's kind of like my point. Nobody calls it. Everybody calls a cell phone.
Right. I think for the longest time, one of the reasons why people still had them is because, like, my parents, they would bundle it up with their cable.
Yep.
That was the only
That's why.
reason.
They got a
The only
cheaper
reason why my
price
parents
on
still have a
cable and
landline is because
internet.
it's part of their cable bundle.
Yep. Cable and internet, they got a cheaper price, so they bundled the phone. That's what
Yeah.
it was. Yep.
Yeah, then when they got rid of the bundles, like everybody got rid of it.
Well, they still get bundles. That's the funny part. But like,
Wait a minute,
cable
they still
isn't
get
really a thing.
bundles?
They get internet and phone line bundles to this
I
day.
thought they got rid of the bundles. I thought that was the whole reason
It's
my
one of the
parents got
things
rid
that
of
they
it.
use to.
Cable still uses it. Yep.
Because I thought that was the whole reason my parents got rid of it was because they got rid of the bundle.
Well, there's a lot of old people that still believe in landlines,
Yeah.
so they buy the bundle.
Yeah.
Ask your friend.
That's just like us buying bundles to get like Netflix for a year for free. They do that now. So we still got bundles, but it's like you get Hulu for like 3 months or something. So they do stuff like that.
Yeah, they
Or
even
you get
went
a
for
free
commercials
tablet
back.
line. What's up?
They even put commercials back in some of the streaming services so they could charge less.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, and even then, it's like, it's funny because, at least with like if you have subscription advertising, they usually keep it under 2 minutes.
It's pretty
Yep.
quick now. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they'll put it up front sometimes if you're watching a movie.
That
This
is a good
video
thing.
is sponsored by blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Watch it
Yeah.
ad free.
After you watch this for 5 minutes. That's actually just a couple of minutes.
Let me give you 3 or 4 30-second advertisements.
Yep.
All within 30 seconds. Yeah.
And it cuts the price down quite a bit. It does.
It's the TikTok syndrome. That's what it is.
That's my understanding as well, Sweater. It's okay to not to agree with the idea of the whole no death penalty. That's my understanding as well, Sweater.
I understand the reasoning behind it about opposing it. I mean, I don't know if I oppose it or I'm for it, to be honest. But I understand.
Well, I'm for it, and it's like, but it's
I'm
okay.
not set in stone. I wish I was, but I'm not.
Well, I understand.
I'm 50-50.
I was pretty.
And I don't know.
I was
atheist, but I'm not anymore.
I was told by a father that it was okay that I didn't agree with that. I can still be part of the church.
It's a hard one, dude. I mean, there's reasons for it, and I get it.
Because the Orthodox don't believe in death penalty.
No, and
have they told you why they don't believe it?
I haven't really.
I think is an important thing is to understand why.
I don't think I really talked to them about why.
Okay. Because see, like I said, so I struggle with the death penalty all the time, and on debate shows, I will tend to debate against death penalty because usually am against it more than I am for it. However, like I know that my church accepts it because they believe that it's in concordance with Scripture. They would say that the verses, like
Yeah,
some of the
Lutheran
verses that you
does.
gave, James, in our debate, they would say those are verses that show an understanding of the acceptance of that practice being held, right?
Yeah.
So, but I'm not quite sure because I've never researched the death penalty aspect on Orthodoxy. I would say that my opinion would be that they would not. It's not something that they would require you to believe per se, or that you have to disagree on it or agree with it. But I think for where they would be important, and I think any church would be this way, is I think there's an importance on if there's something that you disagree with that the church says in public, then representing that or being or saying you're those things and then saying why you don't believe it, that's struggle, right? So if your church says we're against this, we believe this, and you're the opposite of those things, then you're risking confusion, right? You're risking people misunderstanding perhaps why some might believe one thing or the other. But I think the other thing too is, like it is with the Catholic Church, you don't have to wholeheartedly believe all the things that some of the things that the Catholics do believe. However, there is still a fundamental value, which is the trust in the institution of the church and its wisdom for having the stances that it does, if that makes any sense. And so I guess the thing is, as long as it doesn't cause you to have conflict with the institution or the authority of the church, that's probably where they're not going to have a problem how you feel about it, right?
Well, I
Does
mean,
that make sense?
I would on that aspect. I'd have a little bit of an issue. I mean, believing what they say, but I'll let them, you know,
But
choose how they're
it
gonna
would be important to
take the
understand why
stance
they
for the
would
church.
not
I'll
advocate
let
for
them
that.
take that stance for the church, though, and I'll let
Yeah,
them choose to take that stance for the
yeah.
church.
But I think
I'm not the proper authority
yeah, if
for
you
the church.
if you if you understand why, and I think Sweater could probably help us with that, is to say, hey, why is it the church has this opinion about this? Like, I can explain to you why my body does why it views the way it does, right?
Yeah,
I can explain why certain churches believe certain things on certain things. Obviously,
yeah,
I know my own community more than others, but
That's why
I
I'm
would imagine that
conflicted.
as long as you don't say anything that contradicts with the authority of the church or the church having the authority to usurp that a belief, they would be okay with it, if that makes any sense.
yeah,
And it's so it's one of the things, like, so for example, I for the longest time struggled with literal 6-day creation, and that's something that my church literally says it believes.
yeah. I think
And
all Protestant denominations believe that. I
For the
do.
most of
most
them will,
part.
yeah, most of them
Yeah,
will,
for the most
Most of
part.
them
yeah.
will, yeah.
So I challenged that. I had problems with that, and so, but here's the thing, though. In that thing, does that challenge or that belief in itself cause me conflict? It can. And that's where I think a good spiritual pastor or leader would say, hey, look,
Yep.
your reasoning for why is your, and that's why I always ask people, don't tell me just tell me why you don't believe it. Like if someone struggles with understanding sacraments, for example, and understanding the salvific aspect of sacraments, I would ask them why they don't. That's the first place to start off. And usually, if they assert a reason for why they don't believe it or why they don't affirm a certain position, then that would tell you why they don't believe it. And so the question comes, if what you're believing contradicts with the fundamental truth that your church body believes or asserts as truth, then that's when there could be an issue. And I think for a lot of people, when I reviewed the issue, I realized something. I said, look, however I might feel about 6-day creation being literal, I have to understand the importance of, one, the use of Sabbath, and second, I have to understand that if I start saying, well, God doesn't mean this by this, then I can start going down a trajectory of undermining the Word of God. And so, as a Lutheran, one of the things that we value, because we value the Word of God so much, like we do, is when you start making like statements of belief that cause you to create a conflict where you don't trust in the Bible, that would be an issue for a Lutheran, right? And that's where you would probably want to talk to your pastor and say, and they should ask you, why is it that you struggle with it? So for me, I came to this exception and said, look, I don't know what it is, but I understand why my church advocates for it and believes it. And I understand that it's important not for me to undermine the words of God with something that's that I might think is quote unquote scientific or something
It's
that I
trivial.
might that's
It's trivial.
So sometimes part of being a part of a community is not necessarily giving up on why you believe something or struggle with something, but acknowledging why your church believes it, and then accepting that your church is probably coming from somewhere of reason for it. And if you evaluate that and say they have a good reason for that, then I think over time what you will say is, even though they advocate for that position and I advocate differently, my advocation of it doesn't contradict the values of what the church stands for, which would be its reasoning for advocacy. Does that make sense? I know I just said a lot of
the
things there, but
trivialities don't matter as far as salvation. There's certain things you get hung up on, but salvation is the most important part. And there's a lot of things you can get hung up on that have nothing to do with what it means to be saved. I mean, it's
right. Well, and again, so there's the salvific aspect of things, and then there's also, I think the other thing too is, what are good things for us to struggle with?
There are some things that are more important than others.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just
And
reality.
I think also acknowledging why your church believes something. So, for example, if you have a problem, so for example, I know people who struggle with the concept of closed communion. Are you familiar with that, James?
That's the idea where only the people that are part of the church
Only members
can
of the
have
church participate
communion.
in the
Yeah.
Eucharist, right?
Otherwise, if you're just a visitor or you're inquiring into
Right,
the church, you cannot. Yeah.
So being a part of a body of believers that practices closed communion, the reasoning for it is because, one, we believe that there's an authority and there's also responsibility put on pastors to ensure that people do not eat or drink
unworthily,
as the Bible exactly.
Yeah, because it talks about if you drank unworthily, then
you can get sick. You can get sick.
You can get sick, exactly.
Spiritually sick.
And it's bad, and it's not.
So the thing is if there's what would make someone not examine it rightly is if they don't believe certain aspects of it correctly, which is one of the things I always thought was funny, because whenever I'd run into people, one of their things would always be like, I don't know why you don't have communion with us. And I'm like, well, but don't you also call my church a bunch of like cannibals for the way we believe what we believe? Why do you want to do something that you think is cannibalistic? But see, if you pose it in the question of why do you want to do something, rather than saying why people can't do something, I think you get a better result of trying to affect why someone believes something, rather than trying to tell them not to believe something, right? And I think the Orthodox Church would probably handle that in that regard as well. And that's actually one of the things I like about how they would probably deal with.
Well, that's how a priest would talk, for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, I just experienced it a couple weeks ago. So
yeah.
So
I think Elder Line was saying something. What did you say, Elder Line?
Oh, I was just agreeing with you guys.
Oh, okay.
If you take the Eucharist unworthily,
yeah,
it can harm you or kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was like a very severe thing.
There's a lot of bad things they believe can come of it. Yeah.
Now, one of the reasons why they were taking it, especially if you're looking at the scriptural verse where it talks about eating it unworthily, and they're talking about warning of it, is because what was happening was the people in charge at church were treating it just like any other wine, right?
Yep.
They were treating it just like anything else, and they weren't giving.
Yeah, they weren't treating it holy.
Yeah, they weren't treating it as the body and blood of God. They were.
You see that a lot these days.
They were treating it like a meal. They were
Yep.
treating it like another meal, right? And so it's kind of interesting how those things develop, because a lot of people.
Where I come from, it's not treated holy at all.
Right. Well, especially in a Baptist heavy
they're
area.
like, oh, this is like once a month. Here you go. This is what it is.
Right.
Bye.
Well, if you think it's symbolic, then there's no real reason to have it on a regular basis, right?
Yeah.
Which is why when it means do this often, they say, oh well, yeah, that's symbolic. It's like, no.
No, this is
If it's
real.
doing it
This
often,
is real. Yeah.
it means to do it often. Remembrance of me. Oh, the remembrance of me is symbolic. No, the remembrance. There is a symbolic aspect of it, true, but there's a real legitimate
Communion
aspect.
means something.
And I
Communion
always
is a
tell
word
people
that means something.
Yeah, and I always tell people
And they
go
did
back
it
to
every
Passover
week.
on that. Yeah.
Yeah. There's
They
a
didn't do it just
meaning.
once
There's
a
a meaning
month.
to
They
the
did it every
word.
week.
And I knew Lutherans that struggle with this because Lutherans used to do it once a month, and then some churches would develop into twice a month. And eventually, I got my church because I was really a pioneer for it to get my church to be in every Sunday. And there's other churches
That's
that have
great.
developed it too. But
Yeah.
one of the things I'd always hear people say is, "Oh, it'll lose its meaning." And I said, "How can it? If
No.
it's Jesus, if you believe it's Jesus, how can you ever say I don't need
If you
enough
know
Jesus?"
the meaning, what communion means,
you
then
know
how
what
can
I'm
you ever
saying? It's
say?
like I don't need enough. I only need Jesus twice a week, or twice a month. It's like, I get it. Like I understand how, like, looking at the way like the Catholics do about how they do it, they can do it on a regular basis, like every day. Like I could
being
understand
being a saint means something. There's
Yeah.
a reason for that word.
but the whole idea is like, like is kind
The
of like
Baptists, even the Pentecostals, don't treat it the way it's
well,
supposed
because
to be
again,
treated.
it's a symbolic gesture of a sign of their faithfulness or a sign of their belief in what
Yeah.
Jesus did for them on the cross, and they don't see it as a pipeline to the cross, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
most Protestant denominations only see it as symbolic.
Right.
Yeah, pretty much.
Have you guys seen
It's
that,
like a symbolic thing you do every once in a while.
I mean, I grew up Protestant, so I mean.
Me too. What's up, Elder?
I was gonna say, have you guys seen that? What was it called? The Christian Avengers podcast thing that they did.
Yeah.
Where they were talking about the Eucharist.
Yeah,
And
I
they
did
were
see
talking about how they believe that the presence is really there, but that the molecules don't change, and that they didn't understand that they were kind of contradicting themselves.
Well, that's why. See, this is why I don't like to myself get into the idea of like, because it is a mystery, right? Like, and people
It's
like
modalism,
people
Patrick.
like JS will say, like, I've had this conversation with JS where I'll say things like, well, it is his body and blood. Well, how could it be that? Because he was living. I said, yeah, but he's saying this is my body and blood. So when he's saying
He's
this
still
is,
living.
if you're going to play mental gymnastics with this is, right, like that, now you're opening yourself up to a lot of problems. But however, I do believe, like the Lutherans do, and I agree with it, obviously, hint, I'm a Lutheran, that's why, but I do believe that the physical means still remain the physical means, and in and under the real presence, and the real presence is physically there as it is there spiritually, but it doesn't mean that the bread and wine cease to exist, which is my main problem that I have with transubstantiation, whatever you would call it. I can't never say that word.
Transfiguration.
With the way that Catholics teach it, because it is still the physical mean, because God still allows physical means to exist with the holy. They still, and it doesn't cease being the holy thing. It doesn't cease being the real presence, but it also doesn't cease not being what it physically is as well, which is still the bread and wine.
Yeah, I agree.
Just like it was in the temple, right? When they had the showbread. And
Right. But and again, so the point is I think a lot of people, like, because again, the thing is, and I this is where I think Orthodox and Lutherans would more agree than Catholics or Orthodox, or obviously Catholics or Lutherans, which is this idea of that the
transubstantiation.
Yeah, transubstantiation. I can't ever say that word. It's one of those words I just can't say. No matter what, transubstantiation. I can't even say. Even when I try to slow it down, I can't even say it.
Is that what it is?
It's just one of those words I just cannot say it. It's part of my speech impediment that I have. I can't say certain words, and that's one of them. I'm trying to remember what I was going to say though. I was going to say something. Oh,
Transubstantiation.
is that when Catholics look at the Eucharist like a re-sacrifice, right?
Yeah,
Rather than a connection to the cross, right? A pipeline to the cross, which I think, and to look at it more as spiritual or heavenly medicine more than a re-sacrifice on our part, right? Because I don't even think the Orthodox teach that it's a re-sacrifice.
No, I haven't heard that.
Yeah. So
I mean, because Christ is only
To be
sacrificed.
honest, I don't even know what the Catholics believe because of Vatican II. Like, I don't.
He's talking about transubstantiation, which
well,
is
and I'm talking about their view about of the sacrament being a sacrifice in itself. That's why they
it's
believe
consecrated by a priest, and
well,
it's
but
the actual body of
but
blood.
the consecration that's the wrong word to use there because Lutherans believe in the consecrated elements, so do the Orthodox. The question is,
they do. Yeah.
so the question is the idea of it becoming a new body and blood of Christ, which then becomes a new sacrifice.
Okay, yeah, that's the wrong word then. Yeah.
Right. So that's so that's the kind of notion that they might, and I don't even know if that's 100% what Catholic, but that's how, unfortunately, the Catholics have led themselves to be misunderstood when they try to express it. That's why I say there are divine mysteries of the Lord, and the Eucharist is one of them. I don't want to assess what, it's like the Trinity. Like, when we get into, is it like this? It's like, that's modalism, Patrick. No, Patrick, that's bad, Patrick.
Yeah. That's modalism.
It's like, like the idea, so we get into a lot of error when we try to, I think this is one of the things that I think the Orthodox get really well because they understand that you have to be very careful about what you give definition to and meaning to in certain things because our limited brains can't fathom it completely. We can say with confidence we know that it's the true body and blood of Christ because Jesus said it was. So there's the end of the conversation. How it works exactly, at what point is it? I don't think it's good to get into those conversations. However, that's why I prefer the Lutheran way of saying it, which is that it is the true body and blood of Christ in and under the physical means of bread and wine. It is both the real body and blood of Christ, and it still remains bread and wine. And so that's just that's one of those things. It's how does that work? I don't know. But
Yeah,
I have faith in it because Jesus said it was his body and blood.
Yeah, because getting into those conversations about how it works and getting to the nuances of it is just fruitless.
Well, I don't know if it's fruitless, but I think it can put you into a path where you maybe have to then define or defend a position where you might not necessarily need to, or again,
yeah, but it leads to bad fruit because it can lead to arguments, disagreements.
Oh yeah,
that's how I'm fruitless.
Yeah, but see, even my Protestant friends, like they struggle with even the word is. This is my body. This is my blood. They struggle with that. Like,
oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I don't struggle with that. Or Catholics don't struggle with that. Orthodox don't struggle with that.
I actually did at some point until I didn't, and then
right. Well, and when you realize the mental gymnastics you have to go through to try to like justify, Jesus, does it cease being, and this is what they're trying to understand.
Or what did he really mean when he literally said, this is what it is?
Yeah, this is. Now, obviously, he is making an outward, and there is and this is where I think this is where we get into this idea of if something is symbolic, then it doesn't have a literal meaning. And sometimes you can have things in the Bible both be symbolic and literal at the same time. You don't have to be either or, right? And the importance of understanding it is not whether to perceive it literally or symbolically, but to perceive it as truth and just to believe it and to have trust in it. And again,
what we know is he did a certain thing with his disciples that was very literal and symbolic.
Right.
And he did it for a reason.
And
he
instituted it on Passover, which was what? And it was where God made a commandment, made a covenant with his people and said, I will free you from slavery. And this is what's going to happen. First, you have to slaughter the lamb. The lamb was So don't believe people say, well, he didn't kill the Jews or the Jews, but the Hebrews firstborn. Well, that's because the lamb took the penalty for it, right? So that's why when I hear people like Jay Dyer talking about like this idea of, well, there was never this kind of substitutional sacrifice aspect until the 1500s is complete bunk. It is. The Old Testament even shows it. I mean, the Word of God even shows it. But what they did is the lamb took the place of the firstborn of the Hebrews. They slaughtered the lamb, and it wasn't just enough that the lamb slaughtered and died. What did they have to do next? They had to put the blood on the doorposts. That is baptism, the marking of God on you that makes death pass over you, right? And then what did they have to do after that? Then after that, they had to eat the lamb with unleavened bread and wine. And so they were told, you have to do it. You have to do this often in not just remembrance of the Passover, but to continue in that covenant. So he was creating a covenant with his people, and that covenant went all the way to the temple. And in the days right before, even up until the days of Jesus, they were still doing the temple sacrifices that were
Well, that's where
based
the
on
Lamb of God comes from.
yeah,
That's,
that deals with the Passover, right? So, and that's why that's why the Orthodox especially call Easter Pascha, because it's the Paschal Lamb, Passover. It is our Passover as Gentiles. And instead of being given the penalty, and then so that's why there's a holistic understanding in the Bible that a lot of Protestants don't seem to understand, because they'll just say, well, I just believe in Jesus' death on the cross and that's all that matters. Well, no. And I think that's why when Luther was trying to pose these ideas of faith alone, the church misunderstood what he was saying, because if you take it on its face value of faith alone, that goes in flying contradiction with what the Bible says and even what the church fathers say and what has been established. Now, that doesn't mean works alone or works as the prerequisite to faith, which some people like to over push, right? But what it means is that when he's talking about faith alone, it's doubling down of saying, look, it's by God's grace.
They are a result of faith. They are a
Right.
result of faith.
Exactly. Yeah. And so we would say that this idea, and Protestants have this problem of saying, well, it's faith, not sacraments, and not understanding that the sacraments are just a physical reality of our faith being played out, right?
Yeah.
That we're trusting in the work of God.
Well, the faith and works, they are together. They're the same.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
You get the works from the faith.
Right. They're an organic outpouring of having faith. It's evidence of the faith. Right.
I mean, you can tell when somebody's faking good works.
Right. Or you can tell also as well and this is why the Bible makes clear, like it does at double time. It does this thing. And I was going over this with my wife in our kind of Bible study we do a little bit, but we were going over what is being said when God is taught. And I'm trying to remember the chapter. Hold on, give me just a second. We were just reading. It has to do with Luke, and it's in the part where, because we were watching that sermon, I'm going to have to do a review on, but he's talking about like the two different types of people, right? When he's given the parable of the Good Samaritan, right? And so the kind of context in this is to understand there are two types of people, right? There are the people who outwardly have that manifestation of being a godly person because of their pietism. And pietism for the sake of pietism is not good, right? This is why the Bible tells us don't pray out loud, don't pray and boastful. You'll get your treasure if you talk about what you're fasting or what you're giving up, or this is that point, is that you can't be boastful in your works. Let no man boast in his works, right? So, but the whole point is that there's always this dichotomy between two different kinds of people, between people who are either like Cain, and I go back to Cain and Abel, right? What's Cain trying to do? Cain on the book is doing everything amazing, but his heart's not in it. Why? Because he's trying to usurp and do one up over his brother. And so it's not really then a actual offering to God, right? It's about something that he's trying to make himself worthy in. And that's what Jesus is trying to remind the Pharisees. The way they're living their life, or they think they're living righteously through their works, it's not actual works, because it's not coming out of a place of God. It's not coming out of a love or thankfulness for God. It's coming out of their pride.
Oh, a humble heart, yeah.
Right. So that's why the Bible talks about, we talked about this a little bit in my Bible study, the haughtiness, right? The haughtiness is something that he despises. And that's why, because when you add pride into anything, it makes it all about yourself. But there's always this dichotomy of people who are doing false works, and then you have people who are always that are always talking about what some people would call free grace, cheap grace, or radical grace. In the Lutheran Church, we've always understood this distinction between it being there are legalists and there's antinomians. All right, that's a huge thing. So you're not really supposed to be either one. You're not supposed to be a person that's boastful about their works, and you're also not supposed to be someone that says, "I don't need to do any good works." Like, this is the whole point. It's a balancing act for sure.
No, that makes sense.
But I understand it's got to be difficult, though, for you guys, especially those in Orthodoxy, of trying to make sure you represent something right without speaking out of turn or whatever. I applaud you for trying to do right by God in that eyes, and trying to be faithful to your church in that way,
I mean, I come from Pentecostal.
I don't necessarily
so-
disagree with everything that you're saying. There are certain aspects, especially with penal substitution, that I do heavily disagree with.
Oh, I know.
But
And I would have been okay if you would have said, like, Orthodox never believed in penal substitution. That's true. But to say the entire church, that's a different statement to me. Augustine talked about it, and I know people in the Orthodox Church.
No, there are quite a few. There are quite a few people.
So the point is, when you represent something in a way that it shouldn't be. So that's my thing. Like, I get where people, from my perspective, would see it as such, and I can see that people don't see it as such. So, but but
I think for the most part,
to me, I would say you can acknowledge, hey, there's a history in a tradition of both people believing penal substitution and people who don't believe in penal substitution. I think that's a fair and acceptable thing to say, that you have a history of both within the church, and you could say that it's not been historically something that's been believed in the Orthodox Eastern Church, right? But when he says the church and he goes to 1500s, obviously he's referencing Luther. Obviously he's then including Catholicism, and when you do that, you're making either a categorical error, or you're making an oversimplification of an assumption on your part. Either one, not beneficial in my point. But I can acknowledge that there's both in the history of the church without them not competing. I just say people who don't believe that, I think that it's pretty evident in the Bible from my reading and from all the some of the church fathers that I've read. So it's, to me, the question would be then, what is the right way? Because the wrong assumption then would be to what? Say, well, penal substitution is a complete heresy. And then my retort would be then, well, that's just more proof that the Eastern Orthodox are at best semi-Pelagian. So does that really do anybody a service in the conversation? I don't think it does. Do you?
Well, the only thing I'm really going to say, because I'm still reading a lot of the early church fathers, is a lot of the things that I've heard people say that the church fathers say end up not actually being what they say, and
understand
kind of create these word concept fallacies that don't really necessarily exist.
Okay. And you would believe that I am under.
And even then, I don't think that. Well, I'm not saying that you are or not, because I haven't read it, so I can't tell you from myself.
Right.
I'm just saying that I've seen other people do that. As I've
And
read,
but would
through
you
some of
would
the
you
ones that I
think that
have
I'm
read,
doing something similar though? And I'm saying some of the things, obviously, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I understand why you're saying that. You're not the first Orthodox to tell me that. You probably won't be the last one to tell me that. that's where the disagreement comes into play. I mean, that's where it comes down. But that's what I'm saying. Like, so we can say, okay, look, let's sort out where the source of this might be. You're going to look into church tradition and church history. I'm going to look towards scripture first, obviously, as a person that adheres to sola scriptura. Then usually the conversation will go then it's what your interpretation of the scripture versus what the historical foundation of the church has said. And then I can go back and say whether the historical tradition of the church can also be based on a just as equally faulty assumption. And that's where so to me, I think there are better ways of navigating, conversations about that without going into the far. And I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying people do this where like they'll either say, well, there's been no one way or the other mention of this, and they're basing that completely on, in my opinion, a biased and a tradition, rather than on something substantially objectively and noticeably demonstrated in something like the Word of God. But you could also say, okay, we can understand why does someone like a Protestant say and feel the way they do versus an Orthodox in the way that they do, without going as far as saying it, because I'm sure you've not heard, I don't know how much you have heard, but I'm sure there are Orthodox, and Sweater might even have heard this before, where eventually it gets down to this point where we get into name calling, and usually there's an aspersion. Now, I can say that the Orthodox don't make a good case for not being that way, but I understand that part of that's because the Orthodox Church does not hold to a same scholastic foundation, like, and so they don't see things in a scholastic way as they do, as other churches do, and that's just the reality of it, which is why I find it very ironic and quite puzzling to see a lot of people on YouTube try to be philosophy bros and intellectual bros in a tradition and claim it on the sake of a tradition, which actually goes away with any kind of thing, and they can make all their assumptions. Oh, it's whether it's whether it's there's this thing, ontology versus epistemology, whatever the thing that they like to get into. Some people do, but again, to me, it's a moot point because I can remember the first time I walked into an Orthodox, and obviously this is not going to be true of every Orthodox church, but I remember going into the Orthodox church, and the first time I met the Orthodox priest, and I said, well, I've read this book on this, and I read this, and he just said, well, that's great, but reading is just one thing. And that's something that happens a lot when people are either interested or are in the early phase of being interested in the church, because there's things that are said in some of these great books, and they're done and spoken in a way that's so profoundly different than the way that most of us express or see Christianity, that it immediately makes us like have a wanderlust for the church. And then you go into the church and they say, well, you should experience it more through the liturgy more than you should through words. This is where I've had, Orthodox priests say that the kingdom of God is like a kitchen. It just, we all just, it doesn't matter. It's just, how we all fit into it. We just all, as long as we're in the kitchen, right? And of course, he's making an allegory for the kitchen being the church. So, I find those things, that my personal experiences and other people that I know personally that are in the church and how they view things, and I see how it is on YouTube, and it's a remarkably different thing altogether, which is interesting to me. It's not a criticism, it's just interesting to me.
I don't. Me personally, I separate. Like I want to learn a lot about this stuff, but also separate that from actually going to the church, because I know no matter how much I learn, I'm still going to have to start from the ground, from the bottom.
Right. And there's an
In a sense.
experience aspect to it, right? Which is that there are things like and I always say this to people who've never been to an Orthodox service, like the Divine Liturgy. It smacks you in the face with how first century it is, right? It smacks you, like it like it literally like transforms you to another time. That's how I felt when I first walked into an Orthodox Divine Liturgy. And you just begin to be surrounded. And I love that. I love how like they'll go around with the incenser and surround you, and then they surround you with the procession of the gospel. And this idea of this kind of enveloping of God's word and the enveloping of God's presence around you. Beautiful stuff. Absolutely beautiful. And it takes you to another place. And it snaps you out of whatever thought it is. And I don't know, a lot of American Lutheran, I don't know if your guys' Orthodox churches are this, but I know that they offer some, at the one I went to, they offered some chairs for people who have disabilities, but for the most part, it wasn't like they had chairs or pews there, right? Most Orthodox churches, you stand through the entire thing.
Now, the one I went to last week, it's no chairs. It's just standing.
Yeah. And there's something about that. There's like an athletic aspect, right? There's like a discipline aspect. There's like and you'd probably understand this, Culper. There's like a military aspect to it.
It's awesome. I loved it.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You cannot but deny the masculine aspect of that.
Yeah.
And comparatively to some of these churches that are just like, I want to love you, Jesus. I want
I
you
can't
to love
stand
me,
it.
Jesus.
Yeah, and that's what draws people into Orthodoxy. There's a masculine aspect to it.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it's nice.
Understandable.
You can't
There's
deny that.
disability chairs. That's all they have on the side.
It draws me. It draws me in this masculine aspect. I have to admit.
Of course, yeah. Very masculine. No denying that. Yeah.
I like it.
And there is a reason for no sitting. I know there's a reason for no sitting. There's a reason for it. I haven't remembered the whole reason. You guys got to remember, I think it's going on almost 20 years since the last time I went into an Orthodox church. I know I don't look that old, but
no, you said you're 44, right?
Yeah, I just turned 44. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah.
But it's been about 17 and a half years since last time I went to it. So I think it was a year. Yeah, about that. Because it was like I think I came back to the Lutheran church. Well, I stopped going to the Orthodox church like in mid 2008, and I came back to the Lutheran church, and I became
I was in 8th grade in 2008.
I was 27. Not 27, but I was 27.
Yeah, I was in 8th grade.
And I remember I came back to the Lutheran church. I had to go through the whole process of going through another we don't call it catechism because the first time you go through it's catechism. For the people that are when they're young, right? You get catechized as a kid in the church.
Yeah.
But it was like I think it was like I want to say like re-education. I don't know, that sounds like communist kind of, or Nazi thing, but like no, I'm trying to think. It's like it's kind of something similar to that. But basically, where you go over, you don't have to do as obviously the pastor is a judge by it, but I didn't have to do as many classes because obviously I knew my Lutheran theology and I'd grown up in it, and it wasn't like I was a Baptist coming into this thing struggling with things like the Eucharist or baptism. But
see, I did struggle with that. So
you did?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm Southern Baptist Pentecostal.
Oh yeah, if you're Southern Baptist. Yeah. Which is funny, they call themselves Baptists because it's very true with a lot of the things that they do, and
but they take the water baptism very seriously. That's all
right.
It is.
But they also deny it from being a spirit baptism because everyone I've ever met.
they say it's symbolic.
Right. So it's because people are like, well, you haven't been you've been baptized by the water, but you haven't been baptized by the Spirit. I'm like, what the hell?
And then they gotta touch your forehead and you pass out on the ground and wriggle around. Yeah.
And then I've had some of them tell me like that water baptism is basically going through the birth canal, and I'm like, wait a minute. Where in John 3 does it say that? Because he's talking because obviously Nicodemus is talking to him about it and saying like, what do you mean be reborn?
Yeah.
What do you mean be reborn?
It's like the wind. You don't know
And they're
where it's
saying, well, no,
coming.
you pass through it, but and that's that mental gymnastics, right?
Yeah.
And it goes back to the other problem that you have is that so every Baptist or people who either refuse this sacramental reality of baptism or the fact that the Bible says that baptism saves quite frequently in the Bible. It says it multiple times.
Oh, throughout the Gospels.
Yeah, throughout the Gospels. I meant to say the Gospels, not the Bible, but the Gospels, yeah. But
yep.
And they'll do this gymnastics with it. So one of the things they'll say is, "What about the thief on the cross?" And I'm like, really? So you would subscribe that everybody be crucified on a cross to come into the kingdom of heaven versus just going through baptism? Well, and I'm like, you don't know what that person, if they're baptized or not. We don't know. In fact, the most likelihood was they weren't baptized because baptism wasn't something that God instructed the church to do until after he left, right? So,
yeah.
But
I mean,
but it doesn't matter because he was in the presence of God. That's the whole purpose of baptism, is to bring you near God,
Yeah.
And so, but that's when I realized too that when we use one verse to justify one thing, I have a problem with that. I struggle with that. And I realize that people who are against baptism use that verse. Like that's the only verse they know how to use. And I feel like that verse is also used for heaven as well, even though I don't think that the Bible's actually speaking about heaven, especially if you affirm any creed of the church. Right?
Well, really, that's what the divine liturgy is about, is heaven at the end.
Right. Well, yeah, we would say that, right? And Revelation is literally about the liturgy, right?
Yeah.
We
that's what's
symbolic.
going on. That's as close as you could get to heaven on earth.
Right. Now, that is also a symbolic notion of what's going to happen in heaven one day. But the point I look at it is this: I
mean, you're worshiping the Lord, and you're in communion. Yeah.
And this is something it's hard for a lot of people. I say, okay, well, what does Jesus mean when he says, "Today you'll be with me in paradise"? Does he mean heaven? What do you think, Culper?
I think you're with him, and that's
someone's been watching some of my streams. So,
I mean, that's just what I believe from where I know.
Right. Yeah. But so here's the thing. So I know people, Lutherans, people who are creedal Christians, because in the Christian church, in the Lutheran church, we say the Athanasius Creed, we say the Nicene Creed, we say the Apostles' Creed, right? We say them all three of those creeds. And so I always tell people, did they go to heaven? And they go, yes. And I go, wait a minute, but do you believe in the creed? And they go, what do you mean?
Yeah.
The creed says that Jesus descended into hell on the first day, which was the day he died. Right. So if he descended into hell, why does that mean that he'll be with him today in paradise? Unless our understanding of hell comes from the Greek word of Hades, which has been misunderstood and is not completely like the understanding of the Hebrew word of paradise or Sheol. So it's like, and people go, what? What are you talking about, John? And I'm like, well, and then you go into other verses where it talks about like how, them being in hell, that there's no way for crossover. And then it's like, but if Jesus went into hell, to the people where they're lost and damned, then why would he go down there? Unless he's going down to Sheol and to Abraham's bosom, which is also known as paradise, which is the place where those people who were believers in God and the Messiah and had the promise of the Messiah, that were Jewish, Hebrew, Israel, whatever you want to call it, they rested there with the Lord. And so he went down to them to say, look, I am the very epitome, the manifestation of all the things you believe, and you will be in heaven. Some of them are still there, some of them are not. And that's why when I think about that verse about the 144,000, I don't take it literal like the Jehovah's Witnesses do, but I do think I think it's telling us is that heaven is reserved for this side of judgment, before Judgment Day. Obviously, after Judgment Day is a different thing, but before Judgment Day.
It's for real saints.
It's for real
peop-
saints.
Yeah.
It's for the saint.
Yeah.
It's for the saints of those of the 12 tribes of Israel and the 12 tribes, or excuse me, the 12 apostles. See, and so if you think about that, 12 times 12, 144, and then the 144,000. It's maybe a number that literally says those who come from both the saints of the Old Testament and the New Testament. Have you read at all about the harrowing of hell? I don't know if I've read about that. You might have to tell me about that, sweater. I want to say swatter, but I don't know why. Sweater, it's there. I can see it, but
I know about what you're talking about, though. I've heard that before. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just, that's one. And my thing is not to affirm one position or the other, but is to say, look, if our only reasoning for believing that heaven is that verse, and yet we can see why people who misabuse that verse for baptism are just using that one verse, then we probably shouldn't rest our doctrine or dogma just on one verse of how we read it.
You should never do that with any.
Well, I understand that no one should ever do that, but it happens so frequently, especially in Protestant.
It does. It does.
That's earlier in your stream. That's my criticism of the Protestant church. I mean, that's my main criticism.
Yeah.
It happens all the time. That's all you hear. It's every church you go to, especially in the South.
Yep.
And that's just what it is. Pentecostal, Southern Baptist, that's how they believe.
Right. But I do think it funny that if people wanted to go hardcore about the church and really espouse that the Bible is just a little tool of the church that has no significance in itself, then people who espouse that kind of belief should probably not have an individual Bible, because that was if you think Luther is a heretic, you probably shouldn't have an individual Bible, because he's the reason why we have an individual Bible. He's the first one to do it. They have a Bible in the common language that would be understood. But the funny thing about it is, in Luther's time, not even like the people who were high up as cardinals, who were elected as cardinals, had any reading of the Bible. They were only elected because of they were someone's son or brother, or because of political ties, or earthly kingdom ties, or whatever. So,
Well, I personally don't blame Luther.
Right.
I mean, I don't.
He was in a broken system in a broken time, and he was in
there's a reason there was a schism before him.
Right,
I mean, it's
right.
not...
But again, let's not pretend that the schism is just like we don't want to. I think sometimes people want to put a lot of blame on Luther and Protestants. I also would say equally, let's not put all the blame on the schism on the Catholics. I think anyone that believes
I have. There's a reason to love the Catholics as well.
I mean, well, and again, to believe that schism can only be because of one group or one people, and not a combination of people who
it's a combination of humanity
who have well intent and meaning.
Humans different. I mean, there was a lot of historic and ethnic differences that were happening. Right. I mean, there was a lot of things happening.
I mean, there was a lot of different things, and that's the thing. And I even say this to my friends in the Protestant church, like, there's a lot of reasons for us to understand why Luther did what he did, and that doesn't mean we also should be like hip hooing about Reformation either. It's not like it wasn't like it was a great. It was a thing that was neat. It was something that was needed greatly, but that doesn't necessitate it being a great thing, right?
Yeah.
So God doesn't want us to always make schisms, and He clearly says in His Word that we have to be very careful about how we divide over things. However, with that said, there are substantial things that happen, and when someone speaks something that is fundamentally a problem, then you do have to schism from those type of people. There has to be, but that's just kind of the reality of human beings in the Christian religion. We don't want to express it, but yeah, we're all to blame for a lot of the different things that happen within the church history.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
but I think it's very simple. I think it's very
other.
simplified to just blame the Catholics for one thing, or to blame the Lutherans for this thing, or to say this group never had any blame.
I mean, look at where Christianity had to go through just to get to that point. I mean, Christianity survived people being slaughtered, crucified. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
that's just humans, man.
Right. And we have to remember, that the human beings are always going to be the flawed aspect in things in the world. So that's why whenever you talk to like atheists and they go, "Oh, it's Christian's religion, it's religion, it's religion." No, it doesn't. You can take it out of religion. Like, I mean, is religion the low hanging fruit for a lot of people? Yeah, but that just only shows the power of religion, not necessarily the inherent nature of it, right? Of being something that's used to manipulate people. The fact that it's used as such. Like, did you ever see that movie, the Book of Eli?
With Denzel.
Uh-huh.
Parts of it I don't remember. It's been
Yeah.
a long time
But
ago.
like how he wants the bad guy, the Gary Oldman, who wants to use it to like basically use it as a bully whip to kind of like convince people to do what he thinks, right? And that happens, So but I also believe too that yes, there's a lot of people that misunderstand the word, but that does not mean that the word itself should be avoided because people don't. So the question comes: how is it that God gives us the ability to know truth? And this is where I think whether you want to put it in the power of the scriptures, or you want to put it in the canon of or the authority of the church fathers or the traditions of the church, however you want to dice those potatoes, your belief ultimately is going to be that it comes from God, and God gives this authority for this, right? And so therefore the question we have to be looking at is, how does God's authority help us, or how does God's authority work? That's why I always say it's like Christians can all believe that authority is good, but how authority actually works might disagree. We can all believe that Jesus saves us, but we all disagree how Jesus saves us. So it's. But yeah.
I think the Orthodox Church, if I remember correctly, believes that we come to the knowledge of God through the Holy Spirit, and I
Right.
believe that as well, that we come to the knowledge of God through the Holy
Right.
Spirit.
Well, and I
Yes,
would say the church
put
as well as
on us by the
Scripture,
Holy Spirit.
the church fathers as well as Scripture would tell us that anyone that believes they come to truth in God outside of the will of God and without His glory, without His grace, is so. So becomes the problem, because then when things happen, what we say is this. So we say, wait a minute, you're not following our system, so we're going to schism because that means you're not part of God's grace. And then that church develops and becomes really mighty and powerful. And then they start espousing that anyone that's not part of their church is not part of God's grace. And then you have people who then say, well, those people are just a bunch of legalists who are making faith and salvation dependent upon membership or whatever. And so therefore, because they're not reading the word the way we are, or they're not understanding it the way we are, they are disagreeing with us on this, so they must not believe in the grace of God. And so then, therefore, what we do is we see these schisms happen where we're all saying that we believe that it's 100% on the authority of God, His will, His grace, His glory. But how that works is where we're dividing over. And so the question comes, why are we dividing over that? And I think it comes back down to the same problem that Christians always have, which is, how do we answer this question of authority? And it becomes a huge stumbling block for any. This is why I don't believe there will ever be any true unity of the church this side of judgment. Just because, for one thing, let's just take the thing that we have in common as let's not take issue with what we have. Obviously, we can agree and disagree on the things that, as a Protestant and as people who are centered towards Orthodoxy, we could see where our disagreements are. But we would agree with some of the things that's wrong about Rome. So we'd say, okay, let's start there at least. So the thing is so what is one of the reasons why it would be almost impossible for anybody, for Rome itself, to either join the Orthodox Church or for Protestants to join the Roman Catholic Church? And that comes down to the issue of the fact that the magistrative authority of the Pope is always going to be a central authority of the Church. It's a central doctrine of the Church. You can't divorce it from the Church. And even when they disagree,
Yeah,
I mean,
bigger
you look at it,
Christ.
you see the people who disagree with it, like even the open critics are like, well, yeah, I don't like this, but he's still our Pope. So they don't want to eat the hand that
Oh, I
that
had somebody told me, like, even if he's pushing things that aren't Christian, you should still accept the obedience. You should be
because it's
obedient
part
to the
of the
Pope.
Church. It's part of the Church makeup. It's part of the
That's
Church.
crazy, dude.
It's part of the Church doctrine, right?
Yeah.
And so at least with like Orthodox, they can understand, yeah, of course, Church authority is great, but the Church authority has to have a unity in something. And then anything it doesn't have unity on, we
And the
can't.
unity is around the Pope.
Right. So, well, but that's what, for the Catholic Church, their unity is based on the Pope. Exactly.
Yeah.
But for Orthodox, I'm saying that their belief is that, yes, they believe in a church authority, right? They believe in some type of apostolic authority, but it's more kind of like a synodic way of looking at it, right? Than a magistrative kind of way.
Well, that's why it's easier to integrate with the state.
Well, yeah. And that's why a lot of people would say that. And maybe that's evident of why it maybe has helped with in places like Eastern Europe, right?
Yep.
Where there's a equal dual aspect of the fact that the church and the culture of the country tend to be common. They tend to be
does
one.
run things pretty well, but
right?
it can go out of control.
But again, what we see is that none of those countries, as great as they are, right? And you're talking to someone that if I had my druthers, I wouldn't mind living in Poland. I
would live there.
I wouldn't mind living in Hungary. You know what I'm saying?
Well, not Romania now, but
Yeah, but that's
not
the
Romania.
human element.
I don't live in Romania, but
not now. At one point,
yeah. But Hungary,
What the-
I think, is a great nation.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. So, but those nations never become colonialistic, and so this is one of the problems that I have with people who want to accept this idea of a Christian nation being colonial. That's part of the problem with Christian quote unquote nationalism and Christian ethics and ideology is you cannot espouse certain things that would be good for a government that necessarily are not beneficial for an individual, or nor things that are encouraged nor are recommended in Christianity, right? And anybody that says you can have that, I think they're guilty of reductionism at its core, because they're either reducing the constructs of church doctrine and truth, or they're reducing what government's actual play in those things and what they are, what the actions of what the subsequential actions of those countries be. But even with those Eastern countries that remain Eastern Orthodox, they're not colonial at all. And so, in fact, you could actually argue that one of the reasons why you never saw the rise of the Eastern Orthodox Empire is because, like when you saw the fall of Constantinople, you did not see this kind of acknowledgement of rah, 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 we got to fight back. Which is another reason why I have no idea why Eastern Orthodox are embracing Christian nationalism in that sense. I understand it in a different sense, but not in that sense, not in a militaristic sense, because the Eastern Orthodox Church kind of accepted the Turks coming in, and they even went underground for a while. It wasn't like with Rome, where Rome went out of its way to make conflict with anybody. Not even that, but like it made conflict within its own countries with people who didn't follow it. So we have examples like the Inquisition. We have examples in other areas where Rome went against the people, and so I think that's one of the things that you always constantly see is this kind of bridge, this far bridge between Catholicism and a lot of people. And the only reason why you see countries still Catholic to this day, it's because of a cultural reason, not because of a doctrinal reason, right? Which is not necessarily the case in Eastern Orthodox countries.
Well, that's why it works.
Well, yeah. But at the same time, there is a very also individualistic, cultural, nationalistic aspect of Orthodoxy that does make sense, but also isn't really good for unifying. And so this idea that we could use the Orthodox Church as a unifying force, I think it's a way. No, I think it's a dream. I think that is what real supposed.
Well, I mean, it was tried, and it failed against the Bolsheviks and the Soviet Union,
well,
the White
yeah,
Army, the Christian fascists. And...
But part of that was because, and this is the other thing, and this is why when people come out and you go, "There's no such thing as a Christian anarchist," I'm like, yeah, well, guess what? You can thank your Christian the Orthodox brothers for that, because that's where it was born out of. It was born out of places like Russia.
Well,
it was born by people like Leo Tolstoy, who saw the people of Russia at that time be who in one.
A lot of Orthodox battled Tolstoy too. I mean, that was.
Well, I understand that, obviously, but he saw this problem, right? But the other point I'm trying to make is that a lot of anarchism came out of Russia, though.
It did.
Early roots came out of Russia.
There was a lot of Orthodox that battled it. I mean, it was a big,
and there was a reason
part of
why,
the reason,
because there was a conflict that was happening. So there was a conflict that was happening, and that conflict happened to do with, and this has to do with the fact that even though I hate the Bolsheviks and I hate the communists,
you should.
but it wasn't like everything under Nicholas II was great and dandy. It was a culturally amazing time.
Well, I mean, it's obvious,
but it was economically a terrible time as well.
Yeah,
and so. What we saw is
different groups branched off.
We always see this. We always see this when there are it's amazing how much economic forces have a play on religious strife, right? And like Tolstoy, he saw people who were proclaiming to be Christian, going to church, giving their money to the church, but yet were completely ignoring the poor. We're completely ignoring the fact that there were people who were suffering. And the fact is, the leadership of Russia, as strong as it was culturally, as strong as it was in other regards militaristically, they were very poor morally. And that is why you had a opening of, whether it be and the same thing in Germany. The reason why
same thing in Rome.
Germany fell into the Third Reich is because Germany had such huge economic strife because they actually did something right. They stood by an ally, and they got punished for it. And anybody who knows anything about world history, European history, knows this as well.
And they were standing against the Bolsheviks.
What's that?
They were standing against the Bolsheviks.
Well, it's not just that, but they were standing with their ally in Austria, right? And they were standing
Hungary.
And so what happened was, the Bolsheviks and the Russians are like starting crap, right?
Yep.
And they're starting crap in parts, and so England got involved, because England, despite how many people might think of how great its monarchy is, like the Windsors were always a mutt family. They came from different places, Greek, Russia, and and at that time the family, the royalty, which was the Queen, right?
Yeah.
Like her family. She had family that was in Russia, that were royalty in Russia. And even though the monarchy in Russia at that time was just basically a wince, like it was on its outs, right? They still allied themselves with Russia and with the Bolsheviks to enter into this war. And Germany just said, "Hey, I'm just going to support my ally. I'm just going to support our cultural ally we've had for so long, our border ally for so long." And they got punished for it. But here's the thing. Even the Mysore Republic, it was economically very very unstable. But the other problem was there was a lot of fraud and there was a lot of corruption. And this is what happens in countries where you have corruption, whether it be of kind of like a fraud or a moral corruption, the society falls. We're seeing it right now in the United States, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree.
It's a question of whether it can be fixed or not,
Do you believe that if the Orthodox Church, like, unified against the Bolsheviks and before the Red Army took over, that they could have defeated them?
There's a possibility, but
if they would have unified instead of splintering off into the different groups that they splintered off into,
right,
which was the argument of Ivan and on resistance to evil by force. He was battling Tolstoy as like basically wanted the Orthodox to use force to fight against evil as he saw it,
right.
which was the Bolsheviks. And if they would have banded together and actually fought them off, it would have never happened. And this was before World War II. This was like a precursor.
Right.
I mean, he wrote this book in like 1920 something.
Right. Well, and you could see why other parts of like the Eastern European world didn't want to get in, and the Eastern Orthodox world, European world didn't want to get involved in it because, for one, especially
it was
the
a
Orthodox,
cultural problem.
especially the Orthodox, like in Romania, they had fought off the Ottoman Empire for a long time.
Yeah, it was all cultural.
And that's one of the reasons why a lot of people don't realize this. But there's this idea that the Orthodox Church has this unity that it's consisted of since.
No, the Orthodox Church in Ukraine just got bought off by Hillary Clinton.
Yeah,
this just happened.
Before the coup. So this idea though of the Orthodox Church being in complete unity and uniform, and like even Orthodox acknowledge, like even like Coptics,
they do pretty good. But
there's some that they would even admit to, but the reality has always been that part of the reason why the Orthodox have always been against like a Roman pontiff is because they want their individuality.
Because one guy can decide.
They want their individuality. Right? So,
I mean, look what happens when you get corrupted from the top down.
Because really, you don't have the problem of the Pope if you don't have the Church as a whole at that time believing in and selling this concept of apostolic authority. Right.
But if that one guy gets corrupted, then the whole church.
Well, but again, it goes back to a similar problem, which is what happens when you have an entire group of people who only have their church because of nationality or because of cultural reasons and not because of doctrinal reasons. It does not make for a unifying church.
That's why Hillary Clinton bought off the Ukrainian Orthodox.
Well, but everything in Ukraine has always been a shell company for something else, It's
well, it has, but the Orthodox Church itself was under the authority of Russia, and Hillary Clinton came in and paid like $20 billion and literally bought off the church to basically split from Russia and set up a cultural institution for Ukraine. So basically now it's the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, and they split from Russia. That's part of a lot of Orthodox are really mad because they took cathedrals with them and everything.
Right.
And there's like.
Well, and I've never liked the fact that we've punished Russian Orthodox for this stupid war either.
Well, we went in and splintered
that's terrible
them.
to me.
That's
like our church. I went to another church for a while, another Lutheran church that was like 30 miles away, and we were given to. We have like an ambassador program, and it's basically where we give to groups and churches. And so one of the ambassador programs was going to go, because actually the Lutheran Church has a seminary in Ukraine, and it has a seminary in Russia. And I think they finally, I don't know if they've closed the one in Russia yet or not, but it was barely hanging on, and we were trying to give some money for that. And like, then you also had the similar issue too, which was that we were supporting the Ukrainian one, which is fine, but they said, well, we don't want to support the Russian one. I'm like, but it's still a seminary for our church. Why would you not want to support that? It's, and this is this kind of notion that everyone has, this belief that any nation, any church in Russia is under the authority of, is like corrupted by Putin. And it's just not factually correct.
Well, it's just, this is a hysteria that they created.
Of course, and now it's like you can't even espouse, like, because there's a lot of love. I have a lot of love for Russian culture, obviously.
Well, they're looking at a lot of people who are like going to Orthodox churches in America for being Russian and spying on Russians at the Orthodox Church. It's gotten ridiculous.
Oh yeah, for sure. But it's like, you see some of that happen, and it's like it's really sad because again, you know, the good Christians in Russia shouldn't be punished because they live in a nation where their leader is not making the best decisions.
And what leader is at this point?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But no, so I mean, that's it's funny because I think about some of these things and I look at what they are, and it's kind of funny because JS gives me crap about it, because he's just like, well, anarchist is just another way of saying communist. And I just said, well, for some, perhaps, yes.
No, I can see his reasoning.
I know I can. No, I see it. I
it.
understand it. Trust me, I understand it, especially given anarchy's rise that came out of Russia. But again, just because I can also agree with a moral problem or a moral issue that socialists can agree is a problem. To me, I always say this: like the socialists, and the Marxist type people, they're really good at telling you what's wrong, but they're not really good at telling you what's right or how to solve the wrong.
Well, and technically, they
without going into government.
Well, they were the ones that the Orthodox Church and the so-called anarchists were fighting.
Yeah,
they were fighting the socialists and the Marxists, but the anarchist is a whole different thing from all of it. Damn it. I hear Elder Line.
Oh, my bad.
You're good, dude.
My kid just kicked every pillow and blanket off my bed.
I heard a damn it.
Yeah.
I was like, yep, that's Elder Lion.
But my kid sleeps like a wild animal. She moves all across the bed and kicks everything off at some point.
I'm the same way.
Yeah, I am too. Which I've kind of grown out of it. Like I sleep in a little tiny cot right now because I'm a little bit away from home. But yeah.
Are you sure you're getting your 3 hots in a cot?
Yeah. I mean, I'm used to it.
Yeah.
So
James, you were talking about Gen Z earlier, huh?
Well, that's the name of the show. It's our Gen Z.
Well, that's what I kind of wanted to get into, and I got into it a little bit earlier. Yeah.
Our Gen Z on the right track,
or
and
whatever
chilling.
you want to get back into. I want to make sure we don't.
That's a good question though. Are Gen Z on the right track?
And are they chilling?
Sorry, James. Yeah.
Or is that in chilling? Is it the topic?
Well, and chilling, because it's supposed to mostly just be a chill stream, but I also want to talk about the whole Gen Z thing.
But I mean, that is a good question though. Like, are they chilling? Like, they're on the right track, so they're chilling. They're doing good.
Oh gosh.
See, that people don't know this, but that's actually the brilliance of James in the way that he actually make that sentence.
No, that is a good.
Are they on the right track?
Sentence.
And chilling, and you can say so. You've got a duplicity with how you're using the word chilling, both in how we're chilling now.
I honestly thought it was the other way that you originally said. Like that's what I thought. I didn't even think about that. It was just we're chilling. So maybe I'm dumb.
No. It's the brilliance of the way that the way he put that question.
No, it's great.
It's great.
I do think Gen Z. I think they're on the right track. Everything I'm seeing, I think they're on the right track.
In short, I think my generation is on the right track.
Because you're part of Gen Z, right?
I'm part of Gen Z. Yep, I'm a Gen Zer because I was born in the late '90s.
I'm trying to remember when did Gen Z start. Because I'm trying to remember when that.
Gen Z.
Yeah, I'm barely Gen Z. I'm like the very beginning.
It's like
of Gen Z.
97 and 2012 is when you're born.
Yeah.
I think it's like 96 to 2010.
I think it's
and then after Zennials is like, or after Gen Z, it's like, is it Zoomers or Zillennials? I don't remember. I think there's different mashups there.
No, Gen Z is Zoomers. It's Alpha after my generation.
Yeah.
Okay, so
And it's gonna be beta.
So, culprit. I would imagine though. Are you around then?
I'm
Gen Z.
94. I'm 94.
So you're just like you're a late millennial then, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And is that what you are, Elder Lion? A late millennial?
Yeah, 93.
Oh, gotcha.
Nice,
Okay.
nice.
So
you're 29. I'm 30.
So to me, so people want to call me a millennial,
Oh,
but
I'm 31.
I am not a
Well,
millennial.
Oh yeah, you're not. I'm sorry. I meant the other way around. My bad.
So that's why I'm part of that micro generation of like the Oregon Trail generation.
Yeah.
Because
I've played the game. I'm not of that generation.
Because I did not have a cell phone until my 20s. I did not. I
had a cell phone in 7th grade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. I didn't start. We didn't have the use of the internet until I was in like high school.
Nice.
Like that was the days of like when it was Netscape and
Dude, we had those boss ass computers in like 1st grade.
So
we were already doing good with computers.
So I learned when I was in middle school, in late elementary, I learned how to use DOS.
I think we were playing by like 5th grade. We were playing like
Right
coolmath.com.
Yeah.
I think it was Cool Math. Playing all the little math games.
But we played games like the Oregon Trail and the Incredible Machine, or Tim is what it's called. And again, so to me, so not only am I in that micro generation, but my brother was a Gen Xer, right? My wife is a late Gen Xer. So there's aspects of being like where I'm like, I have that Gen X. I have that combination of late Gen X and early millennial, in that micro spot. Because it's like, to me, millennials, the whole point of millennial is that you turned 18 after the millennium. I think is how that worked, or something like that. You became adults either on or around the
2012 for me.
So
I became, yeah.
And I became an adult in 1999. So I became an adult in the 90s. Which is funny because you guys probably have to think I'm like, I know I don't look as old as I am, but like when I think of like Elder Lion saying he was born in 93, that blows my mind because I fucking remember 93 was a great year for movies. Jurassic Park.
I know a lot about the time period, but I don't remember it.
Right, yeah. I remember going to Jurassic Park, and I remember going to Jurassic Park in the theaters.
My first memory really is 9/11 because that's when my dad joined the military and went off to war.
Yeah. That could be. Because you were born in what,
94.
Okay, so
I was in 1st grade during 9/11.
Yeah.
So I got a funny story about that actually. I was in trouble and going to the principal's office, and in 1st grade I was a little hoodlum.
What?
And I was I was a little shithead kid.
Come on, man, come on.
And I was sitting in the office, and this was like they had one of them little bitty tiny TVs, those little box TVs. And they were watching the second tower come down as I was sitting in the office.
Yeah.
And I remember watching the second plane hit, and then I got checked out, and everybody forgot why I was in trouble.
Yeah.
My mom just came to find out what was going on.
So you were in the 1st grade on 9/11, huh?
Yeah.
So I was in college. And I was preparing for a debate.
Dude, my dad was at Fort Polk, Louisiana. He came pick me up from 1st grade with my mom.
Now.
Yeah.
What year was your dad born?
69.
So he was pretty old when he had you then, huh?
He was about 31 or something.
Yeah, so that's relative. I mean, a lot of people usually have their kids in their 20s. So I mean.
Yeah, he had already joined the Navy and was in the Army at the time.
Like my dad was 30 when he had me, or he was. He was 29 when he had me. So I mean, it was like.
Oh, my dad was in like the Gulf War and everything, dude.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
So, but I remember 9/11 because I was doing a debate in college on airline safety. I was preparing it.
That day. I know all about that.
And then And then also my parents were on planes. My dad was on the plane to New York City, and my mom was on a plane to Washington D.C., which is crazy. And so they had to find a middle ground because all the flights got grounded. So I think my dad flew from New York or drove from New York to Washington. And yeah, but we didn't hear from them almost until towards the end of the day because they were like in purgatory trying to figure, because they were still on the planes and they didn't let them out.
The whole nation was grounded. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was great. It was crazy times, but
my dad literally like shipped off to Kuwait like a week later. So they were like preparing for the invasion and everything. So like he came and picked me up and was like, "Hey, I'm gonna be gone for a while," and he went on a mission. Yeah, crazy times. That's like my earliest memory is my dad leaving after the tower came down. So that's when I remember everything. I don't remember much before that.
I remember what happened just because I was with my mom and I got pulled out of school.
Yeah, I got pulled out of school too.
She was watching replays. She was watching replays of it on TV.
Yeah.
And
everybody was. It seemed like.
I remember watching it live because I was in college. My sister was. I'm trying to remember what my sister was doing because she graduated that early. So I think she had a class. She was doing some college too because she was a freshman in college. I was a sophomore in college. Technically would have been a second year in college. So, she said, "John, come up here." I'm like, "What's going up, sis?" And as soon as I came up, I saw the second tower fall on TV, and it just live.
What's crazy is like,
and I had to know that I was like, I had my speech in my hand about airline safety, and I'm just like, this is so weird.
Well, what's crazy about that is like the synchronization of all the people who remember watching the second tower come down.
Yeah.
Like it's like everybody when they talk about it, it's like I remember watching the second tower come down.
Yeah.
Because that was the moment everybody was tuning in.
Thought it was a mistake until the second tower.
Yeah.
Until the second plane came.
Yeah.
Everything changed when the second
big,
tower.
Massive disaster. Yeah.
Yep.
Because
I mean, everybody
from
there.
My mom just being like, "Oh shit, this is horrible," and to "Oh my god, we're being attacked."
Yeah. That's when the whole mood changed across the nation, and that's what everybody
remembers. It got really weird because everyone was going to get gas. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, people looking up and
yeah.
So
to me, I think the real biggest
what a time, dude! Like I don't think people take the time to look back.
Morning, Dave.
That was a moment, dude. That like it's crazy how we all remember a certain moment in that time when it happened.
I'm back.
So I think to me, what was the first time I remembered something really huge in my life as a kid? Like I was just a little bit too little for the Challenger, right? Like
No, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't remember my older brother.
My dad
did,
was in college.
My wife
during
does,
that time.
but
my dad was in college.
But so for me, the big one was fall. It was February and March of '93 because.
Is that Waco?
You had right before Waco, you had the Twin Towers attack.
Oh yeah, the
one,
'93 bombing. Yeah,
the '93 bombing.
The same terrorist group. Yeah,
and it was like a couple of weeks later, you had then the Waco. And I can remember Waco happening on my birthday, actually. One of the days where they were having the standout on my birthday. And I remember coming back on one day when they burnt out. I'm sorry, I do believe the FBI or whoever burnt them out. I'm sorry. But that was crazy. You know what I'm saying? And it was just like, it was such a crazy. It was like.
Well, and like the propaganda at the time, I mean.
Insane.
The federal government was
Morning,
really.
David. I'm 45 and I can say Gen Z are generally lazy and disregarded with the concept of hard work. They are better at receiving than giving. Most, not all. Gen Z regurgitate more of that. That's funny that David is only a year older than me because he sounds like he's 10 years older than me. And that's not on you, David. That's on me.
No, David sounds very wise when I talk to him.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's just kind of crazy when those things, you know. Now I do remember the tower, or excuse me, the Berlin Wall going down. That was insane.
Oh, that's crazy.
Gorbachev, Ted, how things, you know, and then there was like the hot David Hasselhoffers dancing on the wall.
My dad's talked about it. It's that's a crazy
Like,
moment.
you know,
A sweater. My mom saw the news as it broke from the first tower. She would watch the news as she got ready for work, and I remember her waking my brother up early because of it.
Oh, wow,
that's
dude.
crazy.
His father was 95 and grew up in World War. Oh yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, your dad. Talk about having a dad that's old. I mean, your dad was 50 when he had you.
Dude, World War II. That's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody from that time seemed to work at like 14 years old.
That's when I got my first job.
I was like 16, I think.
But I think about like in the 90s, especially like all the people in the Gen Z that were born or like little kids like at the height of that time. You know what I'm saying? It's like crazy. It's like remembering to go see Jurassic Park in the movie, or remembering seeing the Flintstones in the theaters, or remember when they had the McDonald's cups for that. And
well, it's pretty cool when you have those moments where people like synchronize and remember everything.
Like I remember getting the Batmobile from the '89 Batman movie in the Happy Meal.
Yeah.
It's like, and then what's really crazy, Culper, is I'll get people. So like in 2001, 2002, 2003, when like the Lord of the Rings came out.
Yeah, I was watching them. I was a kid, but I was watching.
I would wait out in the line. You know what I'm saying? It was back when you'd wait in line for a movie.
Oh, I remember.
And so somebody came up to me one day and said, and I think he was like maybe like, I want to say he was like 12 at the time. So he would have been like born in like 89 or something like that. Yeah, something like that, right? Or no, yeah, something like that. And he was like 10 or maybe I think he was like 10. So he might have been born in 91, but he's like, "You're the guy that came up with the bomb game, aren't you?" And I'm like, and I have people to this day that come up to me, random strangers, and they say, "You're the guy that did the bomb game, weren't you?" I'm like, yeah, I was. So we were waiting in line, and I created a game called Bomb. It's like Pig, you know the basketball game Pig.
Yeah.
So, but with Bomb, what it is if you spell out bomb, you explode and you lose. But you have to do it. What it is in order not to spell a letter or the word, you have to come up. So if I started off with a Q and I'd say Mel Gibson, and Culper would say Braveheart, and then Elder would say you'd have to think of an actor from that movie kind of thing. So, and of course I'd always do it with actors because no one can compete with me on the directors. If you added directors to it as well. But and so he would say someone like I'm trying to remember his name, Brian Keefe, and then like James might say, okay, he was in X2, and then it would come back to me, and I would say X2 it had Hugh Jackman. Now Culper, right? And if it takes you more than like 4 seconds to come up with the name, you spell the letter. So it's like a rapid shot thing where you and people remember that. It was like, and so this guy's like 10 something years, and he comes up to me, he's like, "You got that guy?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Dude, you look the same." I said, "Yeah." He said, "Do you remember me?" I said, "I don't know." He's like, "No, I was that kid that was wearing that one jacket or the green jacket, and I had I had the hat on, and you liked the hat because it was like a thing hat." And and I was like, "Oh yeah, you were a little kid, weren't you?" It's like, "Yeah." It's like, now I'm like almost 30. I'm like, holy shit. Or I'm 30 years old. I'm like, holy crap. I feel old. So.
I mean, 30's old, bro, when you've been in the military.
Well, yeah, especially in the military. 30 is really. But I feel old because I can remember him being a little kid and I was an adult. You know what I'm saying?
No,
So
I get
that's
it.
what throws you off. So. But
I mean, dude, most of my friends are in their 40s, so
yeah,
I don't really have any friends my age.
is that why do you think that is? So I usually tend to I do tend to have friends that are like 5 years older than me or and over, or people that are 5 years and younger.
Well, I mean,
isn't that weird?
Yeah, I mean, I come from a town that was like pretty bad on drugs.
Wait, wait a minute. You said
And like
5
all
years
my friends
and
ended up
younger,
on drugs.
John?
So.
What's that?
You said 5 years and younger, so you're
I said
talking like...
I'm a person that usually makes friends that are either 5 years older or 5 years younger than me.
Oh, so not in every case, because I'm not.
No, not in every case, but usually the point is like today, like I thought about this year's going to be my 25th high school reunion, and my wife's like, "Are you going to go to that?" I said, "No, I hated everybody in my high school class."
I joined the Navy at 19.
Wait a minute, how old did you say you was again, John?
I'm 44.
Oh, okay, so I'm way over.
Well, I joined the Navy at 19, and all my friends, a lot of them got really bad off on drugs, and a lot of them died. And then the ones that I was really close with, I had to kind of,
younger than you.
I had to tell them to go away. So
yeah,
I'm way younger than you. I'm like 27.
You're 27, huh?
Yeah, you're just a few years younger than
we're
me,
on
James.
28 this year.
When you
You're
turn
just a
20,
few
what
young.
month do you turn 28?
June.
Okay, cool.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're not much younger than me, bro.
Gotta figure out what day in June I'm gonna have my birthday stream.
So you said you were born in 94 then, James?
97.
Yeah, that's
97.
me.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
he's
Okay.
20, about to be 28. I'm about to be 30.
So I was 16 years old when you were born, James.
Dang.
I was in high school.
Oh. Dang.
My brother's 26.
I had
he's
just
98.
It was just the start of the summer between my my freshman and sophomore year, my freshman and sophomore year in high school.
Nice.
Nice.
Because I started school a year late because I had speech therapy. So that's why when I graduated high school I was 19. I should have been class of 99.
Yeah,
but I
so
was
you were
class of
like
2000.
what, 11, 12 when the Berlin Wall came down?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you were in high school when the Gulf War was kicking off. Or about to start high school.
Like you're talking about like the Gulf War, the one
The 91.
No. Oh no. I was a kid. I was 10.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I remember we put a yellow ribbon around our tree in the front yard because my cousin was he was 18 and he was going off to
Wait, so when were you 16?
I was 16 in 97.
Okay, yeah, so you had to be like 11, 12 when the 91 Gulf War kicked off.
Yeah, oh yeah, sorry, yeah. I'm
okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. That's what
I thought
was...
you said are you 16 were you 16 in the Gulf War?
No. I'm talking about the Gulf War with Bush Sr.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Cuz I was in college when Bush Jr. Operation
Yeah, that was my dad's big war. I mean, he was in the Gulf War, but he was in all of it, and then Operation Iraqi Freedom and Global War on Terror.
My cousin actually was in the Marines, and he went off and he was he did like a heavy armament type of thing. So he would be like the guy that would like shoot and load like if they were doing like the rocket, like the handheld rockets.
Oh, my dad was blowing shit up with C4.
Yeah. So
he was an engineer blowing
and then
up
he went for the longest time, and he actually worked in Bethesda with military funeral services.
Okay.
And funny because he came home one time. He came to visit us one time before he moved over here, and now he's in Texas. But he showed us this movie. He thought it'd be interesting to us because the guy that it was a movie with Kevin Bacon, and the guy that Kevin Bacon plays is a guy that is from the same town that I live close to. Well, I grew up as a kid in and live close to this day. And it's a movie called Taking Chance. I don't know if you've ever seen it. I'm not Culper.
I think I've heard of it. I don't remember.
And so he wanted us to see it because he wanted to show us
how. Oh no, that's when he's carrying the body across the country to the family.
Yeah. So he wanted to show it to us because of like showing us how like the military does like funeral preparations and stuff.
Yeah.
And so we totally blew his mind when we told him that my sister actually dated Chance Phelps.
Oh wow.
And so I knew him because he and another friend of mine, which was my sister's ex-boyfriend, and my sister had this thing where even her ex-boyfriends were still liked hanging out with her. I don't probably because she was like a one of the guys type of situation, but I remember me and my friend and my sister and then him, and they were not my sister and her ex-boyfriend had been like broken up for like 3 months, and then this guy, she kind of like went on a couple of dates with him and stuff. And so, but this is right before she started dating him like heavily. And we're all in the car together, and we were in a 78 International Scout going over the desert hills. And I don't know if you've ever driven an International Scout, but those are fun to go four-wheeling on.
No, I don't think I have.
But yeah, so I actually knew Chance Phelps. I actually met him like twice.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. So my cousin was like completely shocked. He's like, "You actually knew this guy?" I'm like, "Yeah." Yeah.
Yeah, he was like what, 20?
He was 20. Yeah, he was not that old. And then so his mom moved here to Colorado, but his dad lived in Wyoming, and that's where they ended up burying him at. So,
wow.
That's why the guy initially had interest in it, because he saw that he had come from Colorado, and he's like, "That's where I'm from," and the same town and everything. And then they had the kind of issue where they decided to bury him up in Wyoming, and so he took him to Wyoming too.
Wow.
But yeah, and I actually got to meet the guy that Kevin Bacon played once. He was in town for a screening of it.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. But my town has some famous stuff, because the town that I live close to is the town that you probably, I don't know if you've ever heard of him. He was a socialist, communist, but he was a writer.
I mean, I might have. You had to.
And he was a screenwriter, and he, in fact, Kirk Douglas came to him and told him that he wanted him to write the script for this movie because of because obviously Kirk Douglas was also a communist. I don't know if you knew that or not.
I've heard
big time commie. He was a big time commie. And so he wanted to, but his friend had been put on the blacklist.
You talking about Spartacus?
Yeah, that's Spartacus. But this guy also wrote a book called Johnny Got His Gun, and the name of the author is Dalton Trumbo.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of him?
I've heard of him. I don't know anything about him though.
So there's a statue in the town near I live by that has him in the bathtub, because I guess he liked to write in the bathtub.
Okay.
But he lived in another town that's about 60 miles away, and then he graduated from high school in the town that's just about 7 miles away from here. So where I live.
I don't know anything about the communism part.
Yeah. Because he got blacklisted big time.
Okay.
And he went under a screen name and all that. So. And. But yeah, he was a big time commie.
Well, that's pretty cool.
But yeah, it's interesting, like all the history that you have, and I always tell people if they ever come up and see me, if you ever want, because Doc Holliday's grave is about 90 miles from here.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So,
you want to know what my town's famous for?
What's that?
Slavery. Not even kidding. There's like plantations and old slave houses from like a long time ago, like everything.
Yeah.
I could show you a legit slave home. Like I can just go up to the property and look at it.
Down there in Louisiana.
Yep, there's a lot of slave houses. Yep, that's where I'm from.
Or as I like to call it, Saint Denis.
Yeah.
I'm
about an hour from Baton Rouge, pretty much right when you get into the swamp.
Yeah, so you're in the swamp.
Oh yeah. On I used to live on Lake Pontchartrain, but now I live on Lake Maurepas.
Maurepas.
Yeah.
That must be an Indian word, huh?
Yeah. It's a French. There's
Indian.
French in it too, but
Yeah.
It's kind of a play on like there were natives that lived here. It's kind of a play on their word, on their name.
Right. Well, I understand that because there's a town here in Colorado that's based off of a Ute chief, and everybody gets his name wrong, and everybody gets his wife's name wrong. But the chief's name is Uray, and so there's a town in Colorado called Uray. That's actually how I know if you've never been, you're not from Colorado, is if you call Uray Ray.
Well, that's like when people say, like we say New Orleans, and
Yeah.
people say New Orleans or something.
New Orleans, you're down there in New Orleans. You know, it's the same
Yeah.
thing with like Louisville. It's like people like people are from Louisville if they say I'm from Louisville, or they're from the South because they know how to say Louisville because it's not Louisville.
No, Louisville. Yeah.
And some people will say Louisville, but you got to really get that Louisville.
Yeah.
where you're just really stressing the one vowel. Louisville.
Well, you really know you're from Louisiana when you say Nolans.
Nolans. Yeah.
I was about to say, I don't know. I think my accent's too thick that I would probably end up saying that. I'd have to
Nolans?
actively try to say New Orleans.
Yeah.
I'd have to.
Well, I mean, I lived in San Diego for about 4 years, so I kind of lost my accent. But at one point, it was Nolans.
Yeah, of the Southerners
My
up here,
accent
you're
will come
the
in and
one
out.
that has the least.
Some words it just.
Well, we got like Thibodeau, New Orleans,
Yeah.
all those names like that.
So, seeing as all three of you are from the South, in your mind, do I speak with an accent?
No. I mean, you have a distinctive voice, but it doesn't
Yeah.
really sound like an accent.
Right, like you would know if I was from Boston. I'd be saying things like Boston, right?
It's
or you're
pretty
from
neutral.
Jersey. Yeah, I'm from Jersey. Yeah, we're from Jersey over here.
Oh
Nah,
yeah,
you know.
yeah. We can tell if you're from Jersey or from Boston.
Well, like you could tell if I was a Yankee, right?
I mean,
Yeah,
y'all
if it's a
can
Yankee,
probably
kind of northern to me.
It'd be very
That's about
distinct.
it.
What's
y'all
that,
can
Elder
tell
Ryan?
where. Yeah, he said northern. Yeah.
I said you sound kind of northern.
Yeah.
That's about it.
I mean, you can tell me and Elderline are from the South. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty
You
obvious.
can't tell James is from the South. I can.
I mean, no, I can tell.
Well,
James
I'm left out up here.
But he's also what we call countrified.
he has a deep country accent, and that's pretty.
But it's interesting because
Which most of my family does too.
Like places like Colorado are like such a melting pot that we have.
Well, everybody
different
from the
words.
country has gone there. Yeah.
Every different words, we have different words that have different expressions from different regionals, but we still kind of maintain. Like, I remember I had a friend come from. What was it? I want to say it was. I think he was from like. Well, I think he was born in Louisiana or something like that, but lived in Texas, but he came up here and he just said, "It's amazing." Like he was like living in southern Texas, like parts of Texas that are like close to Oklahoma. You know, they have kind of like a kind of a rural accent too.
Longview area, because that's
like that exactly. Yeah. And so he just said it's crazy how like Coloradans just we don't have an accent. It's such a weird thing, but there are things that we use from different people and say different things. So it's funny because I'll say things that people from the North will know, and I'll say things and then of course there's things that I learn from people. So for example, I learned from my best friend who came from Texas that if you go to the South and you order a Coke, you're actually ordering a soda. So when they say, I want a Dr. Pepper for a Coke, I'm like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Coke is Coca-Cola. But what they're saying is, I want a soda. You know, I want a cola. So, but yeah, it's funny. I find it funny. You know, just all the different things.
Half of my family's French, bro. They literally speak French. So.
Zombalde, oh man.
Yeah. Like, try to come to one of my family reunions.
They speak like Gambit from X-Men.
Dude.
Mon Echelle.
I don't even understand them anymore. And that's because I've lived away for so long.
Because you were in California and you got that kind of westernese, yeah. It's very laid back.
I mean, I lost a lot of my accent just being over there.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure overseas as well, you know.
Yeah. I mean, all kinds of different languages and.
But like, I think you could tell I'm from what you guys would call the North, but I don't sound Midwestern, right? So I don't sound like someone from. Oh, I'm from Wisconsin or North Dakota. Yeah. Almost on the borderline of Canada. Yeah. It's like that.
You don't have that. Yeah, you don't have that.
And I don't have that East Coast Yankee, like whether it be like Boston.
One of my best friends.
When you hear like Wally speak, you can tell he's from New England.
One of my best friends from the Navy is from like Minnesota, and he has that Minnesota accent.
Yeah. Well, my pastor's from Wisconsin, from Sheboygan. Yeah. Okay. He's got that similar kind of.
He cracks me up every time I talk to him. I always make fun of the accent.
Yeah.
What's up, bud?
Bud.
Yeah, what's up, bud?
But it is interesting. I do find it interesting the number of people from the South that are going into Orthodoxy, and a lot of that being because there's been an uptick in Orthodox churches down there, you know.
Oh, I found like 4 of them in Baton Rouge.
And it's funny, like you can find more Orthodox churches in the South than you can Lutheran churches.
I don't know a single Lutheran church.
You're right. And even if you did find a Lutheran church, like I was trying to find one for James, like the very closest one to him is an American Lutheran. I said, you don't want that. You don't want that ELCA. You don't.
Yeah,
because they believe in giving
the
gays the pastorhood, and they have women pastors and bishops.
Now you don't have like legit like Lutheran churches down here.
Yeah, but now if you go to Nebraska. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's where my dad's wife.
If you go to Ohio, if you go to Minnesota, if you go to Wisconsin, man.
My dad's wife is a Lutheran from Nebraska.
Yeah. There's you're either two things in Nebraska. You're either Lutheran or Catholic.
Yep.
Like, did you ever see that movie Nebraska, where they're like at the cemetery and then. She's like pissing on the grave, and they're like, "Why did you do that?" Well, she's a damn papist, you know.
Oh yeah. You ever watch Outlander?
Yes. Yeah.
You remember when the kid, her daughter's kid, comes up and it's like, she said he's a fucking papist.
Yeah.
When he was telling his dad
Cheers had a great episode because Woody was supposed to be an LCMS Lutheran because Woody Harrelson, the actor, grew up in the Lutheran church, and so he knew about this whole thing, and so he brought this thing to the show, and so it's like one of the best episodes because he's like an LCMS Lutheran and he wants to go out, and this girl's Lutheran but she's ELCA Lutheran, and he's like. She said, I don't care about the Book of Concord. You might as well just throw it out. And I said, throw out the Book of Concord. Well, you might as well throw out the Bible when you do that. And I just laughed my ass off.
What show is that?
On Cheers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Another good one is Everybody Loves Raymond because the older brother was getting married to a Baptist. and the dad's like, and of course the family on Raymond's side is all Catholic, right? And they're like, and so he's marrying this Baptist girl, and she's like, "Oh," and the dad's like, "Think of it as safari, and on the way we'll find a flock of Lutherans somewhere."
A Catholic marrying a Baptist is like heresy.
I know. I don't know how they can do it.
That happens a lot in the South. Especially
in
Louisiana. I mean, New Orleans is Catholic.
Because there's a lot of Catholics because it's very Catholic.
Yeah.
With the French, especially the churches.
Mardi Gras, bro.
Right.
Yeah. That's all.
What's the famous? What's the famous Catholic church there in New Orleans?
Are you talking about the college?
No, the actual. The
cathedral with the statue in front of it. I don't remember the name. I do not remember the name.
Yeah. We're a bunch of papists down here, mister. You ever played Red Dead Redemption 2?
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah.
when they're in the fictional version of New Orleans, which
It's
is
St.
Saint
Louis.
Louis.
I looked it up for you. St. Louis.
Yeah. The Church of Saint Louis, or
Yeah,
Saint Louis.
yeah.
But but and he's talking to Arthur from Red Dead Redemption 2, and he goes, "We're a bunch of papists down here, Mister." Cracks me up.
I passed out like a block away from that cathedral. Right before I went into the Navy.
I've never been to Nolans.
I passed out like not far from that. I woke up next to the river.
In fact, it scares me because it's such a weird
Oh,
town.
it's a crazy place.
Yeah.
That's where like us living like an hour or so outside of it. That's where we used to go to party. Like
Yeah, because it's a big party.
Yeah, that's the place. But a lot of bad things happen too. So
a lot of bad things happened along the way.
Yeah.
Hi, my Strider. Your middle name is a Russian poet. That's how much I love Russian culture, huh? Yeah.
Is that your cat?
My cat, Strider. Yep.
I had a cat, dude, and it died like 2 years ago.
His full name is, you're going to like this, James. His full name is Strider Alexander Pushkin James.
Wow.
Huh?
So T.S. Eliot says that a cat should have at least 3 names, right? And he said the cat should have a name that's something unique to him or has special meaning to you, which is Strider, because I love Lord of the Rings. So that's his named Strider, and he's aptly named that because he also is he's got long legs and he can walk fast and all that stuff. But then my favorite poet is Alexander Pushkin. And then, of course, I can't have a cat and not give him a Christian name. So I gave him James for his Christian name.
Huh?
I mean, I don't want to tell y'all my
so my
cat's
cat,
name.
Brother
my
James.
cat has Saint James as his
Awesome
saint.
James.
My cat's name was Vladimir Putin.
Was it really?
Yeah, I swear. Yeah.
No.
Hell, I'm a basic bitch. I named my cat Charlotte.
Charlotte?
Yeah.
Everybody thought I was crazy when I named my cat Vladimir, and that's what I called him. That was his name. I love that cat.
Yeah.
That was my best friend for a long time.
Oh,
You guys can't hear me typing, can you?
No.
I hear it sometimes.
But
but
it's not
bad.
like it's really coming out. It's not like this.
It's not bad, yeah. I don't even know if y'all can hear mine.
Yeah, no.
This random Muslim guy's spurging out on me right now, and I'm just...
He's spurging at you like we're at like in Discord or something?
Yeah. And have you ever seen, like, well, you probably have, the Holy Grail, Black Knight, where you keep cutting off their arm, and then their leg, and then they just keep coming at you, and they...
It's just by the flesh wound.
Yeah,
It's just by the flesh
Yeah,
wound.
yeah.
That's what's happening right now, and I think that at this point I'm done engaging with Islamists. It's just...
What a great movie, though.
Great movie.
What's your plan for the week,
Well,
James?
shit, I think I'm going to go to sleep out of this. You guys have a good night.
You too,
Take care,
Elder.
Elder.
Have a good one, Elder.
What's your plan for the week, James?
The rest of the week.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess not really too much. Probably gonna just try to do things around the house. If I got anything to do around the house, and just relax and then live stream some. And then I'll be going to church on Sunday.
Nice.
Because it'll be church time again on Sunday.
Yeah, it's good to go to church, especially during Lent.
During Lent, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
Did you go anywhere for Ash Wednesday, James?
no, because the church that I'm gonna start attending for us the parish, we didn't have anything this week.
You didn't go
Or
last week? They didn't have anything on Ash Wednesday?
oh, you mean it was last week? I thought.
Yeah, last week was last Wednesday, so it was
Oh
the
well, I didn't. Well, I wasn't
5th.
exactly attending that parish at the time then,
Oh,
because
okay.
I went the first time to that parish this past Sunday.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I didn't want to go over to the monastery because I didn't have my car ready to go by last Wednesday. I didn't get my car back on the road till this week,
So is this church that you found, is it closer to you than the monastery,
or was
James?
it? Well, this is near the end of last week technically, because
Is this church that you found, is this new place, is it closer to you than the monastery you were going to?
no, it's actually further away.
Oh.
It's 57 minutes away. The parish, whereas the monastery is 20 minutes away.
Strider.
I mean, I live an hour away from everything, so there's no way I could find any church without driving an hour. I mean,
Yeah, that's
I
gonna
live
be like
deep
pretty much
in
the
the
bare
swamp.
minimum. The drive to get it to a parish is gonna be like an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to find places like when you're in an area where it's not like like places like Boston. They've got like a Catholic church like
Oh,
on
every
square
block.
block.
Yeah.
Boston. Boston is like
Boston's great.
a
I like the
big
Red
city.
Sox and the Patriots. Boston.
Well, see, I can find a Catholic church. That's no problem. Catholic church is 3 minutes away down
Right.
the road.
It's
But
like what? But my point is like so, like, there's a lot of places where you'll find like an abundance of one type of church over another, and it's not
Pentecostal and Baptist where I'm from.
pretty much the same here. Pentecostal and Baptist,
or then
not.
Catholic, right? And then Catholic.
Well,
Well,
Catholic.
there's one Catholic. There's only one Catholic.
Catholic,
So
you
in
don't see
my
from an
parish.
hour from where I'm
Yeah.
from. It's all
Really?
Pentecostal and Baptist, yeah. But I live deep into the South, like
Yeah.
Which
is
out
all
here.
going to be Southern Baptist mostly.
Yeah.
But what
and
I'm saying
Pentecostal.
primarily though, the ones where you find multiple churches though are like Baptist and Pentecostal in my area.
Well, you see, like the charismatic movement
Catholic's
was
like only
big
one
where I'm at. Like
town.
charismatic was born from Pentecostals and Southern Baptists. That was like a thing that really propped up where I'm from. You had charismatic churches all over the place. So you got one like every couple miles. When you get to Baton Rouge, they're all over.
Strider. He does this a lot. Don't you?
Oh, I remember when my cat would come like make a bed on your stomach when you were sleeping and start like pressing down and making a bed. Crap hurts, man.
But I love this cat. I mean, I have all the love scars to show it, but I do love this cat.
Yeah, I had the same thing. My cat was awesome.
Mr. Strider.
I mean, I gave him a name that was really hard, but
Vladimir. Vlad.
Dude, that was a sad day, dude. Like,
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Like Vladimir. Or excuse me, Vladimir.
I mean, I called him Vlad for short, but
Vladimir.
it's because he had like
Vladimir
the yellowish blonde hair, and that's why I named him that. Like,
No, because he has a yellowish blonde hair like Vladimir Putin.
You could have called him
Yeah.
Vlad the Impaler because of his claws. I actually knew a guy that had a cat named Vlad the Impaler.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
That's funny.
But he was like into like vampires and all that. That's why.
Yeah, dude, there's a vampire that works at a Walmart, like where I'm like close, like about an hour or so, because I'm way out. But the Walmart I go to, it's like a legit vampire. He like dresses up as a vampire, has the teeth and everything, and he works at the Walmart.
Didn't you ever see the originals? It's all like that show. It all takes place in Louisiana.
Yeah. Yep. Oh,
What-
the
so
originals
you-
and True Blood and all that.
Yeah.
You don't have a Walmart?
There's like a super like
Dude,
New
the
Orleans
closest
is like a very
Walmart.
supernatural charged place.
It's a very crazy,
witchcraft.
dude. I have stories down here
Yeah.
that some of them I won't speak online.
There's
Just-
like crazy things that I've heard.
Yeah.
I have a Walmart in my small town.
Dude,
I'm
I
a
live-
small
crazy.
town.
Crazy.
I live like deep deep in the country where like there's nobody at all. I have Starlink because that's the only internet you get out here.
You're in the deep, thick swamp like that. That's the way
Yeah,
it
yeah.
work. Yeah.
That's gotta be beautiful, being in that thick
It's
swamp
pretty
where there's
great.
nobody around.
It's pretty
Oh,
great.
you don't observe Ash Wednesday? Oh, is that just a Western thing then?
Oh, so
Well, I
Orthodox
didn't
doesn't observe
go.
Ash Wednesday?
I wasn't at church this Ash Wednesday, but I am observing Lent now. So, I'm a Protestant dude. I just got into observing all of this, so I didn't know anything about all of this until a couple years ago.
Because that's right. Because don't you guys have? There's like I know there's a Clean Monday, and they start that right. I think.
I mean, where I come from, dude, there's no fasting. There's no observances like this.
Yeah.
None of it.
I know that there's like cheese fair.
In Louisiana?
No, in Orthodox Church.
Oh, yeah.
Cheese
I don't
thing,
really have
cheese
that down
thing
here.
just before Lent starts.
Yeah,
Cheese
yeah,
thing just
in
before
Asheville. Yeah, okay, so gotcha. So you guys don't
It's
observe Ash
like
Wednesday.
it ends when Lent start, the day before Lent starts.
I
It's the
just
last
started going
day,
to
the
the
day
Orthodox
before.
Church, so I don't know that much.
Well, I seen on the calendar.
So was it when did it start? Sweater was it Monday the 2nd or whatever? When did you guys start observing?
Well, and you have like Forgiveness Sunday too, right? Right before
Let me look real quick. On the
Clean Monday.
calendar.
Forgiveness Sunday is like the right before it.
Is the week before? Okay, gotcha. Okay, I knew it was before, but I didn't know how far. Yeah.
Oh, before Great Lent. Oh, that's right. Because there's Lent and there's Great Lent. Because
Yeah.
we started on the 3rd for Lent.
Okay,
It
so that
started
makes
on
sense. So you
Monday
guys
the
started on the
3rd.
Monday. So.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure
And
like
granted,
Sunday.
that first week I did not keep it correctly because I didn't know exactly as much as I know now.
Well,
How
the
to keep
Sunday
it.
before the start of Lent is Forgiveness Sunday. Am I correct, Sweater? I just learned about all of this, so I'm pretty sure that's what it's called, the day before Lent, where you like forgive everybody, your friends, family, and
Which
people you're at church
observing stuff, trying to walk it out. I'm trying to focus more on now than anything when it comes to like Christianity and a religion, if you want to call it that. I'm trying to focus more on how to walk it out, not any.
Dude, I
other
come from like
aspects.
speaking in tongues and like everything, bro.
Oh, speaking in tongues. Oh yeah, that's Pentecostal, right?
Yeah,
there.
that's big where I come from.
That's Pentecostal.
Yep.
I
My
grew up
grandmother was
Pentecostal, so
Pentecostal.
I know what that's like. Growing up
Yeah.
Pentecostal and doing the speaking in tongues and running around like a bunch of maniacs.
People passing out on the ground.
No offense to Pentecostals, but it's just very
No,
maniac-y.
dude, it's no offense.
thing.
It's
But
it's weird.
yeah, it's weird. You can't quite growing up in it. It's very weird. Just
I mean,
seeing it as a
you
child,
realize
it's very
it.
weird.
Sweater.
You believe it for a while. Hey, what's up, Sweater?
I
Hey,
figured
Sweater,
y'all had
I
a bunch
never
of
believed-
questions for me, so I'd just come up and answer them.
I mean, hey,
I never believed the running around thing. I never believed that. I could never get behind that. It just seemed unorderly and chaotic, and no.
I mean, it's interesting. I still don't know really how I feel about it because I grew up in it, so it's kind of hard to judge it. But
It didn't seem like it was from God though. To me, the running
it's
around
interesting.
thing.
I mean,
And
my
speaking in
grandmother,
unknown tongues.
my
I never
grandmother
could
was
get
really
behind that either.
awesome. Like there's nobody closer to God than my grandmother in my eyes, and she was Pentecostal, and that was her church. And
I always had trouble with their whole getting rid of the law, like it had nothing to do with the new covenant, like at all, because of Matthew
no, I
chapter
mean,
5.
I'm not
verse 17.
Pentecostal at all. I mean, I've never understood the church, the Pentecostal church.
So James, Great Lent is just Lent.
It's just Lent? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So it's
because-
all one and the same, nothing separate.
That's just what the Orthodox call the season of Lent. What we call season of Lent is it's the same thing. Yeah,
Well, the reason is because is that we have multiple fasting periods throughout the year,
Yeah.
and Lent means fast. So
what it
Great
literally
Lent is the Great Fast.
Right. Which happens before the observation of the death of Jesus and the resurrection of Jesus.
Well, throughout the year we fast twice a week.
Well, yeah, but most in Western Christians do that as well. So, I mean, obviously, like Catholics especially will do it on Fridays. I'm sure. I think Orthodox do it on Fridays too.
Well, we do it on Wednesdays and
Wednesday and
Fridays.
Friday.
Wednesdays and Fridays is what Catholics do as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the exception of sometimes we skip a Wednesday and Friday, depending on, I guess, what part of the year it is. Because apparently last month, we did skip it last month in February. The week that started with the 9th, we skipped the Wednesday and Friday there, the 12th and the 14th.
Right. Okay.
Sweater, was I right about the Sunday before?
There's a there. I know there's a matins, isn't
Okay.
there, or something like that?
Thought
It's like
it
a matins or a vesper service or something like that.
During Lent?
No, there's a vespers like on the day before Clean Monday for forgiveness. It's like it's called forgiveness vespers or something like that.
That's the Sunday before.
There was a Great Vespers on Clean Monday.
Right. Yeah. I just know that there's usually. I've heard mention of like a forgiveness vespers, but I didn't know if it was like the whole day on Sunday, because obviously vespers are not usually.
If I remember, I think that was on the day before on Saturday.
Yeah.
I think that was
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Because usually most vespers in the Orthodox Church are on Saturdays, right? I mean, usually.
I mean, that's like.
I know you can do it
exactly
on
what the
Friday night
schedule-
too. I've been to a Friday night one, but I know it's usually on Saturday night because it's
Saturday
it's
is
all
what the
about
schedule
preparing
says.
for the divine liturgy, right?
Yeah, we can have them pretty sort of any time because, like I said, on Clean Monday there was also a Great Vespers.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. So it's basically like the equivalent of what we do in the West with Ash Wednesday for evening service type of thing.
Yeah, and then we also have a special service on Wednesdays during all of Great Lent.
Oh yeah, that's right. I
It's
remember
a
that. Yeah.
It's a special
Yeah.
liturgy. Special liturgy.
Yeah,
That's what's in my church's schedule the rest of the month, pretty much.
I remember that too, because I remember there was the first couple of weeks of Lent, I was in the Orthodox Church, and then the other times that I was in it for like the would usually be around like summer, spring, and then late spring, and then also sometimes around Christmas. So, but I never went through a full like feast cycle of Great Lent in the church. So when I attended, so.
Were there any other questions?
Were there any other questions?
No, you answered mine. That's
Okay.
all I had.
Isn't it true, Sweater, that you're a sweater?
According to my profile picture, I am a sweater.
Thanks for answering questions.
You know, Coper, Sweater's voice reminds me of a very nice and conservative Christian version of what's his name? Effigy. They have a very similar.
Oh
theme.
yeah.
And I
could
don't
see
know.
that.
Wow.
Nice conservative.
Not that what you say is like what he says, but the cadence.
No, yeah.
I appreciate it because I kind of I don't know how many of you know, but I'm an audio engineer, so I gravitate towards sounds and stuff like that. And I hate my own voice.
Dude, I hate my
Oh,
own
so
voice.
this is not your voice that we're hearing. This is
No, this is straight up my. I don't
This is
edit
his
my
real
voice in any way. I
understand
I'm
that.
just
I understand.
using a plain
No,
mic.
I'm
on
pretty
all-
sure John don't like his voice either.
I don't like
know
my
that.
voice, and I don't like my face because everyone calls me fat.
I mean, people call me skinny, dude.
Yeah.
I get it.
But you know, I mean, when you don't have a lot of testosterone
I
in
am
your body.
skinny.
Dude, I'm 100.
That's the reason why I still look like I'm young and I don't look like I'm 44.
You're 144. You're not. You're
I'm
not
44. It feels like 100.
No, I'm talking about Coppercast. Wait, I was
What'd you
talking
say?
about Coppercast and his weight. He's 140. You said you're 140. You weigh 144, right? Coppercast.
140 pounds.
140. Oh wow.
That's how much you weigh?
Wow. If I could only be so fortunate, I'd have so much weight.
Well, I used to weigh 110, and I worked hard to gain weight.
Wow.
Because I barely weigh like 105 on a good day.
All right.
On a good day.
Do you work out at all?
No, I just lose weight. I just can't keep on weight.
Have you ever tried weight gainer?
I can't keep on weight. So
Have you
that's a
ever
good day
tried
when I weigh my most, like a
Have you ever
105.
You're a skinny guy, huh, James?
I usually weigh maybe more like 101, 10.
Have you ever
Do
tried
you
weight
really weigh like
gainer?
101?
Probably.
I weighed
When you take out all the keys and stuff out of my
Oh
pocket.
shit!
I weighed
I'm skinny,
105
dude. I'm like,
when I
I
gained.
can't keep on weight. I tell you,
I
I
wish
can't
I
keep
wish
on
I had
weight. I
that
keep wanting to
problem.
donate platelets, but I can't keep on weight. Darn
I
it.
I keep on weight no matter what I do.
Hey, I can recommend you.
I
I
can't
can
keep on
feel you,
weight,
John.
man.
I feel you.
I can
And
recommend you
part
a
of that has to do
brand.
with the
Hey, can you
hormone
can you
issues.
donate
but-
me some weight so I can donate platelets? Like,
No,
Sure,
James, I
yeah.
can recommend you a brand to put on weight with mass gainer if you work out with it.
I'm surprised you're so skinny living in the South because you should be eating good down there, right? That's some of the
yeah,
best.
but the thing
some of
is,
the best
the more
food
I
you'll
eat,
ever-
just the more constipated I get.
I can give you some recommendations on how to gain weight, dude. I worked hard to gain weight.
Let's just be honest. The more constipated I get, because I've noticed that with great Flint and everything, I've noticed how when I eat less, I'm not as constipated. Like,
All right, I'm gonna hop back down and focus on working on my logo.
Have a good one,
I'll
Sweat.
be
Your
in.
logo,
like
huh?
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm working. on
Nice
some
kind
stuff.
of sound.
If y'all have any more questions, just holler at me. I'll be in the chat.
All right,
bro.
Sweater.
All right. Uh-huh.
Hey, James,
I
have you ever tried mass gainer?
I wasn't trying to be nasty. I was just saying though. But
So
let's
that's
see.
insane because I probably on the highest of you, I have probably a good 60 pounds on you. That's on you, Culper. If you weigh
Well, I mean,
144.
So I weighed as much as James. I weighed 105 when I graduated high school.
You know, when I graduated high school, how tall do you guys think I am? If you were to just judge it based on the camera,
5'7".
Probably 5'9".
5'9".
I said 5'7", so
Okay, you think 5'9", James?
Yeah.
Okay, so I am 5. Let's see if I can put this up here. There you go. I am 5'11".
Oh, I was closer.
So pretty tall.
I was gonna go 5'11", then I went 5'9". Darn.
But
I just wanna
when
go
I was a
5'11".
kid, when I graduated, I was 4'7", 4'8", and I weighed 84 pounds.
wow.
And so when people see me now, especially after high school, if it's been a long time, like to see me like a 5'11" weighing 200 pounds, like, holy crap, is that you, Mosman? And I said, yep.
Can you guess how tall I am?
By the sound of your voice?
Yeah.
I'd say maybe 6'1".
Way shorter, bro.
5'4".
5'5".
5'5".
5'5". He's only 1 inch taller than me.
I'm pretty short.
You're
me
5'4",
and
James?
I'm 5'4", yeah.
Well, me and James are pretty short then, yeah.
Yeah, because my wife's
short
pretty
king.
short. My wife's like 5'4". 5'3".
My dad is 5'5" and my mom is 5'3", so I was screwed. There was no getting out of it. There was
The grizzly ginger. Elder line. Get to work, David says. Yeah.
I've learned to embrace my shortness. It is what it is.
Cat. Well, you know what? It's a good thing. I used to be really short as a kid, and it always.
Well, I'm 30 years old and still short, so it's a little different.
Yeah, that's a little different, yeah. Because I think I think I hit. So like if I'm wearing shoes, I'm like 6 foot. You know.
I mean, it was really easy on the ship, though.
If
I will
if I'm
say
wearing
that.
shoes, I'm 6 foot. Certain shoes I could be 6'1", but like most of the time I'm 5'11".
Well, I didn't hit my head on the overhead walking on a naval ship, so
Yeah. But being short was probably a benefit in the Navy because
it was
you
a
could
very big benefit.
get through the
Yeah, you
gateways.
wouldn't hit the top of the
I never
what's
hit
it
my
called?
head. I never hit the top of the rack. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
top
could
of the
fit. Yeah,
and it was what do you call that? Between the doorways. Is that the rack?
no, the rack is where you sleep.
Oh,
We
that's
call
what I
like
thought. That's the
hallways
rack
are
where
like a
you
P
sleep.
way,
Yeah.
and then like P ways are the hallways, and then doors are. I mean, really, we call them passageways now, but it's pretty much
Didn't they
what
used
we
to
call
call
them.
them the hole or something, or is that?
Well, the hull is like the front of the ship.
The hole, yeah.
Oh no, never mind. The hole is on the ship. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
My wife and I went.
I can't think of the
uh,
Navy terms because I don't.
I'm sure you've been to the Midway in San Diego.
Oh
Cooper.
yeah. Oh yeah.
I've heard a lot about the
Many
I was
Navy, but
times.
walking through
I
that thing and
don't.
I was like, I would not do well in the
It's
Navy.
crazy. I spent time on a ship much bigger than that.
Yeah. Well, the
Much,
Midway's
much
an old
bigger than
ship,
that.
obviously, so
Yeah.
obviously, it should be understood that but it's like it's crazy.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about the Navy because I watched like former Bud 131, and I watched other navies talk about the Navy too.
I was on the Lincoln and the Bush, so.
But I don't remember all the
So
terminology.
do you root for your
the Navy team? Yeah,
the
of
Navy
course.
football team and baseball
Of course. And we just won
Of
this
course,
year.
he's a Navy guy.
Well, you never know because he could also be an LSU guy.
I am an LSU guy.
Because you could be like,
but he's gonna go Navy.
You could be like me, and you could be like me, and you can have multiple teams.
He's
And
gonna go
actually,
Of course, I
Navy-
have to root for the Navy.
Navy is one of my teams. I actually love it. So actually, I'm a huge fan of Navy baseball.
Oh, we had a good year this year.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
In fact, I went on a my last couple of years. I went to Montana for Thanksgiving with my family, and I just I met this guy, two guys. One guy was a Navy, was in the Navy and was a baseball player for the Navy, but he was an assistant coach. He's an assistant coach now for FSU.
Oh, okay. Florida State.
And the guy he was with was currently an FSU player. And I
Nice.
I told him, I said, well, one of the best college baseball games I ever saw was between Navy and Army. And the guy for Navy threw a complete game. It was a perfect game. No balls, no hits, no runs.
Yeah.
And he had like 12 strikeouts. I was like, this guy was on fire. But I'm a huge baseball fan.
I mean, there's nothing like watching a Navy game, dude. And LSU baseball is pretty fun too.
I love watching the Navy football team because I love I love running. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Obviously,
this year was
obviously as a
amazing,
Michigan
dude.
fan, that's in our bread and butter is running. But I love the option run that they do in the Navy. I love it.
Yeah.
It's just not really good for or effective because it makes you one dimensional.
Well, I mean, yeah, you have to be dynamic in
Yeah.
modern day football.
But I still root for him.
I mean, my dad's Army. I mean,
my
he joined
my
the Navy.
friend Mayhem, I used to do a show here on YouTube with. He has a different channel now, but he is an Army guy, and so he's in the Army, so he cheers for both the Army and cheers for the Alabama Crimson Tide.
That's how it is, dude. And I hate Alabama with the
I hate
passion, so-
Alabama too.
Yeah.
Hate them. The Crimson Tide.
I walked into a store today on Cuban Road in Baton
So you
Rouge,
guys would be like
Louisiana.
opposites because he'd be rooting for Alabama versus your LSU, and he'd be rooting for Army.
He's my like
versus your
arch
Navy.
nemesis. Yeah.
He's your arch nemesis.
I walked into a store today and there was a dude with an Alabama hat, and he said, "Roll Tide." I walked
Don't
out.
you
And
just
I was
want to
like,
punch people when they say things like that?
I was like, "Go Tigers!"
Go Tigers! Yeah.
I was so mad, dude.
You know what's funny though? The rivalry, because I'm a Michigan fan, obviously, as you can't tell.
Yeah, I love it.
So I got this shirt from because my wife and I went to the Fiesta Bowl back in 2022 to watch Michigan versus TSU. We lost. It was not fun, but I still had fun,
Yeah.
And I got to go on the field. I've got pictures from beyond the field, which I showed you, right, in the Discord.
Yeah. Yeah. You did.
But so, anyways, I'm here on the top of a mountain in Colorado, Culper, and I hear a "OH," and I'm like, "Go fuck yourself." I was like, and I hate it too because they're like, "OH, I know you know how to spell your state." It's like,
Well, that's what's great about college
and they're like,
games.
"We're
is
the Ohio State." I'm like, "No, you're just Ohio State."
everybody's doing
I
that in the
didn't choose
college.
Ohio State. You chose Ohio State. You're the Ohio State. No, you're Ohio State.
You hear fuck every 3 seconds in a college game. That's just
Oh
like,
yeah.
I love when
But
everybody.
I'll tell you
loses
what,
and then
those
the refs.
TCU guys are great. I'm telling you.
Oh,
Those
yeah.
TCU, they're like salt of the earth people. I mean,
I have an
they're the Nebraska
ex-girlfriend.
fans.
I have an ex-girlfriend that went there.
They're just like, "Well, hi, how's it going?" And I'm like, "Good. I hope your team does well, but I mean, I want us to win." I'm like, "Yeah." It's like, I'm just excited that we got this far. I'm like, I know. But,
James, do you watch football?
No, not really. Nope, not my cup of tea.
But I used to do a college football show here on YouTube, and it was fun. We had fun doing it.
I'm gonna have to get you into football, James.
Nah,
I'm gonna get you in a fantasy league, bro.
No, don't give me no football.
For my birthday, my wife she's getting me tickets for the Tigers at the Rockies. I'm excited for that.
Nice.
You bro taking me to a real football game.
Have you ever been to a baseball game, James?
No, I've not, but
yeah.
I mean, I like to go.
Yeah.
I mean, I went to quite a few Padres.
There's not really a baseball, like a professional baseball field around it. The only baseball we got.
Oh, you got like a college state team, though, right?
Yeah, I got a college, but I don't really want to go to college. I want to go to a professional one.
Well, you could be. Well, you're from what? You live in the Virginia area, right? Kind of like there.
Yeah, I live in Virginia. Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously, you could be a Nationals fan. You could be, if you wanted to be a more kind of uppity Virginian. If you wanted to be more rural Virginian, I think the closest team that would most fit for that would probably be the Atlanta Braves or the.
I agree.
But I know a lot of Southerners that love the Texas Rangers too. So.
I've always kind of been more a fan of the New York Yankees.
Oh my god!
My first baseball game was the Texas Rangers. My second was the Houston Astros.
I don't know why, but I like to do it.
You just became John's enemy.
No, he's fine because he's not. As long as he's not a Dodger fan or a Red Sox fan or a Houston Astro fan.
That was my second ever baseball game. Was the Houston Astros?
Did you like any team, or you just?
No, I was a kid. I didn't really care at that point.
But in terms of the football,
I'm a Rangers fan.
I like the Rangers too. That's my other baseball team. Because I grew up loving watching Nolan Ryan. Like Nolan Ryan was amazing. So
that's real cool.
And we didn't get a Colorado team until I was almost 14 years old. So
what were you saying, James?
I'd rather go to a FIFA game than a football game, as in like American football.
You'd rather go to a FIFA game, you said?
Yeah, to a real football game.
I mean, football's real football.
American football is not real football.
Culper.
What's up, bro?
FIFA is football.
Did you hear what he just said?
I heard what he said.
Someone needs to take his Southern card away from him.
It's soccer, James.
No, it's football. Football.
I know football, American football doesn't make sense because
you don't use your foot.
It doesn't make sense, but
it is football.
Damn it, it's football.
You don't use your foot though.
I don't even care that it makes sense.
We don't care about soccer or football.
You want to know what it's like?
Football.
It's like America. It's like America coming in and changing the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America.
I think James is a secret liberal, Culper.
I mean, just think about this though. This is our Gulf of America.
Think about this. He likes FIFA soccer, and he calls America a melting spot. And so, yeah, I think he's a closeted liberal, and that's okay, James. Expose it. If you want to stay in the closet, we're okay with that. If you want to come out to us about being a liberal, that's fine. You know what I
Hey,
mean?
look. I'm liberal on some points, but I'm more conservative though.
Well, what would make you really conservative if you were an American and you called American football football? Like I
So,
was saying, it's like the Gulf of America. We changed it because this is America, damn it, and we call it what it is, and it's football.
you want to call it like, do you believe in communism, James?
No, hell no, that's stupid.
Okay, well, all right.
Whoa,
Making
okay,
sure.
maybe I shouldn't have been that.
Because you know
harsh.
Commies like
all the
soccer.
commies like
Maybe I should have said no.
football,
That's wrong.
football. They like the football.
He
Are you
just did a
big
Red
Pele
Foreman
fan
You know,
on
or
you,
anything,
James.
communism
James?
would have me wiped out, right? I'd be in the gulag.
You
In
know
the
that, James? Are
gulag.
you a Pele fan?
You what?
Are you a Pele fan?
A Pele fan?
You're
Who's
telling
Pele?
me you like soccer and you don't know who Pele is.
No.
He's like the god of soccer.
He is.
Yeah,
the
He's
he's
about
like the
football.
statue that they
Football.
hoist
It's
Babe
up.
Ruth of
football. It's not
football.
soccer. It's football.
It's soccer in America, so it's gonna be called soccer in
Football.
America.
Yeah, it's
Unless
soccer in
you're a
America.
commie. If you're a commie, you can call it football.
Like I said, in America, it's called the Gulf of
Football.
Mexico. It's called
Whatever.
football. Like soccer
It's
is
still
soccer.
football. Football. It's not soccer. There's no such thing as soccer.
Yeah, there
In
is.
America,
In
in
America,
America,
it's
there is.
called soccer.
Soccer is a American made up word.
Yeah, and in America says what says goes.
Right, because
No,
football
because
is
football
yeah.
is
Hold on,
what most of the world calls it.
soccer
Unlike
is like
America,
what Water
America's
just said. Soccer is a
special.
British term started by the upper echelon collegiate. It is a shorthand for association football.
There you go.
Soccer.
I didn't know that, but
Let's
I just
see,
say it's
everyone
America.
says,
So
I'm just going to repeat what my granddaddy used to
Soccer.
say. Soccer is for
Soccer
and
is
then,
for the fruit. I agree, Elder Lion. Soccer is for
no, I disagree.
Close about that as well, James.
I strongly
That's more
disagree.
than okay, mate. You know what I'm saying?
If you want to,
If you want to come out as being a
because
fruit,
you want to
that's
say
fine.
soccer, because technically it's football, not soccer. But either way, though.
Yeah, but you don't even know who Pele is, so you have no business correcting me on anything if you don't know who Pele is. Do you know who David Beckham is?
I don't know them by names. I know them more by faces.
So he doesn't bend it like Beckham, Culper.
But let's see.
So what do you know really
soccer
well?
is wait a minute. Soccer is British term used by upper echelon
Collegiate.
collegiate. It is a
Oh, here comes
shorthand
David
for
Healy. Mate, it's the biggest
football.
sport on the planet. Of course it is. But in America, we call it soccer. Yeah. Call it soccer in
But
America.
it's called football.
No, we call it
Football.
soccer in America. Yes.
It's football.
Unless
in
you're a
other
communist.
places.
Are you a
Other places
communist
called
like my
football,
friend's
man.
cat Vladimir?
It's called dirty football. Get it right.
I probably know more football than you do.
Well, yeah, as far as teams and names, yeah.
probably
But
not
I like
David.
the actual sport itself where they kick the ball and actually use their foot.
I mean, football uses their foot.
But not as much as soccer, obviously.
No,
Kicking
not as
it
much,
off,
but I mean, logically, they use their foot, so you can
they
call it
kick it
football.
off and then they stop using their foot. Wee.
Yeah, I mean, but they use their foot, so
yeah,
you can call it football.
We don't
football
call it
does
football
predate soccer
because we're
nowadays.
also a
Yes, it
nation that
does.
doesn't call pants
Football.
trousers, mate. We don't call pants trousers. We don't say brilliant.
Okay, you know why we did it though? We did it because we're American and we want to be separate.
Yes,
that's why we did it.
That's the reason why we went against the imperial
it.
system, the metric
We
system.
want to be
right? We went for the
separate and
imperial system.
special from the rest of the world.
You're an
because I'm
American,
special.
bro. You're an American. Like, come on, bro. Be
Well,
proud.
I don't want to be special because I want to call it what it is.
You are special. You're an American.
No, I'm not special.
Yeah, you
How
are.
on earth am I special? No one is special. No one is greater than the other.
Because you're an American, and I said so, bro.
No, no one is greater than the other.
You know,
All
special
within
doesn't
we're
necessarily.
judgment of Christ, right?
It's
You
not
do
a
know that
negative.
you do
It's
know
not
that
a
special
negative.
does not necessitate being better, right?
Yes.
Like some
Well,
people are
well,
special.
people in
We
the
know
sense
some
of
people
being
are
special
special,
part of
and it really is
America.
a mention for people. It's another way of saying, in your vernacular, bless your heart. You're
Yeah, but
special.
No, I mean, I'm actually saying he's an American,
wait
so
a
he's
minute, wait a
special.
minute. See, that's how most people use the word special when it comes to the idea of America. They think we're better than others. That's how they use the word special. That's how people generally it's
So, what
generally
do you know the
accepted.
most about? What is your top minute?
Is used. What?
What's your top minute
As far as what? Sport?
for anything? Like,
Anything?
what's your thing that you're the most into that you know a lot
History?
about?
World War II, to be more specific.
You know, so you
Pun
know a lot about
intended, I
World War
guess.
II history.
Specific,
You
specific
know a
to
lot
you.
about World War II history. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, I know a lot about World War II history, yeah.
Okay. What was the Desert Fox's name?
Erwin Rommel.
Good. Okay, that's a good sign.
Duh, it was Erwin Rommel. The Desert Fox.
What battle? What was the name of the battle? What do you know what the date of the Battle of the Bulge was? The Bulge. Battle of the Bulge.
That was December 6th, 1944, because that was right
Yeah.
at the end of the
Okay,
war.
there you
December
go.
6th,
There you go.
1944. That was near the
All
end of the
right.
war.
All right. All right. So, what is everything that let me see this. Okay, let's see here. Do you know the date in which the atomic bomb was dropped over Nagasaki?
Ooh, that one, I'm going to admit I don't, because I don't know as much about the specific theater as I do the European theater.
So you're more into the European theater than the
I'm
Pacific
more
theater?
into the European and like North African
Gotcha.
theaters.
Well, North Africa was part of the European theater because
Yeah, technically, yeah, but
Yeah,
still,
yeah.
I'd like to differentiate the two.
Okay. So you'd be like my friend who Cooper knows, who gets really pissed off at the beginning of Kong Skull Island when he sees a European aircraft like a P-15, a P-51 Mustang being used in the Pacific Theater.
Yeah, because they never used a P-51 Mustang in the Pacific Theater. They only used what was it, 40s?
Yeah, P-40s. Yep.
Yeah.
P-40s in the Pacific Theater. They never used
they
never
because
used the
they were
P-51. That
not
was
meant to
on
align.
the European theater.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I do get a little quite a bit frustrated.
Have you ever
Like,
seen Kong Skull Island, James?
I don't think I've ever seen that
My
one. But I
friend
do
got so pissed off in that Cooper because he
I
was
want
like,
to see that movie
"That was
now.
not even used in the Pacific
I've seen
Theater."
a lot of World War II movies, but I don't think I've seen that one.
Well, that's not technically a World War II movie.
Well, what's
that
that
was
one?
like 7 years ago, right?
What
7, 8
what was
years.
that technically supposed to be then? You said it had World War II stuff in it.
Well,
No,
yeah,
no.
because
it was in that time period.
It starts. It's like the introduction to the movie takes place.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
it's not like an actual war movie. No.
But they're going to Skull Island where Kong is, but it's in that
which is
time
in the
period.
Pacific.
Oh, okay. It's got the
Yeah.
Kong series. Okay.
So yeah. What's your
I'm
favorite
not
World
really
War
into
II
the Kong
movie?
series.
What's your favorite World
No
War II
wonder
movie?
I don't know because I'm not really into the Kong series.
What's your favorite World War II movie?
Oh, Longest Day. John Wayne.
Okay, nice.
I love John Wayne
Morning,
movies.
Tumpets.
Why my great grandpa did. I love James.
Morning to you. Top of the morning there to you.
Church of Four.
Shiva.
Shiva, Church of Four.
My little Muppet.
Oh, Shiva, good morning.
It's the Longest Day of John Wayne, you said, huh?
Yeah, that's a John Wayne movie. He plays a very little role as.
But he's in it. Yes, what you're saying. You're talking about the version that he's in.
He's barely seen
There's
the
multiple
movie.
versions of that movie. Yes.
No, there's only one that I know of, the black and white one.
All right.
I don't
So,
know any of
Culper, what's your favorite World War II movie if you have one?
Crimson
Oh.
Tide.
What?
Yeah.
The submarine movie?
Yeah,
Crimson Tide?
That's not a World War II movie, though.
Yeah, that's
Oh
more
yeah,
like a
you're
Cold
right.
War
That's-
movie.
It is a Cold War movie. I thought you meant okay. My bad.
We're
I
not
was
talking about
thinking of-
overall war movies. We could
Yeah,
talk
Crimson
about
Tide.
overall
I've
movies.
seen Crimson Tide. I've seen
But
a lot of
since
war
James is a
pictures.
World War II
Probably
fan,
Midway, the old Midway. Then
That's
that's
Old Midway. That's a long one.
well, that's why I like it. I like the new one too. It wasn't bad.
Extremely long movie.
Yeah.
I couldn't sit there and watch that movie. Too
I
long
was
for
thinking
me.
Navy movies. I was like, that's what I was thinking at the time.
The Inglorious Bastards for the win. No, I don't think so. That's a good movie, but not the best World War II movie. No, not even close.
No, not by far. No, Dunkirk would probably beat that movie.
Dunkirk was good.
I don't know if I'd beat that movie, but
Yeah, it doesn't.
It's
yeah.
maybe more of a war movie for sure. But I'm surprised you guys haven't actually said the best World War II movie of all time.
What's that
Which
one?
is it?
In your opinion?
In my opinion, yeah. It would be The Bridge on the River Kwai.
Bridge on the what?
Okay, I think I've heard you talk about that before.
The Bridge on the River Kwai.
Yeah.
I've never heard of
David
that
Lean,
one.
the great British great British director.
Dang, I never heard of
And then
that
a
one.
close one to that would be A Bridge Too Far as well. I love
That's
The
Oh,
Bridge
Bridge
Too
Too
Far.
Far. I have that one.
Yeah,
I've watched
yeah.
that one multiple times.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Bridge Too Far. That's a great movie.
Yeah.
Great movie.
And
Not
then
John
Good
Wayne.
morning.
but it's great.
I do think Fury is I
Fury's
think
a good
Fury's
one,
a good movie.
too.
Yeah,
That's
it's
a
a good
good.
movie.
It's a good one.
Hello, Shiva.
Good
How's
morning.
it going, mate?
I'm just here to derail the panel.
Oh, that's okay.
And
Oh,
also
of course.
to stick
wouldn't
up
be
for Inglorious Bastards.
Because you're an
The
inglorious
reason
bastard.
why I put Inglorious Bastards in there is because it's a masterclass in mise en scene.
Yeah, I get that.
Like just in like so there's a scene the scene where they're in the basement
Yes.
where what's his name Magneto goes
Yeah.
down there to meet with the bastards. Like that scene is just a masterclass in blocking, like
Yeah.
where the camera is placed and
Yeah. Well,
the
but that's
building
Quentin
of
Tarantino in
tension.
general. He knows how to block a movie really well. I mean,
Well, yeah. Also, I'm glad someone mentioned Dunkirk. I really like that movie.
yeah. It
Oh,
was a good
yes.
movie.
Dunkirk is awesome. I went and seen Dunkirk in theaters, and I even have the book about Dunkirk.
By the way, our friend Shiva and David in chat would call it the cinema. That you saw it in the cinema.
Yes,
But,
and they're called films.
Well, cinema and films. I went and watched the film in the cinema. Darn you, John! You trying to get
And what kind of person lives in a
technicalities? I
flat?
know.
We all bloody hell know it's a flat. You know.
It's a
Ah,
flat. Yeah. What's wrong
technicality.
with you people? Also, if the pavement is called a sidewalk,
Oh,
why
here he
isn't the
goes again.
road? Why isn't the road called a middle drive?
Wait a minute. So y'all call the sidewalk a road and call
No,
the
that's
road
not.
middle
No,
drive?
that's not
No,
what they call it.
we call the sidewalk a pavement.
It's pavement. Yeah.
pavement. So what do you call the road?
Yeah.
The road?
A road. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as soon as I can figure out, Shiva, why for the hell we drive on parkways but park on driveways, then I'll know.
Forrest Gump and is not a World War II movie. There, Elder Law.
Elder Lion, Forrest Gump is a Elder Lion is a Vietnam War.
That's a Vietnam. Yeah, not a World War II. That's what I was getting ready to say. Once I got done laughing,
Now
sorry,
you sound
Elder
like
Lion,
me,
I had to
bro.
laugh.
I'm over here naming Cold War movies.
Elder Lion's ain't in Vietnam, so y'all want
Do you know the Cold War is where we get the term Third World from?
Third World?
Geopolitical. Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
geopolitical
Really?
term. It's not. Yeah, it doesn't relate to how developed a country is. So the First World, is the US and its allies. The second world is the USSR and its allies.
Yeah.
And the third world is everyone else.
He's right. That was a NATO thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, David Healy, if you're going to accuse someone of being pretentious, you should at least learn how to spell the fucking word.
Damn. Damn.
Shiva, would you agree with me that David Lean is one of the best directors, British directors of all time?
No, I'd say. Well, I mean, yeah, one of them. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying he's the greatest. I'm just saying he's one of the best ones for sure.
I actually really like Christopher Nolan. I've been following his work since with a friend of mine, we stumbled into a cinema to watch Memento, having no idea what it was about.
What you're gonna watch?
Pretension is a noun, sir. That's what David says.
Yeah, but it's not
As
spelled
the
like that, is it?
teacher.
It's not spelled like
It's spelled. It's spelled with an S rather than a T.
Yeah. Just because I mean, some of my all-time favorite movies. David
check.
Lean is a master director.
Yeah,
and I
but David's an English teacher. He should know.
That's
by the
how
way,
it's
Shiva,
spelled.
a few years ago, I think it was like a year and a half before the epidemic happened, I got to see for the very first time Lawrence of Arabia on the theaters, and that was like
Lawrence
a
of
religious
Arabia?
experience for me. It was amazing.
I've not seen that since I was a kid.
But to see it in the big screen, you know, the first part when the sun comes up behind the rider, you know, I mean, it's just so beautiful and amazing. I mean, but to me, I think of those movies like I think of Lawrence of Arabia, Dr. Zhivago, and Bridge on the River Kwai. Those are some of the best movies ever made, and David Lean was great for making those movies. I just love those movies.
Have you seen Memento?
I've seen every Nolan film, so yep.
James, Memento. Obviously not. My favorite scene in that film is when he comes to and he's running through a car park and he's like, "What am I doing?" "Oh, I'm chasing this guy." And then the guy shoots at him and he's like, "Oh no, he's chasing me."
No. I still think though, for the Nolan movies, I think his best movie by far is Dark Knight for sure.
No.
Yeah.
No, I disagree.
Yeah. I think it is.
Prestige is better. Inception is better.
I was about to say. Prestige
Inception
much better.
is close, but Prestige is
The Prestige is pretty great, dude.
But it's I wouldn't even put it in his top 3. But I mean, it's good.
The
ones, obviously.
Prestige is one of the really clever things about the Prestige is that it tells you what the twist is several times throughout the film.
Right, yeah.
But it just does it in a really clever way, you know. Yeah.
And it can still get past you.
Yeah.
That's the great part.
But I think the Dark Knight, I think Inception, and then I would say Memento or his top 3 best ones, and then middle of the ground would be Batman Begins, Dark Knight Returns, the Prestige, probably Insomnia, and then I'd put like at the lower tier would be I think Interstellar. It was a great movie up until the end.
The Power of Love. Yeah. What about Dunkirk? That's a better movie than Dark Knight.
No, it's not. No, not even close.
It is.
No.
Objectively,
It
it's
is.
a better
It's
film.
an historical movie.
No.
Come on, it's an historical movie.
Like
about
just in terms of just in terms of the artistry of the camera work.
No.
No, and the sound of that movie was amazing as well.
Well, the sound is amazing in the Dark Knight. I mean, the opening scene in Dark Knight is like a masterclass in how you would open a movie, in how the sound it goes into like one making sound as a noise as a soundtrack, and then it builds up and crescendos up into the end, and until they start crashing into the bank and then breaking into the bank. You know,
I mean, don't get me wrong. I really like The Dark Knight, but But that's a great Joker movie. That's not a great Batman movie.
Well, yeah, it's not. But see, I don't consider it a great Batman movie because obviously that's not even close to being the best Batman movie. But it is a great Nolan movie because one, its significance is important because it is the first film that he used using the IMAX camera. Secondly, it was the way that the movie works on both a sound and both on a visual level is stunning. I mean, and there are a lot of also great. I think he does a lot of great. Although here's the other thing too. I think Oppenheimer was up there too. So Oppenheimer was actually a really great movie, and technically that would be a World War II movie too as well. But but I do think that with the way that the cinematography of The Dark Knight is just, especially in the tunnel when it's the Joker's men are attacking and trying to free the guy, and then you have right there at the end, like on the road, and you got Heath Ledger and that, just, and here we go. It's just, it's just so. But again, it was such a huge movie because I think what it did was it reminded me a lot of the same things that I loved about Heat, which was a great movie as well. So I think in a lot of ways,
But Heat's a better movie than Dark Knight.
Okay, so there you go. So that would be a great example. So if you would say if you say there's one thing that makes it a worse movie for him or not his best movie, would be that it is the motifs and because there's so many scenes in that hint back to Heat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I just think in terms of like the craft of filmmaking, it seems like even just down to a plot level, it seems that Dunkirk trumps The Dark Knight. Now, don't get me wrong, I love The Dark Knight. Like, it's probably my favorite Batman movie. But I don't think Christian Bale was the best Batman. I think.
No, of course not.
What's his name?
Keaton? Michael Keaton?
No.
Don't say George Clooney, or I will fucking just.
No, after Bale, the one who had Jared Leto as the Joker.
Oh, Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck. Yeah.
Look, he was okay, but I don't think I'd say he's the best. I think that definitely goes to Michael Keaton for me for sure. But no, I get it. But I get it.
No, Michael Keaton. No, he failed because the reason why Michael Keaton fails as Batman is that Bruce Wayne isn't meant to be bonkers. Like, he's not meant to go psycho and like smash things up. He's meant to be debonair.
Right, like he's playing the role of the. That's not so much on Keaton's performance as much as it is on Tim Burton's version of Batman, which you could argue is
Michael Keaton did perform it.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying. But he obviously gives this dilemma or this dichotomy of this character that is on the surface has everything and yet it has a deep hole within him that he tries to, and that is about, because really what you're doing is you're saying, why does a guy dress up as a bat and go out there and fight crime? And it's because there is something inside of him that he's missing. Now, whether it's as psychotic as maybe the Batman movie makes it, I don't know. But when I look at the performance of Keaton in the first Batman movie, I'm sorry, there's no one, with the exception of maybe. And I'm talking about film because everybody knows the greatest Batman is Kevin Conway, the guy who was the voice of Batman in the animated series and all the video games and all that. But like, I'm trying to remember what his name is. Kevin, what is it? Help me. It's like not Con. Is it Con? It might be Conway. Maybe.
Yeah,
there's an. Yeah, but actually, I think the closest thing you could get to that is. Because I thought the Val Kilmer character was more nuancedly psychotic. I thought the Christian Bale did a good job of kind of making it more about like a, maybe like a spiritual thing than it was anything else. But I still think that for me, the best Batman in film will always, I think, is always going to be Michael Keaton. It's going to be hard to beat that performance. Just like it's going to be hard to beat. It was hard to beat for the longest time. Jack Nicholson, but I don't think he'll ever get better than Heath Ledger on Joker.
Well, Mark Hamill. I mean, if
well,
you're
except for the
including
voice acting.
cartoons,
I'm not talking about the animated.
you're the one who brought voice acting from cartoons into this
Mark
conversation.
Hamill beats that conversation for sure.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying from a purely film aspect, though.
I have a picture with Mark Hamill. I have it right here. I met him.
What about Jared Leto?
But wait a minute,
I'm
wait
not
a
a big
minute, what
Leto
about-
fan. I don't like. Besides the fact that he's a cultist, and although he made a great villain in Blade Runner 2049, I don't know how I'll feel about him in the new Tron movie, but we'll see. It's not enough to make me not want to go see Tron movie because I love Tron.
But wasn't the real reason Batman, according to the stories, if I understood it right, the reason he went out and he's being Batman and stuff, the whole idea is that it's because of the childhood thing where he fell in the well, right? I mean, and he had this sort of fear of the bats, and he's wanting to go help.
Well, that's what
people that were in
prompted
fear, right?
the bat motif. It was that and a bat flying through his window.
Yeah, and a bat
One
flying
night,
his window.
rather in probably a
But the
super
whole
bat
imperative of him
shattering
doing
the
it is
glass.
because his family was killed, and so in order to be the
Oh,
thing,
and that too.
right? So the
When
whole
people
idea
that
of
were
him
in
taking on the
fear-
bat symbolism is what you just said, but him wanting to fight crime comes from the fact that his parents were victims of crime.
Oh, okay. So the bat symbolism is the bats, and then the parents getting killed is
And
the
he
whole,
and like what
type
Christopher
fear.
Nolan's Batman Begins says. He says,
Yeah,
"I always was terrified of bats. Like that's why I want to. If I'm going to be something that fears someone, I'm going to, But of course, I love in Dark Knight Rises when Bane's like, "You were merely just in the dark. I was formed and born in the dark." But no, I mean, Nolan is a great director. There's no denying it. And I actually think, to be honest, all of his craft work that he perfects, it got perfected in Oppenheimer. I mean, he was at one of his hot. Because to me, the only downfall with Dunkirk was that the story didn't seem to have. There was something missing in the story, and it wasn't the actual historical event, or it was just It felt, and I think this is probably what a lot of people felt like. It felt more like a documentary film than it did actually like a film. And for a lot of people, so I don't know if maybe that was his way of kind of offsetting the fact that he had a very emotional ending to Interstellar. Who knows? But
well, Dunkirk, it was kind of hard not to make it kind of documentary.
Right.
That's a difficult movie to not do that with because of how Dunkirk happened in real life.
Right, and that's
very
that's the understandable thing, but that's why I'm saying, like Oppenheimer, like there's a story aspect of it within the history of it. So one of the things that's interesting is the fact that I don't know if you've ever seen Oppenheimer, James, but the events that are colored by people's perception of what they thought happened is in color, and the actual reality of what happened was in black and white. That's a brilliant.
Oh yeah, I've seen Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
The problem with Oppenheimer, though, is that it just glorifies the role of old white men. Sorry, I saw a film review that made that point once.
Okay.
That this film about an historical event.
But I'm also not a marginalized liberal either, right? So.
Well, I don't know. Is Sheba liberal? I mean,
he is liberal, and he also comes from a.
I am liberal.
community.
I'm just not a snowflake.
Yeah, he's not.
So,
He's not.
Hey, at least he's not
what you
snowflake.
call. He's what you call your traditional, and he probably doesn't like that, or your legitimate historical liberal, not like your regressive types that are like, oh my gosh, he said something that hurt my feelings, Like,
well, hey, at least he's not snowflakey.
Well, no.
I mean, you can trigger me on panels. I'm a snowflake in that respect, but I don't really
you're not triggered.
hold.
You don't take it personally.
I've never really seen you get really triggered. I mean, maybe there's something that you think you're triggered on that I don't, but that just shows me that
It
that
hasn't happened in a long while. When I say triggered, I'm using the word in its strict technical term rather than just meaning
Strict
to
technical term. So not like what
rather
the
than
Wokies.
Not just like any kind of
What-
reaction kind of thing.
yeah, not to mean just like getting annoyed. And when I'm triggered, it's you almost won't believe that I'm the same person.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty fucking extreme.
Yeah, he goes
Like
a little
if I get triggered in a real life situation, one of three things can happen. I can go into a fugue state where I just shut down and I withdraw from sensory input. I can have a panic attack, which can be so extreme that I lose bodily function and have dissociative seizures, or I become so irrationally angry that I want to kill whoever enters my field of vision,
Gotcha.
irrespective of my feelings about you beforehand.
You've got that somewhat under control, though. It sounds like you've worked on that. And...
Well, I'm quite old now. I've had a long time to work with it.
Yeah.
and also, unlike other people with the same condition, I don't ever blame other people.
Yeah.
Even if they actually did something that you could legitimately
you still
say.
Understand there's an agency that you have in all things.
Yeah, because it's my mind doing it, right?
Right.
And that's probably because I'm a Buddhist, so
Yeah.
and that's all about kind of personal responsibility for one's mental states.
Right.
Yeah.
And see, and as a Christian anarchist, I'm all about the individual's responsibility in their moral state.
Well, I mean, for me, moral states would form part of mental states.
No, I know, but you know what
mental
I mean.
states just mean, yeah.
I'm just kind
Speaking
of
of
trying
which,
to like play words on there.
Speaking of which, I do have a book of woo for you.
Really?
Yeah, it's called The Secret Language of Birthdays, and it's an astrology book, right?
Interesting.
Which I kind of, it's one of my throwbacks from when I used to do mentalism as a performance activity. And guess what your birthday is, John?
You were a mentalist?
Yeah.
I could see that.
Yeah, he's I think he said that before. He was a mentalist.
I could also sometimes be a mentalist because I think one of the big things is you have to be able to pick up on. You're very observant about things, right? So
that's far less important than you might think. Mentalism is much more closely aligned to card tricks than you might imagine.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so there's more of the kind of like the showman aspect, what you're saying.
Yeah. But guess what your birthday is, John?
What's it?
It's the day of non-conformity.
Hey, that works. He's an anarchist. He's not conforming.
The meditation for you is the power is there. We only have to plug into it.
I'm very non-conformist.
Power is there, but he won't conform.
I'm
so
very
he can't plug into the power.
Those often misunderstood individuals born on March the 8th must do things their own way. Whether in their outlook, lifestyle, manner of expression, or personal appearance, they are at heart non-conformists who often find themselves at odds with the status quo. Is any of this ringing any bells, John?
Yes.
You said it was a what now?
Makes sense.
Astrology.
It's a big book of woo, James.
Big of woo. He probably doesn't know who woo is.
How you gonna spell?
Woo is like a derogatory term for new age kind of nonsense.
What's May 29th?
May 29th.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's quite a large book. Each day is given a two-page spread.
Oh wow.
May the 29th is the day of Quicksilver.
Okay.
So your meditation is the tyrant and the murderer are temporarily insane in their denial of the right to live.
Dare I ask what June 8th is?
Interesting.
Why did that ring any bells for you, Colton?
James, the guy I was telling you about, the guy that was in the army, his birthday is June 8th as well.
Oh wow.
Yeah. It's weird how people connect in weird ways because it's like
Yeah, it
one of the reasons
is.
why me and him talked about that because I was born on the 8th and he was born on June the 8th, right? I mean, it's just and so, but obviously he's a few years older than you are.
June the 8th, the day of influential individualism.
There you go.
So your meditation, James, is the laws of manifestation are the physics of tomorrow. There's some woo for you.
Yeah. Now,
physics of tomorrow.
Now I'm pretty
Ah,
sure,
that's
Steve,
why
that you
I'm-
probably know about like astrology, right? Like you have some
That's why I'm
basic
trying to be so
understanding.
individualistic.
I mean,
That makes sense.
vaguely, yeah.
So, like when I tell you that I'm a Pisces, like I think most people could see why I'm a Pisces. Like, I mean, how I
Yeah,
think.
I'm a Pisces as well. My birthday is March the 8th, 3 days before yours. So
The March the what?
March the 5th, sorry.
March the 5th. Oh, cool. That's my nephew's birthday. So yeah.
Right, okay. So yeah.
Maybe that's one of the reasons.
Well,
why.
his birthday is the day of heaven and hell.
Oh goodness.
And the meditation for people born on March the 5th is most children think that they are devils who play at being angels, when very often it is the reverse that is true.
I'm assuming all this is a bunch of hogwash.
Yeah, it's woo, James.
That's why it's called the friggin' woo.
Hogwash.
It's woo, but yes, it's nonsense. But it's like the thing is that like when I read my day in it seems spookily accurate. People kind of report when I read their days out or give them the kind of book to read. So because there's it's quite dense text. Like it seems spookily accurate, but
it's kind of easy to.
What I think happens is that we receive the words and then we project patterns onto them.
Yes.
So I used to do tarot readings for people as part of my mentalism act.
I could see that.
Using a system of my own devising, cobbled together from a couple of books and a few websites. And like I'd do readings for people where I'd kind of build a narrative based on what the cards were, based on my system.
Yeah.
And I'd get like a really high hit rate in terms of people claiming that the reading was accurate, even though from my perspective, I was just bullshitting.
It was made up, yeah.
Like one guy, I actually had to sit down afterwards because he seemed to take it really very seriously. There have been a couple of times where I've had to sit people down and explain to them that it's a trick. Like,
wow.
Right, but that's the thing is like, and I think that's part of it too is now whether it has something to do or not. I do think that astral bodies do have some type of influence on us to some degree. Obviously, and even in the most biological, you talk about like the moon over the water with the waves, right? I mean, so but I think a lot of that though is what happens is I think because there's probably people that we just don't see it that are people that are out there that would subscribe that would seem to not fit them, like on some of the astral. I mean, I've known some people who do not fit their astrological sign whatsoever, and so the question comes, why does it seem for some like because when I like me, even before I understood what a Pisces was. You know what my first nickname was, Shiva, as a kid?
Fishy.
Fish bait.
Fish bait.
That's what my dad called it.
Well, the reason why some people might not fit is because when you're doing an astrological reading for someone, there are actually three broad things that you're supposed to take into account. So the star sign, which is the sun sign, or like that's only one aspect. You also have the rising sign and whatever your moon is in, right?
Mm-hmm.
So mine is Pisces, Leo rising with the moon in Scorpio, and it's like the rising sign is as far as I understand it, what you kind of project out into the world, and the moon sign is your kind of secret inner life.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Okay. because to me, like, I've always loved water. I've always felt comfort in water. I love water. Like, I've always been called a fish in water. Like, I mean, and just when you think about like Pisces and just like people who know me would say, like, I'm imaginative. I can tend to be intuitive, compassionate, sensitive. Of course, that's a huge one for Pisces, is that we tend to be very sensitive to things. Have empathy, have like, and I think that's kind of one of those things where, to me, when you understand like being a water sign type of kind of concept of this idea of, the water, like you become whatever those emotions are that overflow you, like with the tides. So, like, to me, when I get really angry or get really upset, it really comes out. And when I'm really sad, it really comes out. And when I'm really happy, it really comes out. Like, I can't, it's like, it's hard to like not be in that emotional wave of whatever you're in.
But is it the case
I'm not
that you're like
Pisces and I
that?
get like that.
But that doesn't mean because I'm a Pisces. It's one of those things that I think is a startling. It's a kind of like a, wow, that's kind of weird. That's like, I'm like that though. And that describes me. But at the same time, is that because of that, or is it because of something else? Right. What's your thought?
No, I'm reading a book called Language, Truth and Logic by A.J. Ayer, who is a 20th century British philosopher.
Okay.
And he would probably describe astrology as a meaningless proposition because it contains no factual content.
Exactly.
Like, so he would describe it as metaphysical nonsense, I think.
Right. Well, and that's what I'm saying, is that's where you would say the patterns seem to fit, because, again, I do think that those patterns can consist with people, but I think what makes that a case is not their astrological sign, their physical sign. I don't believe that at all. I believe it has a lot to do with the fact that that we tend to have, like I said, there's exceptions for every rule, right? I mean, there's always people who don't act a certain way given a certain thing. I think some people, though, it seems to apply more than others, and I think part of that's because of just the things that they're gravitating towards are going to be things that they seem to make sense to them. Does that make sense? What I'm saying, like, it's,
yeah.
like, it
Although I
gravitates
kind
them.
of wonder whether it's just a case of projection. Like, for example, if you, all right, so have you heard of an English stage magician called Darren Brown?
Darren Brown, yeah, I have, yeah.
Yeah, so he's a mentalist. The kind of narrative that he spins is that it's psychology, but that's mostly a lie. It's mostly a magic trick, more closely like, a card trick or something. But he did do this thing where in one of his TV shows, he gave a whole bunch of students a personalized like reading, right? And then asked them to grade the accuracy of that reading. And everyone like graded it really highly, like 80+% accuracy rating. And they were all pretty spooked. And then he got them to all swap their readings with someone else and read the other person's reading. And it transpired that everybody had been given the exact same document.
Okay, so what does that mean to you then?
What that implies, what that implies is that they're taking sense data in, and then they are projecting a pattern onto it. So what I would ask you is,
so it's for them to
would,
make sense of things, right? Kind of thing.
No, they're projecting the meaning onto what they're receiving.
Right, for them to grapple with what that means. Meaning, they're part of that projection is if you're seeing something, and for example, there are things that people will see in something that's a very subjective piece of art or information that may not be at all the intent of the person who creates that material, right?
Yes, yeah.
So
my question to you is that if you had, instead of your whole life being told that you were a Pisces and that
But see,
you
I
had the
wasn't told I was a
qualities.
Pisces until I didn't even think about it or look into it until I was an adult. Is what I'm saying.
Right. Okay. But let's assume that rather than you being when you first came across astrology, rather than you being given the information that pertains to Pisces, you were given the information that pertains to Sagittarius, right?
Okay.
Would you then have projected your own meaning onto that and then kind of draw correlations within your own life? And I would argue that you probably would have done that.
Maybe to some degree, but to the same degree, I don't know. See what
Yeah,
I'm saying? Like
to the
that's,
same degree.
and I think that's where it
'Cause
comes down to is that I think we can all see ourselves in other things that we don't even identify with, and I think part of that is because that's part of the human instinct and how we socialize and how we relate to people, of trying to be that way. And but it's like so yeah, there are people who don't fall into that. Now there are people who probably do more than others and say, look, they're told this at a time. And so, and we can look at, obviously religion is a big one, right? So where if you're, we were talking earlier about, people who are raised in a certain religion, when they're experiencing or being told about something that's outside of that religion, they're highly critical of it. They're very suspect of it. So it's like, so it's one of those things where there's things that you're told and therefore you then conclude on your own, or you are concluding with that input. And that is very much due to the influence of that input. However, I do think there are times when things do defy aspects. And so like, I could tell you right now, I could not ever see myself as a Leo. I would not. No, there's nothing within being a Leo that I could say that I'm full right into. But with that said, the whole idea of Pisces is that there is still, even with its specifics, it is very generalized, right? So the things that give it like a understanding of it being like coincidences or things that seem to connect or whatever, it's part of a pattern that is not entirely intentional because of what astrological truth may exist or not, which I don't believe that does. I do believe there are certain things that do affect us in a way that other things don't. And I think given certain places where we're born and how we live our lives obviously play a role in that. So obviously, I would say that there is more subjectivity towards interpreting things like astrology than there is in kind of conforming to a scientific evidence of this claiming or this proving something substantial about who you are. It says something enough of a detail to be close enough. And if that is that because it's the case of the astrological, or is that because there are, like, let's say 5 or 6, 7, 8 different personality types, and the likelihood of you getting a similarity to those things happens.
I mean, it can't be
because like I'm not alone. I know I'm
astrological.
not alone. I know there's a lot of
It
people that are
can't
not
be
like that.
astrological because the stars that we're seeing, a lot of them don't actually exist.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's the other problem with
Because we're looking into the past, right? Like,
Right,
because of
exactly.
the speed of light, like being a hard limit. So
Right. So you can't
so
even
the
say,
idea
but by that I get what you're coming with that. Yeah. I'm just saying,
I think
I'm not talking about necessarily the science part of it. I'm just talking about the fact that I think the reason why some people, there are some people that certain things just line up on them. And I don't know if you can say that's more than just causality due to factors that are not related, as more as it is. I think you would say it's probably more a coincidence, right? It is a coincidence that someone could be given this, and take astrology out of it, just given a descriptor of something. So, for example, like people who go into like the whole Harry Potter houses, right? Like, I think we can all see a bit of ourselves in each house, right? Because of just the very generic understandings, like, but
I mean, I'm definitely Slytherin.
Oh, I know you are. I can tell. What do you think I am? What do you think? What would you say I am?
The fluffy one, is it?
Hufflepuff?
Hufflepuff.
Yeah, I'm a Hufflepuff. I love animals. I love, yeah. If I lived in a different time, I'd probably be like a alchemist or something. Be like an herbalist. I would love to always. There was a part of me that always would love to have like a herbal shop.
I would call myself Gryffindor, but it's probably because I'm conceited. So
No, you're not. No. It's not, there's not really conceitedness in Gryffindor. Because their big thing is bravery, right? So it's bravery and loyalty.
yeah, but that's me being conceited is thinking I'm brave.
Okay, well, you can think that you're brave, but I would say that your service in the military, those are things that are values that you come to, right? So bravery and loyal. So,
I mean, yeah, I guess I could agree, but
James, I don't know what James would be. That's the reality. I don't know what James would be.
Oh, okay.
I would say Ravenclaw, maybe, but in the sense that he kind of looks anything outside of the numbers or outside of the data kind of is hard for him to relate to, and Ravenclaws are that way. They're very like into numbers and math, and
I think James would be brave and Gryffindor.
Maybe
makes sense to me.
But see, here, this is what we're talking about, right? So this is where I think communication theory matters. It's interesting. I remember Shiva, one of my friends, went to college and he was getting a degree in communication theology or communication theory, and I thought that is like a bullshit thing I've ever heard of it. And when he explained it to me, it actually made a lot of sense. And it's all about how we relate data, but also how we perceive data. And one of the examples that the textbook he was reading gave was like the smell of cookies, right? Like, so you could be growing up in a house where whenever your mom or your grandma baked cookies, you knew that was free cookies. Oh, yummy, yummy cookies and milk, whatever your comforts were in that. And so that brings you back to your childhood. But you could also be the kid living next door who's getting abused and molested by a parent, and the window is open and he smells the cookies when he's getting that, and he associates the smell of cookies with being that. And so this kind of idea or concept that how we convey words or communicate ideas, like, you know what I'm saying? Like that comes into these things where it all is predicated based on. And whenever you did any kind of phone, I did a lot of work customer service on phones, you easily start to see where we can all use the same language, but we mean different things.
Yeah, I mean, Wittgenstein makes that point in on certainty, where he talks about how words don't have intrinsic meaning. What we engage in when we communicate with each other is a language game. And so if you take the phrase "I know that's a tree," like if that's just two people talking, like it could just be a fairly banal utterance in the context of that conversation, but it's going to mean something different if a tree surgeon is saying it, because he might be talking in a more technical sense, differentiating the tree from a bush, and it's going to mean something.
Get excited, yeah, and say it.
Yeah, and it's going to mean something else if a philosophy lecturer is saying it in the course of a lesson that he's giving to his students, right? Because he might like the word that's important might not be tree in that instance. It might be the word no, right? So, and it's like the context of how
we express it.
Yeah, like the Wittgenstein argues that what gives words meaning is the use in context, rather than any intrinsic value that they have.
Well, and that's where too, and I think this is the thing that's interesting, because language just has such a different impact on how it's not just on what. That's why when people say like don't tone police, well, I get what they're saying, but at the same time, like, I understand why tones can affect people in a different way because of how the information is being conveyed to them. And so there is such a thing, and maybe it's just me being married to a blind woman, but it's not just what you say, it's how you say it.
Yeah, I think it depends on context. I think if someone is in a debate and they're saying "don't tone police," that's an entirely valid thing to say.
Right.
If
As a criticism of someone that's using that as a regard to disregard what they're saying in general.
Yeah. If it's like a conversation between people and like just me and you chatting on a panel, for example, and I'm being rude, then you getting annoyed by that and saying don't be stop being rude. I would say that's valid, and even though you're not saying don't tone police, that's essentially what
you're doing, right? Yeah, you're tone police. Yeah.
Context is important, man.
Yeah, it is important.
It always is.
I always say context, syntax, and in every utterance of something. But it is interesting how words convey and how much words, what they mean to us based on the emotions and feelings and thoughts of when those words are put into a singular thought or an idea. So
I mean, Christians have a big problem with this.
Well, of course we do. Of course we do. Yeah. I mean, that's why I say we all believe Jesus saves us, but we don't believe the same thing about how Jesus saves
and
us.
we all read ourselves into different parts of it.
Right. Yeah. But I think, the big thing for me is just, when I hear certain words said, there are certain words that literally, and I've always said this, this idea of, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me. No, there are words that can hurt people. But again, why does that hurt happen is the important thing. And I think
it's the reverence they put behind it.
Well, it's the meaning behind it, of course. Yeah. So, like, for example, Shiva could probably hear somebody say in a very vernacular way of someone not to be what he is. And he would know that they're meaning lame, right? Not to be lame. But obviously you could say another word in a completely different tone and a different meaning. And obviously it could come off as an offense. So, those kinds of things have, that's interesting how those words change and how words constantly change. And their meanings constantly change, and so that's hard to establish a kind of a definition on that. So then we get to the issue of who has the right to define it, and that's usually what it comes down to. And that's why, like, almost any kind of conflict comes down to some type of daimonism on who has the right to do what, and who doesn't have the right to do what. And I think in the end, it's just about power.
Well, and people take certain words very seriously, and you can start a whole war over it.
Oh yeah. But again, it's just one of those things. It's interesting, like, because people can say things like, "John, you're a fat ass." I don't care. I know my health situation. I know why I am the way I look. I know that doesn't bother me. But you know what can bother me is when somebody says something that is completely untrue to my character in a different way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, you kind of get over that pretty quickly when people do it enough times.
But I know.
So I used to, like, I used to be in a community of psychopathic trolls, and the number of the first time I was ever accused, I was accused of being a paedophile. It really fucking pissed me off.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
it really fucking pissed me off.
Yeah.
But then after the 20th time, I just didn't care.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that happens a lot on the internet.
But see, there's also something about like something that's to your core. So to me, one of the things that upsets me is more than anything else is when it seems like, and this is the irony of the situation, because obviously everyone's going to judge you on the internet.
Yeah.
That's all they have is judgment. So
I get
like to
judged all
not
the
think that you're not going to get judgment, or to not, it's a weird dichotomy, but I really struggle with whenever it seems like people think that I'm upset or mad, or that I'm like people. There's a lot of people on these YouTube streams that think that I'm a stuck up person. I think I'm a very, because of how I talk, because I can drone on. I know I can. That's just because I'm a nerd, but like that does affect me, because the last thing in earth I'd ever want to be is somebody that is a conceited asshole.
Whereas I just freely admit that I'm an arrogant motherfucker, and
I
I
do
refuse to
too.
apologize for
I do
that.
You wear it as a badge, right, Shiva?
That's what I was saying earlier. I don't really wear it as a badge, but I admit I am one. I mean, I am one.
But I've
pushed a
come
lot
to
of
terms
people.
with like things, because it's like, it's like, when you try to explain something like anarchism, it's like, okay, here we go. You guys are going to butcher it already. Just get it all out of your system. Get it all out of your system.
Oh man, you fucking got it easy. Try explaining codependent arising to a bunch of Christians. Jesus fucking Christ. Anarchism's easy by comparison.
Do you know some of the Christians I know? Because they think that it's an oxymoron.
I mean, it doesn't
honestly, whenever I like kind of mention just the idea that I don't think things have an intrinsic ontology, right? It's just like blank looks,
yeah,
like because it's quite a subtle concept to grasp. Because if you grasp it wrongly, it leads to nihilism, right? Because obviously the obverse, which is that things also don't have an intrinsic non-existence,
right,
is also true, right? Right, but yeah.
So what it comes down to is you're going to get misunderstood for one way or the other, no matter what you do or say, and only a very few people are going to take the time to actually try to figure out what you actually say.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I'm at least going to listen, whether or not I understand it. The whole
right.
Yeah.
I mean, even trying to convince Christians that that there are different sorts of objectivity,
right,
can be difficult, because they only want to acknowledge one, which is absolute objectivity.
Right. Which is interesting, because the way that a lot of Christians try to argue absolute objectivity, they do it in a very subjective way, which I find hysterical. And to me, I just go like, okay, like, what is your point in doing? Like, I understand why some people argue certain things that they do, but there's like a part of me that's like, because I think this is part of the problem with religion, and certainly specifically Christianity, is that when you think that God is on your side and you're reading God correctly, if you believe that way, then you mistake yourself as God often. And that's not supposed to be our intent. That's not supposed to be what we're supposed to be doing, but it happens a lot. And that comes out in a lot of the things where we struggle with like judgment and all that. So
I mean, it's funny. I've been reading some kind of hardcore philosophy like A.J. Ayer and Wittgenstein, and also Nagarjuna, who was a 2nd century Buddhist monk who founded the Madhyamika school.
I never
and I mean, unless you're into Buddhist philosophy, he's unlikely to impinge on your consciousness.
Right, he's going to be very hard to encounter unless you actually go looking in the right places for
him. Yeah. But and I'm kind of I'm kind of forming the idea conceptually, and it's a nascent idea, so it's not something that I'm willing to debate in a blood sports arena at the moment. But
right, yeah, I get that.
that objective truths don't exist, right? Or at least absolutely objective truths don't exist, or don't have an intrinsic existence. They might have a contingent existence, one of the contingencies being a mind that can comprehend them.
So
right?
what you're
That,
telling me is that only a Sith deals with absolutes? Does I absolutely
which
say
is,
that?
you know, what's funny about that statement is that it's an absolutist statement, right?
I know. I know. Only a Sith Lord deals with absolutes, Anakin. As I say that absolutely.
But so what I realized recently, because somebody in a YouTube, I think it was an Easy's VK chat the other night, kept asking me, Shiva, what's your problem with God? And I was thinking about it, and I kind of realized I actually don't have a problem with God. I don't have a problem with people believing in God. Like, I think quite often that can be a good thing. Like, it can lead people to be.
You're gonna take a fairly relativistic view on that, right? And understand that there are people that makes them live good lives, and there are people that makes them into like insane assholes. Like,
yeah. Well, what I have an issue with in terms of believing in God quite often is the arguments that are put forward in support of God,
right?
Which I tend to view as being sophistry.
Yeah.
Like, because like God's meant to be outside of space and time, right? So nothing that you can say with regards to logic can ever pertain to God. Like,
and that's why I'm very careful, because I'll tell you what, this
agree
is
with
something that will trigger the ortho boys on the internet. But one of Luther's quotes I love is he says that reason is the whore of the devil. And I'm like, you know what?
okay.
From a Christian point of view, though, you can understand that point, because
Well, that's the
again,
point of the great mystery. That's
right.
the
That's kind
mystery
of the whole
God.
thing here is this idea, and that's why I say, like, to me, if you're wanting people to be a part of what you believe, the better way of doing that is living out that vocation in being a loving, the kind of person that Christ says that we should be like, rather than trying to get into a debate over like ontology or a debate over, because to me, like, if you're going to try to debate someone that logically sees a flaw in how you're debating, or believes there to be the flaw, whether it be their flaw or not. But a lot of times what ends up happening is, again, it gets to this point where you're like, well, yeah, let's get into the trans, or and it's like, well, let's not. Like, there is an understanding that God himself says, Jesus himself, who I believe was God, says, blessed are those who believe and don't see. So in some degree, it is a matter of faith, and it has to be an issue of faith. And this idea that there are people who will use so-called Christian truth to be a good, like, jumping board for logical and objective moral reality, when they don't even, like, I think they're very obtuse about how it comes off to people that are not Christian.
Well,
it
was Saint Seraphim, I think, that said, acquire the spirit of peace. I got it right here, actually. Acquire the spirit of peace, and 1,000 souls around you will be saved. So it's what you do that saves people. It's what you do that draws people to the faith.
And I like what G.K. Chesterton, he's one of my favorite Brits, by the way. I like what G.K. Chesterton says. He says, you'll get so far in the Christian religion. He's talking specifically about Catholicism, but we're going to just express this to Christianity. You can get so far in Christianity that the only person that will dissuade you against it will be actual Christians. And that is truth. And that goes back to that point, which is these Christians that try to, like, that are like going to try to, like, reason with you.
It's modalism.
Something outside of a concrete evidential truth. And then yet they'll say, well, it's an object, and so and they'll get into these ideas of objective morality and objective truth. And again, the way they go about doing it is by supposing that a certain ontology. They'll go, well, you believe in logic, right? And you're like, sure. Oh, do you believe in God? I'm like, no, that's a wide gap there. That's a wide gap there, brother.
I'm going to start confounding people with that. By when they say, will you believe in logic? My response is going to start being, well, I don't believe it has an intrinsic ontology. Can you demonstrate that it does?
Right.
Because that just sounds like metaphysical nonsense to me. Like,
Right.
you know.
And then I can understand. Yeah, I can understand. But I do believe though that the things that can't be defined by logic are best influenced by how people show that in their life. And if you're a dick to people, then you're, no matter how quote unquote sound you think your logic is, you're not helping anything in my case, you know. And that's why I don't like William Lane Craig, because then that's the other problem, is he'll say things that go against certain biblical truths just so he can try to make an argument on a foundation. And at that point, then it ceases to be a religion. And again, it has to be a religion. It has to be a faith, which means there's no business in using this sophistry, like you said, in arguments. And I do believe a lot of it happens. And I see a lot of it, especially from certain groups of people, of Christians on YouTube. I'm just like, this is just sophistry. This is just sophistry.
It is a big problem.
Yeah, I mean, tag is sophistry, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, what I don't like is apologetics trying to mix with politics.
Right. Or apologetics trying to match with, like, again,
which I'm guilty of it.
If you believe you're going to dissuade someone who believes, and I understand the view that I have my view about it too. Okay. I understand why people,
like I said, I'm guilty of it. I do, you know, I have done it.
Right.
We'll probably
but I think that a lot of this idea of trying to, you know, it's the same thing with like the why so many of these people are so obsessant on trying to prove certain things, because again, they'll say, well, we've logically proven God. Well, even if you logically proven God, have you demonstrated your God? And you know, the people who spoke in sophistry, you know, the people who spoke in those kinds of things were the people that Jesus actually expressly taught against. That expressly spoke about as being problematic. So,
and the problem with, just from a kind of secular philosophical viewpoint, the problem with arguments that ostensibly prove God, they don't prove God, they just assert God, and then claim that their assertions are the proof. But the proof needs to be justified.
And then they'll say, well, see, so okay, and one of the guys that does this, there's a guy out there that does this specifically, and he's in the ortho world, and it drives me nuts because he'll always say, okay, he'll talk about logic or he'll talk about ontology, and then he says, okay, I've established that, now you have to believe. And it's like, what? No, what you're doing is you're saying that you're making a claim that to have this value automatically means to have this value, but you're not demonstrating how that's true. You're just claiming it to be true. Well, I'm sorry. You can't blame someone that doesn't see that and denies the logic of that claim as an evidential claim or as a great argument for something. It just doesn't, it's not going to track.
I've been reading this book, Language, Truth and Logic by AJ.
You were telling about this.
He kind of makes the argument that there are two broad categories of propositions. So you have analytical propositions, which are a priori, and so things like, and they always result in a philosophical tautology, right? So, for example, 2 + 2 will always equal 4, right?
Not if you're a certain actor.
Yeah, well, yeah. Unless you've been fired from the MCU, all right? Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And then you have synthetic propositions, which Aya argues are hypotheses that are empirical and can only ever result in a probabilistic conclusion, right? So, for example, if I was to say, you know, John is a barber, right? Like he cuts hair for a living. like that could well be true, but you can only hold that view provisionally because at some point John might stop being a barber. And then so he argues that all other assertions can't really be claimed to be propositions because they don't they don't contain any factual content. They're just assertions about how we feel about things. Well, that killed the conversation.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny because it's the same thing because these same people that I'm talking about too, they'll assert that they did certain things or they've always believed certain things, and when you actually know that that's factually incorrect, they'll just be like, "Well, who are you to actually question what we believe?" You know, and it's like you're making a claim.
What do you mean, as a group of people or as individuals?
I'm talking about a group of people who are part of a Christian denomination on YouTube.
Yeah.
And
I would argue that
which is kind of weird to me, Shiva, because that whole religion that they're supposed to belong to is on the surface, it actually values mysticism more than it does scholasticism, which is it just makes me
and I think if your tradition does involve mysticism, to have it concretize around a set of views that then never change and don't ever evolve, well, that's that's spiritual stagnation. That's not and I think one of the things I like about Buddhism is that it, as it encounters new cultures, it adapts the expression of the doctrine so that it makes sense to the culture that it's encountering. And that's why you have this proliferation of what appears to be superficially vastly different styles of Buddhism.
What would you say if someone said, though, that to them that meant that made it seem to them more subjective?
I have an opposite view of what's good.
So like to me, someone could look at that and say, well, doesn't that make what your religion is to be subjective? Because
so, I mean, no. Here's why. Because even though Tibetan Buddhism, if you compare that to Zen Buddhism, they seem very, very different, right? Like Tibetan Buddhism is very colorful, it's very ritualistic, whereas Zen Buddhism is very kind of pared down, it's quite sparse. But when you look at what's being taught, it's still the same teaching, which is codependent arising. It's just different expressions of the same doctrine. And I would the expression of something, I kind of like, or it isn't as like the kind of flavor of a thing isn't as important as the nutritional value of a thing, right? Like, and as long as the nutritional value is the same, it doesn't really matter what it tastes like.
Yeah, well, we're a bunch of Christians, bro.
So that would go back to what you're saying is that concept of the codependent arising, understanding that there are mitigating factors and there's subtle distinctions in things, but because they have those differences or distinctions, may not necessarily mean they don't share in the same essence. Is what you're kind of maybe saying. Am I getting that right?
Yeah. So like when the Buddha was dying, he was asked what could be changed about his teachings, and his response was, well, you can change anything except for praticca samutpada, which is this doctrine of things arising in dependence upon conditions, because that is the only doctrine in Buddhism.
That would be like the fundamental, if you want to say a world.
Yes.
I know you may object to that usage of it, but that's like that is this idea of the relationship and nature of things and how they relate, right? Which would be
I wouldn't object to you saying that there's a Buddhist worldview, but I would object to you saying that there's an atheist worldview.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't. I understand. Yeah.
So yeah, and it's like if you in older schools of Buddhism, it's expressed as things arising in dependence upon conditions. But say in later schools of Buddhism, it might be expressed as emptiness, like things not having an intrinsic existence. And on the surface, that seems quite different. Like saying things don't have an intrinsic ontology seems different to saying things arise in dependence upon conditions. But once you start to kind of peel back the layers, you see that they're actually saying the same thing. They're just saying the same thing in different ways.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. It's funny. I'm reading this book, the Mula Madhyamaka Karika, which is the
I think you told me about that
fundamental.
a couple of weeks ago or something. That
Yeah, the fundamental
like,
wisdom of the middle way.
I was like,
And it's like it's funny because like years ago, whenever I encountered teachings on emptiness, like it always seemed unintelligible to me. There were, like I just couldn't wrap my head around it. But like I'm reading this text and the commentary that goes along with it, which is even more dense than the actual text itself. And it's funny, it's actually just making sense. Like in terms of my understanding of what's being taught, like relating it to Praticca Samutpada, codependent arising, it actually, like I can see how it's actually saying the exactly same thing. It's just saying it in a different way. Like, yeah. So yeah, I kind of this idea that is often expressed in, and I think particularly within Orthodox Christian circles, that part of what makes them valid is their kind of unswerving adherence to tradition. Like I don't think that that's necessarily a good thing for a spiritual community because it can lead to ossification.
and my argument against that is that I would say that they actually have changed. They just don't see it. It's subtle in some areas, but there is actual change. Oh, John, you should have gotten Shiva's take on the harrowing of hell. He talked about it once. I think I was on the same panel that he was on or something on that or something like that.
I think that should be made into a movie. I don't understand why someone hasn't made the harrowing of hell into a film. Come on. Come on, filmmakers.
I think that's where I've heard him talk about it. Yeah. So, but well, and to me, I think and this is why, like for me, I kind of go to this idea of Christian anarchism is because you can see that with the teaching of Christ, especially in the Gospel of Matthew, where there's a distinctional difference between how he talks about people of God or people in general and individuals, right? And so there's an understanding that we as individuals are the kingdom of heaven in how we interact with things, in how we treat people, and by what we, and by imbuing certain, in bringing those kinds of values together. So when he talks about things, he says them in a very radical way because he is making a distinction between what does it mean to be an individual in Christ versus being a Christian in Christ. Now, there are people who would make this distinction and say it's either got to be all completely corporate, it has a corporate nature, which is what the Catholics and Orthodox would say. And there's people who would go so far into the individualistic point of view where you go almost to like Soren Kierkegaard, right? Or you go into some of the people in the Enlightenment who were trying to like impose what they would suggest as Christian values or ideas into their philosophy. And so they're all about, and Kierkegaard talks about that God is in the mind, right? And then therefore you also look at the Descartes sayings of, I think, therefore I am, and therefore all knowledge. Of course, this is the beginning of existentialism and the anti-materialistic philosophy. But again, so that either way is, and you see this with Christians who are either like, it's just completely what you're being a part of the church, or it's just me in an individual relationship with God, and nothing else matters, meaning nothing else has a sway or evidence over me or anything like that. And I think either one of those extremes is bad. However, that does not mean that we don't have an individual responsibility to being the people of God and seeking after the things of God, the way that Jesus speaks about it in Matthew. And I think that's why when I really started reading Matthew, I started to really start to see a huge understanding of this Christian anarchism in that degree. And it's very interesting to talk to people about it, especially when I'm talking against things like Christian nationalism because of that. So, but yeah, so I understand the need of a corporal church. I believe in the sense of the tradition. There are certain good things from the traditions and the things that are carried down. And there are obviously, we are not supposed to be completely a religion of our own self. However, a lot of Christians will say things or believe things, and then they'll discount them from their actions. And when they do that, then they're taking out their individual responsibility to live as Christ commands us to live. And that's an interesting thing to me.
I kind of like the model that, sorry to keep banging the Buddhist drum.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good, brother.
Yeah.
You're good.
But there's this view of Buddhism, which is that you have the monks, you have the monastics, and then you have the lay community. But that's a misrepresentation of how things were. And so the way that how things actually were was you had the monks, and they kind of preserved the teachings, and then you had the lay community who supported the monks, but then you had the renunciates who would go off by themselves and engage in intense meditation practice, and then they would come back and kind of drip feed wisdom into the monastic communities. So and I think if you have a system like that, then the kind of spiritual vitality of a community can be maintained. Whereas I think if you just have a system where you have the kind of laity and then the clergy or the monastics, then a kind of reification can occur, where the kind of message is lost in, and I kind of hesitate to use this word, like the orthodoxy, like I don't know if that makes sense. Like the teachings become dogmatic rather than vital. And this occurred in.
So what you're
Buddhist...
saying there is, in a sense, is that where if they become stagnant and they lose their dynamic aspect, that have a relationship and a corresponding effect to people where they're at. And that's one of the arguments that a lot of people have against orthodoxy, any type of orthodoxy, is that it is a stagnant understanding. But here's the thing: for the person that is seeking for invention, or the person who seeks just for the sake of progression, that is their criticism of tradition. That does not necessarily mean that tradition is those things. G.K. Chesterton says one thing I really like, is he says tradition is the democracy of the dead, meaning we're not just foregoing we're not just imposing what we do or think and feel in the moment and gravitating that more than what other people have said or what they've accomplished or what they have contributed to the faith. And so I do think that there is an understanding there where tradition has that value, because there is still a system that is there. What I would argue is that tradition is essential for people, especially who are new in the faith, who don't know yet how to work on things, and the Bible talks about this being milk Christians versus meat Christians. And if you think about like that distinction of milk versus meat, it really much is about this idea of milk being something that has like this very bland taste, but it's very important for you. Whereas meat, you can flavor it differently, but you're also chewing on it, and it takes longer for you to digest. And so that is something where maybe when you're dealing with things of Reformation, because I do believe in Reformation, I do believe that there's always a call for us to go back. But I think part of what a good reformation or any kind of good progression should be based on is not a full abandonment of the traditions or the things that have been established, but an acknowledgement that the things have gotten stagnant because people have put more emphasis on its stagnation than on trying to find a new way in which that applies to them. So, but I do believe there is a lot of stagnation, though, in a lot of quote unquote what you'd call orthodox or you want to call orthodox circles, because again,
Well, yeah, I mean,
they're trying to
when I
preserve
use the
something.
word,
That's their energy, is preserving something rather than trying to explore something new, right?
yeah, and yes, and when I use the word orthodoxy, I wasn't referring like specifically to the Orthodox churches. I was just using the
No,
term more broadly.
I'm not saying you are, because I think that orthodoxy applies to any religion, is what I'm saying.
Yes,
So,
yeah.
So, because again, what it comes down to is like there's Orthodox Judaism, right? And they very much adhere to those things. However, if you look at most circles, like a lot of people would say that, so a lot of people gravitate towards it because it gives them foundation and it gives them a foothold. That's why I say it's more for people in a lot of ways. It's milk. That's why, this notion, I've heard this a lot from a lot of my atheist friends or people who are agnostic when they say you shouldn't raise your kids in a church or religion. I would disagree. I would say it's important to give them some type of foundation because eventually they will, as children, have a chance and an opportunity when they become adults or even before they become adults to fully kind of explore something else. But if they have nothing at all, and they have no foundation, no framework whatsoever, then there is going to be a problem with that because they won't know where to start. So, I mean, that's the thing about the benefit of Christianity is if you do have that as a religion, as your background, even with all the things that you can look, it's very easy to find all the criticisms and all the rightful criticisms of our religion. It still gives you something more fundamental than most any kind of philosophical value system that you could explore. And this idea that kids don't need something of, they'd rather have something of flavor rather than something of substance. That anybody that gives into that notion for children is a bad parent in my mind, because everyone should have the essentials first. And then as they get older, as they become more mature in their values and their ideas, and they explore and they're willing to evaluate these things, they can. But I find a lot of people, and Culper, or James, I could like your guys' input on this, where you get people who don't have any kind of fun foundation, or it's very wishy-washy and feeling like they missed something.
I know a lot of people that choose a foundation day by day.
Right? So it's just whatever the day entails, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of like the full-on version of like the kind of progressivism, right? The kind of, like I've always said, you've heard me talk about the Druckerism stuff.
Yeah.
Or the Peter Drucker idea, the idea of just the invention for the need of invention, the need of progress for the need of progress. So I do believe tradition for the sake of tradition is a better thing. It's not a good thing, but it's a better thing. But I also say, why can't we just acknowledge that tradition for the sake of tradition and progression for the sake of progression are not necessarily beneficial in themselves? What should be beneficial is what is good. Keep what is right, challenge what is not, and accept new things, and be willing to accept them in different frameworks. But I think that becomes very difficult in, say, like the Christian religion, because as much as those foundations are good, people tend to cleave to them more than anything else. And a lot of times what they're thinking they're cleaving to isn't necessarily like a tradition, but like really, or an Orthodox tradition, I should say, but they're holding on to a tradition that is like of their childhood. So if there's one criticism of that would be it, is to say that those people cling to something that they think they believe.
Well, to a lot of people, the tradition is the foundation of what they believe. Is the only thing holding it together, because they haven't explored anything outside of it. It's just, okay,
right.
I'm
so
doing
there are
this. This is
people
a
who
tradition.
become their faith becomes very dull. Like
Well, it's the
their
check in the
life
box idea.
Yeah.
You become
Oh,
a check
yeah.
in the box.
It's a check in the box thing, right? And it's like and it becomes rote and it becomes routine and it becomes stale. That's when it becomes stale. And so there is a need. I think there is a need for daimonism, and I think Eastern religions, I think, understand that in a way that Christians don't express right.
Well,
But I think
you're
it's
doing
because
it.
it's
You're
hard.
doing it to get salvation instead of seeking salvation.
Right.
So,
Exactly. Yeah. But yeah. But I always enjoy my talks with Shiva, even though I disagree with him on some things, and
yeah, I
I'm sure he
disagree with him
disagrees with me
on
on other
almost
things.
everything,
I
but
really enjoy conversation.
he's cool to talk.
Well, I think we'd probably agree on far more than we disagree on.
No, we
to be
we
honest.
agree. We
Oh,
agree
yeah.
on a lot.
Well, and Shiva and I
It's
are
probably
very much
equal.
of a kindred spirit because I think we're both bookworms and we both love knowledge and we both love reading something new and being taken to different places. And that's what I love about reading books is that you can literally go in a time machine or you can travel around the world.
I love all those things. I'm just a little slower. I mean, I'm pretty much a nerd, but I'm kind of slow also.
But I'm glad that you got my Terrence Howard reference there, Shiva. The 2 + 2 = 5 thing or whatever.
Oh, dude, you're talking
Terrence
about the
Howard guy is
JRE
crazy.
episode.
Yeah.
That crap was crazy, dude.
Well, even before that, he was crazy. I mean, and
I didn't know it
did
was
you-
that bad.
Did you ever
until-
see? Did you ever see Neil Tyson's response to that? Because I guess he was kind of
I watched a bit of it. Yeah.
And he was
Didn't
just
he
like,
do
and
a
Neil Tyson was
podcast
just like,
with
Neil
him?
Tyson was just like, well, I like him and all that, but like, come on, like, you can't deny.
And
the
I don't
fact.
I don't like
2 + 2
Tyson.
= 4.
I have to agree with him, and I can't stand the dude. But
Right, yeah.
I'm like, yeah,
But
Terrence Howard's another dude.
but in a weird way, because like what he's doing, and I think this is the thing too, and I don't know how the Buddhists feel about ego. I would imagine that they could see it being a challenge to their spiritual progression, perhaps. But
ultimately, Buddhism would argue that it doesn't have an intrinsic ontology.
It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
Well, no, it exists conventionally. But
yeah,
does it
doesn't actually exist.
Does it exist in causality, or does it exist in?
I would say causality,
because I think it exists in causality.
That's what I would.
But maybe
say.
you wouldn't say that. What would you say?
I mean, that's what existing conventionally kind of means. It has a contingent existence.
Meaning it's not natural. You don't think it's natural for man to have the ego, right? That's not the natural.
No, it's
not the natural state of existence, but for us,
like one of the there's this concept in Buddhism called fetters, which are things that prevent you from seeing the world as it really is.
Well, it's like Maya,
and the
ignorance.
Yes, well, the first 3 fetters, which when you break them, you're said to be irreversible on the path to Buddhahood.
So, have you heard of Pratyabhinya Dhyam, the tantric idea of this?
I mean, maybe. What is it in English?
That's the that's the Hindi way to say it, like self-recognition.
Right, is that a Hindu thing?
It's a Hindu thing, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not that knowledgeable about Hinduism, despite the fact that I call myself Shiva on YouTube.
It's your fault, Shiva. It's your fault because you're using. You know what? Next time, I'm just gonna come up here and call myself Joseph Smith, and then when everybody calls me a Mormon, I'll be like, "What the hell's your problem?"
Well, that's the thing. Pratyabhinya Dhyam.
Okay, now look. Calling myself Shiva and also calling my channel the Church of Four. Both of them are jokes that came out as scam baiting. So, and my the reason why I go by Shiva is because when I was when I first started scam baiting, the name that I went by because I thought it was funny was Shiva the Scam Destroyer, So and
Yeah.
and then Shiva just stuck. But the first three fetters are reliance on rites and ritual as ends in themselves. And I might need to look them up. Doubt and indecision and fixed self view. And so the fixed self view is this this idea that there's an intrinsic part of like that there's something about ourselves that is intrinsic and fixed, and I suppose like that could broadly be correlated with the ego.
Right. So basically what it is that I think that it goes back to this problem though, is the idea of what happens with the ego and why it's such a problem spiritually, and a lot of it has to do with that you get to a point where you don't listen,
Yeah.
So hold on, I'm reading this thing. It's what I just said. Tradition is a living faith of the dead. Traditionalism is the dead.
Hey, well, guys, I'm gonna jump off here.
Yeah.
It was nice talking to y'all.
Yeah, I'm going to
Anyways,
volunteer as well. I should add that is traditionalism gives.
James, thanks for letting me on, bro.
It does. I would agree with that, Sweater. I would agree. That's why I say for the sake of tradition, for sure. But and that's why, Sweater, we have to also be able to demarcate the difference between tradition and traditionalism, for sure. Because there's a lot of people who don't believe they are traditional, but they create traditions and absorb those traditions and their traditionism in their own way. What'd you say, Shiva?
Yeah, no, nothing. It's fine.
Anyways, I always enjoy our conversations because I always find I learn something new with you.
They're very enjoyable. Yeah.
And like I said, I'm one of those Christians that doesn't get, I don't try to. I understand. I try to try to advocate what I know and try to learn what I don't, and try to receive it and understand. Because that's one of the things I think a lot of people don't realize is when someone advocates something that's not what you believe, it doesn't mean it's an insult. It's an assault on your beliefs. But a lot of people feel it that way.
Yeah. Well, I think, people get like that about music, let alone religion, right? Like if you say you don't like a band they like, it's like you've personally attacked them.
You don't like my band, you don't like this music, fuck you. I think I was that way when I was younger, I'll be like, what do you mean? What do you mean you've never heard of Neil Diamond? What kind of person are you? And people are like, Neil Diamond, like, really? That's a hill you're going to die on?
Well, it's certainly a hill I'm willing to sit on. I'm only willing to die on fences.
I'm really, yeah. So when people say you're a fence sitter, just say no. I sit on hills, but I die on fences. I like that.
Yeah.
Rush is the greatest band ever, and I don't give a shit what you all say to.
There we go.
Well, who's acting like today's Tom Sawyer? Me. No, Rush is good. But I think we can all agree. We can all agree that the best music comes from Britain. All the greatest bands come from Britain.
I mean, I'd agree with that, obviously.
Especially because I like, my favorite band is from Suffolk. I think that's how you say it, right? Suffolk? East Suffolk?
Suffolk.
Yeah, Suffolk. Oh, yeah, Suffolk. Okay. I'm thinking of like the Suffolk, like the New York County, not the Shire. But,
right.
Yeah. But I don't know if you've ever heard of them. Have you ever heard of a band called Keen, Shiva?
Oh, yeah, I'm not that keen.
You're not that keen, but you're keen enough to know who Keen is.
Well, I mean, like, it's a bit like saying, yeah, I mean, of course, like I've heard them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. Yeah. But no, they're my favorite band, and I love them. I love their music. And then, but obviously, I love Queen. I love, the Beatles. Oh, it's hard to beat the Beatles. I love the
So you
Animals.
like all the bands that have an E sound in them?
Basically, yeah. Beatles, Queen, Queen. I never thought about
Um,
that. Maybe it's because I was born on the fourth solar eclipse of the day of E.
I think if like, I mean, I have quite wide tastes in music. It can sometimes surprise people that I'm just as likely to like a really obscure, dense electronica band like Ortega as I am to like, say a country band like the Handsome Family.
Yeah.
That can surprise people. English bands, well, as I said, Ortega I like a lot. Border Canada, I like them a lot. In terms of more traditional, songs, Radiohead, I'm quite fond of.
Yeah, Radiohead's great. Yeah.
PJ Harvey, I think
PJ
she's
Harvey.
fantastic.
Oh yeah, she is. Yeah.
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 What American bands do I like?
I also like.
I tend. Do
Yeah.
you know Giant Sand?
Uh-huh.
I quite like Giant Sand.
Yeah, and then one of my favorite artists that I've seen multiple times live is David Gray. I love David Gray's music.
All right. Yeah, I used to
But
have
I
a friend
also
who liked
find that
David Gray.
I love a lot of music that I can get lost in its melancholy. Like that's what I love about it. So I like a lot of bands that are like emo bands, basically, or a lot of singers that talk, sing about a lot of emotional, But
Do you like there's an Australian band which are kind of the diametric opposite of melancholy called the Avalanches.
No, I've never heard of them. No.
They put an album. I think they've got 2 albums out now. But there was like a decade gap between the first and the second. But their first album, Since I Left You, is a work of genius. It's made out of samples, so I think it's got something like 600 samples on the album.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of the most joyous records you'll ever hear.
I do find it's interesting when you hear songs that are like upbeat and they're talking about depressing things,
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like
yeah.
all the kids with the pumped up kicks is about like a school massacre. And then there's another song by this guy named Courtney Barnes, and it's called Golden Dandelions. And it's literally about 2 people ODing on drugs and dying, but the song is so damn catchy. Yeah. So it's just like, oh, this is really upbeat. I can dance to this. You're like, yeah, just don't listen, pay attention to the words because they're talking about ODing and dying.
So I keep hearing the influence of there's an Estonian composer called Arvo Pärt who I really like, and his stuff. Like sometimes I'll be watching a film, and I'll know that whoever has composed the score listens to Arvo Pärt.
Right. It is funny because I am a bit of what they call an Anglophile, and it's funny because it's like I was there's a used bookstore in town, and I always love going to used bookstores because there's something about reading a used book. You know what I'm saying? They can have a character to themselves. And so I went into the used bookstore and I grabbed all these books, and all of them were like English writers. And the guy's like, "You must like English writers." I said, "Well, yes, I do. All my favorite writers are English." So, it was pretty funny. So, but I would also say though, I do love my German classical music, and I love my Russian classical music as well. I do love a lot of Russian poetry as well. That's why I named my cat. Shiva, my cat's middle name is literally Alexander Pushkin.
Right. Okay.
And you're like, okay, that's weird, but I know. I said, I know. But yeah, I don't know if you ever read Origin, or what was the other one that he was known for? That he was right. He wrote another big one. I'm trying to remember what it is. But he's an interesting guy because he was he came from his mother. I think his mother came from African royalty. So his mother was literally like an African queen, and she married a Russian person in the royal family. So,
All right.
so he is one of the first prominent guys in Russia that was black to be published. Like you look at him, you wouldn't think he was Russian because he looked like he was from a different place. But yeah, he was well loved, well respected. Obviously, I love my Tolstoy and I love my Dostoevsky and all that. But yeah.
I've read Anna Karenina.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think in total, I just it's hard to beat European culture in so many different ways. I mean, there's some things that we do as good as Americans, but I think the best thing about America, well, you probably don't think this way, but I think this way because I love, except for the really bad food. There's something about American cuisine that's just,
American cuisine, which is all stolen from Europe.
Yeah, from different parts, but created in different ways because like whenever someone says biscuits and gravy, you get a weird look from a bunch of English people. They go, what you doing putting gravy on a cookie? Like, you're putting gravy on a biscuit? Yeah, but a biscuit's not like a crunchy cookie. It's like a fluffy white biscuit. It's like well, I don't know what would be the English equivalent to that. Would that be like a scone or
a scone here, probably.
Yeah.
As far as I'm aware, I've never had American biscuits, so it's difficult for me to say really. Maybe a baked dumpling.
You're a vegetarian, right? I would imagine.
Yeah.
So you probably wouldn't like the sausage gravy aspect of it, for sure. But yeah.
Well, I mean, I'd probably like it.
Yeah. So you have like moral or religious reasons or other reasons besides dietary for now.
No, I suppose the way I tend to look at it is I'm not willing to purposefully source a corpse for sustenance. But I've been thinking recently because the Buddha ate whatever was dropped into his begging bowl, right? Like the Buddha wasn't vegetarian,
right?
And I've been kind of thinking recently about whether I would, like, if someone invited me round for a meal, whether I would just eat whatever they gave me, irrespective of whether it contained meat or not.
Right. But if they were a good friend, or hopefully they would make something that you could eat that would not offend any delicate, anything that is a diet or a religious or moral reason for something,
Yes, but then it's like, if I'm going to take inspiration from the Buddha and he wasn't a vegetarian,
right?
Then in fact, there's one guy, Mahakashapa, who was one of his disciples, who ate a leopard's finger because it fell into his begging bowl.
It's funny. I actually ran into a guy, and I think he's one of those guys, you probably know them, where they're like not like, they wouldn't consider themselves like fully devout Buddhists, but they're like Buddhist adjacent. Like they're really fascinated with certain concepts of Buddhism.
Right.
And so I told him, I said, well, I think there's more of a case to be a vegetarian in the Christian religion than there is for the Buddhist. And he's like, really? And I said, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Tibetans aren't vegetarian because they don't have a lot of arable land.
Right.
So they rely on yak meat,
Yeah. So, but to me, well, yeah, especially places where it's very like the hostile and it's very wintry or whatever, you have to have some type of meat to survive the winter, But for me, I try to do more what I call conscientious eating, and I do think I find myself more and more going towards vegetarianism. I don't think I'd ever be a full-on vegan, but I because I don't think there's a problem with animal byproduct using it like milk or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not vegan. Like I eat cheese, I eat dairy, and I eat eggs. Right.
But the meat thing, there is an interesting aspect about the meat, and you know, kind of this. I don't know. There's a kind of a lot of different notions that that are very interesting, and I do think, you know, it is interesting. I do wonder if part of that punishment that God gave to the people at the time of Noah is because they were a bunch of meat eaters, you know. And
right.
the understanding too is that, you know, especially when you think about like you're eating a life to sustain your own life. There's an interesting dynamic there that should be thought about, which is,
yeah.
You know,
well, that's why I like to talk about it as eating corpses, because, you know, it kind of forces people to look at it slightly differently.
To rethink of it, yeah, because again, you're literally eating a dead something. So, and you know, so I go back and forth on that because I find it interesting, because I think in general, like, I just find a lot of bioethical questions interesting, and you know, morality when it comes to like dieting and stuff like that. But I also find too that I've noticed that my body feels better when I eat less meat than when I eat more meat. I've noticed that.
Right. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. It probably has something to do with the meat. Do you have a theory on that or something?
No, I mean, I tend, to be honest, I tend not to think about diet very much. You know, so like I don't eat meat, but we eat a very like balanced diet. You know, we don't eat, like, we eat hardly any fast food. So maybe once every couple of months, like, we might get a pizza. But that's kind of rare.
Do you find that you also eat smaller portions? Because I find that helps a lot too. Eating small.
It depends on how hungry I am.
But see, I've been doing more. I try to do more intermittent fasting now, and I do think that there is something. I think there is something about resting your body from eating. There's something to that you gain from that. You know.
What do you think you gain?
Well, I think there's for me there's a spiritual aspect to that, which is an acknowledgement that if God is the provider of all things, and you deny yourself something, you are putting power over the spirit over than the physical. You're saying, hey, even though my body's telling me I need to eat this, you know, I thought a lot of times we feel like we're hungry, not because we're actually hungry, but because we're addicted to certain type of foods, you know? So, so I think there's an interesting thing of how do you know it's hunger versus when you know it's just like a craving, you know?
Well, yeah, and I think sometimes hunger can be like we're trying to fill some inner lack. That isn't to do with sustenance, like physical sustenance.
Well, and for me, I know this as a kid growing up in my family, food was a comfort, and food was used as a comfort, and food was used as also a filler, literally filler, for like family events. So my entire family events were completely around food. And so it's like I acknowledged that like my food intakes were that I was not eating because I needed to eat, but because I wanted to eat, and it made me feel better. And it's like, why does that make you feel better? And if you think about it, there's something to be said about that. I mean, we call it comfort food. You know, to me, like the ultimate comfort food is mashed potatoes and gravy. There's just something about warm mashed potatoes with butter and gravy on top of it. Oh my gosh, it's so good. And it's the ultimate.
I mean, yeah, that's not something that's ever really afflicted me. Like I've never really eaten for psychological reasons.
But see, that's where I realized too, where for me that was I was not, and that's why I read this book called Mindful Eating, and it just changed my outlook on everything about food. That, and also there was another book by a guy. He's like kind of, you'd call him he's not like into Eastern medicine, but he's definitely like I'd say he subscribes more to a naturalistic sense of like, and I don't know if you've ever heard of him, Dr. Weil.
No.
But he makes really good analogies to things. So he talks about the human body being like a river. And he says, well, the river can cure itself. The river can heal itself. But if you continue to just put a bunch of crap in the river, you start polluting it, continue to pollute it over time, it can't sustain that, and it's going to die up and the river dies. And so he's talking about food in that same way. Like we put enough pollution in our body, we put enough of the crappy stuff in our body, and we'll feel it because it will be harder for us to do things like move around, and movement is such an important thing for human beings. We're not supposed to be stagnant creatures. And so it's like, so it's kind of like, there's that, but the mindful eating is kind of an acknowledgement of like acknowledging, hey, when you're eating this, why are you eating this? What do you need to eat to live? What do you. And when I do my fasting, I find that when I get those quote unquote cravings or those feelings of hunger, usually if I just drink like 8 to 11 ounces of water, that goes away,
Yeah, even just drinking water with a little bit of sugar in it can help food cravings.
Yeah, but yeah, I think I better get going because I gotta try to get to some bed while I can, because it's probably in the afternoon for you, right?
No,
or late morning still.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like mid-morning.
Yeah, so I'd imagine it's like what 10:30, 11ish over there.
But it's about 9:30.
Oh, 9:30.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Yeah, so it's because it's almost 4:00 here.
In the morning.
Yeah, almost 4:00 in the morning here. Yeah.
Late night for you, eh?
Yeah. Yeah. But that's what happens when I get talking to people, because I love talking to people. But yeah, and also my sleep schedule's been all over the place, so I'm trying to get it better. But like, it was weird today. I just slept a lot during the day, and I'm like, oh crap, now I'm going to be up all night. So it kind of, I'm trying to get to a point where I try not to go to sleep between it, because if I do go to sleep, and part of it is the fact that I get a lot of fatigue. I don't know if have you ever heard of Addison's disease, Shiva?
I mean, I've heard the name, but I wouldn't be able to tell you what it is.
So it's basically like an adrenal. It's like hypoadrenalism. It's basically what it is. So it's like a hormonal autoimmune disorder. Actually, JFK had it, and in fact, that's the reason why JFK took his naps like at 3:00 in the afternoon. I don't know if you knew that, but he took naps a lot in the afternoon. It's because he had the Addisons. So the Addisons, there's a lot of times where you get really fatigued, and then you get tired, and then you lay down, and then you fall asleep, and then you wake up, and it's like late afternoon, and then you've screwed up your entire what is it called? The circadian rhythm.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, I hope you sleep well.
Yeah, I probably will. It's just I probably won't wake up till late morning. But it's always a delight to talk to you, Shiva.
Likewise. Are you there, James?
Are you there, James? He might be asleep.
All right.
Because if it's late here, it's late there. Well, eventually YouTube will kick it off, right? I think after 12 hours they kick off the stream or whatever, or they stop recording.
I don't think so. No.
Yeah.
No. Well, when I used to do scam baiting, I was originally part of a live stream that was running 24/7 for months.
Really?
Months at a time. Yeah.
So you guys would have take different shifts on the live stream?
Yeah, basically people would join the live stream, and then kind of take turns at ringing up scammers and wasting their time.
So that's what you did is you get like these people that are trying to like scam you on the phone, and you.
Yeah, so the scammers that I most often dealt with were either tech support scammers, or rogue pharmacies in the Philippines
Mm-hmm.
who would try and sell you dodgy drugs.
And now I need you to be able to let me see your computer. You need to give me permission to mirror your
Yeah.
computer. I only had that happen with me one time for me to realize that was a scam. I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, no. And then like they took out a file. I didn't even see it. And then like, oh no, you got to get this. This is another service for $99.92. I'm like, so I literally just threw away the computer and got a new one and never did that ever again. But it's hard because when you search it up on the search engines, they'll say Microsoft help.
Yeah.
So that was a long time ago, but it was over 10 years ago when that happened. But I learned right away. I was like, yeah, this is. And then I love the Facebook guys, because one guy came up on Facebook and he was using my dad's picture and he was calling himself my dad's name, and he's like, "Hi, how are you doing?" I'm like, "You are not my dad." He had like a bunch of hearts in his profile. I'm like, no, that's not my dad. I don't know how familiar you are with American television, Shiva, but have you ever seen the TV sitcom All in the Family?
It rings a bell. I might
Or
have
heard of
seen
the
an
character
episode or
Archie
two.
Bunker? You know Archie Bunker, the character?
Is it like a 70s or an 80s show?
It was a 70s show, yeah.
I'm probably less familiar with it.
So
then.
he was like a lovable kind of like, he would say things that were like not really kosher. He'd say, why do I gotta give all my jobs to the black man? Like he would always say things that were like, he would come off, he was meaning it he had innocent intent. He just didn't realize that he was coming off as ignorant, right? And
Right.
so like by the end of the episode, he'd always kind of see like maybe like the light of his ways. But he'd always, the way he talked, gee, Edith, he's like, you mind if I do the talking and thinking in this household? Like he's very rude to his wife. He's very rude. He calls his son, who's a liberal, is played by the actor director Rob Reiner. I mean, he calls him meathead. What's up with you, meathead? But he's like a curmudgeon old white man who's bitching about the fact that the world's changing. And that's what's all in their verse. It's like, those were the days when men were men and girls were girls. We could use a president like Herbie Hoover again. Like nobody likes Hoover.
Don't they?
One of the most unpopular presidents in his American history. But yeah, so my dad is like Archie Bunker. He is that guy. He is that kind of where he'll say things, and he's curmudgeon sometimes, and says inappropriate things sometimes, but he has a good heart. And so it's like, but I know my dad. This is not my dad. My dad doesn't say, "Hi, how are you doing?" He doesn't say those kind. So I knew right away. Like I found out, like, okay, yeah, there's people that are trying to scam you here. It's like, so it becomes pretty evident. But there's this guy that does have you seen the guy that does the video where he scams them? He calls them and then he hacks into their internet and like hacks into their camera. And he says, "Oh, I like your pink sweater today." And they start freaking out.
Yeah. I mean, I depending on who it is, I may have scam baited with him in the past.
There you go. You did it for a righteous cause, huh?
No, I did it because it was a form of legitimate trolling.
You did it for the shit and licks, huh?
I mean, well, it's funny. I got into it like because I've never been scammed, so I don't have like a kind of personal
stake in it.
Yeah, but I think there was like there's something about people being dishonest that just really rubs me up the wrong way. And
And then especially people
I
who do
wouldn't.
that to kind of griff on people or con people.
Yeah, yeah, and I wouldn't necessarily like label that as a virtue. Like is
What you're
probably
what you're
some
just
weird.
saying is that you're taking one of your prejudices and applying it for your own entertainment, and if it has a moral consequential good to it, then all the better. But it's not your main
That's
focus.
all for the better. Yeah, yeah.
I
Well,
get.
all right. I think if you're, I'm gonna get off as well.
Yeah,
I need
I'm gonna
to
get off.
get
Yeah.
on
So
with stuff.
James, thanks for having me on, brother. I think you're asleep, but and it was good to talk to everybody.
Yeah. All right. I'll see you later.
Hello everybody. I'm back. Fall to sleep. I'm gonna go into live here and where go? Where go? Oh, I don't want. My bad. I already go because I had it on my phone. But I forgot I set my phone. Oh, good. Oh man, I'm too tired. But I'll fall to sleep. I'm going into live here, everybody. So catch y'all the next one. Y'all have a good one. Good night. Um, God bless. God be with y'all. Peace.